What's going on, guys? Wada. Right. So, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. No. Right. Chill, lo-fi, copyright free. It's not. You do this one. Hmm. What's going on? We're looking into the history of World War II today. I need to turn that down a little bit. There we go. Just a boring research stream until later in the afternoon. Oh, that's eventful. Yeah, it's boring. Alright, the Treaty of Versailles was the peace treaty that officially ended World War I, signed on June 28, 1919 by Germany and the Allied powers. Named after the Palace of Versailles, where it was signed, it imposed severe terms on Germany. Well, of course it did, including accepting blame for the war guilt clause, paying huge financial reparations. Oh. Ceding vast amounts of territory and drastically reducing... I don't know, the boring parts were quite loud. Reducing its military, the treaty also called for the creation of the League of Nations, was ultimately rejected by the United States Senate and is often considered the factor in the rise of Nazism and the outbreak of World War II. Key terms of the treaty: War Guilt Clause, Article 231. Germany was forced to adapt sole responsibility for causing the war. Okay, I can see how that would sit negatively with some people. Treaty losses. Germany lost 13% of its European territory, including Alsace-Lorraine to France, and all of its overseas colonies. Bummer for them. Victory for the world. Germany was required to pay massive financial reparations to the Allied nations to cover war damages. Well, that's always how it goes. The German army was severely limited in size. Its navy was reduced, and it's prohibited from having an air force or military fortifications in the Rhineland. League of Nations. The treaty established the League of Nations, an international organization to prevent future conflicts. Though the U.S. did not join. Why didn't we join the League of Nations? Okay. The United States did not join the League of Nations primarily due to the opposition in the Senate, particularly from Henry Cabot Lodge, who feared would compromise U.S. sovereignty and drag the nation into foreign conflicts through collective security obligations like Article X. The opposition was rooted in the strong American tradition of isolationism. Oh my God! So if we would have joined the League of Nations, we might have been able to prevent World War II. So like America is somewhat responsible. That's crazy. The opposition, a personal dislike between Lodge and President Wilson, and the general public desire to avoid further entanglement in Europe affairs after World War I. Yeah, so this is during the 1920s where we saw a rise of isolationism. Okay. And ultimately, we paid a price for that. The general public desired further entanglement in Europe affairs after the Senate ultimately voted against ratifying the Treaty of Versailles, which contained the League of Covenant, failing to secure the necessary 2/3 majority. Haha, yep. Key reasons for U.S. non-participation. I mean, I've heard George W. Bush talking about this. Bush. He said this all the way back in 2011. All right, let's pause the jazz real quick. Yo, what's happening, Lou?
There'll be a rational immigration policy eventually passed. I think there's going to have to be some time. What's interesting about our country, if you study history, is that there are some isms that occasionally pop up. One is isolationism, and its evil twin protectionism, and its evil triplet nativism. So if you study the 20s, for example, there was an American First policy that said, who cares what happens in Europe?
Nice.
Well, what happened in Europe mattered eventually because of World War II. There was Smoot-Hawley, which was a part of an economic policy, which basically said we don't want trade. In other words, let's throw up barriers. And there was an immigration policy that I think during this period argued we had too many Jews and too many Italians, therefore we should have no immigrants. And my point to you is we've been through this kind of period of isolationism, protectionism, nativism. I'm a little concerned that we may be going through the same period. I hope that these isms pass, which would then allow for a more orderly look at immigration policy. But look, I was raised in Texas.
That's crazy. So had we not done those isolationisms, we would probably, had we not gone down that route, there's a huge chance World War II wouldn't have started had we ratified the League of Nations. That's a terrifying sentiment. And then why is it that people like Trump and them come out and defend the 20s as if it was the best economic time. Like, our economic growth came after World War II. We didn't become like a juggernaut on the world stage until after World War II. Like, what the fuck? So key reasons for the U.S. non-participation: isolationism and sovereignty concerns. So retardation, got it. Okay, cool. A significant segment of the American public and Congress preferred traditional U.S. foreign policy of avoiding permanent alliances and commitments to foreign nations, which was, I think, actually the status quo before World War One. We tried to avoid. The New Deal saved us. We need a New Deal. New Deal. Article X in collective security. Opponents led by Henry Cabot Lodge objected to Article X on the League's covenant, which required members to assist any other member facing external aggression. So this is probably why we made NATO after World War. Was it the fall of the Soviet Union? Because we failed to do so at the end of World War One, and it cost us World War Two. This was seen as ceding American war-making power and committing the U.S. to defending other nations' interests, potentially leading to another costly war. Oh my God. So every fucking super libertarian that thinks that the industrial military complex is like proven to be bad, they're literally asking for us to go back to this level of time where we should cede all of our military ground, to pull all our people from the bases, and worry about our own borders. Like, every fucking person that is pushing that ideology that we need to pull all of our military back. Yes, NATO and World War II ending was basically nobody taking anybody else's shit. Exactly, dude. So, okay, I hate libertarians more than ever. Okay, cool. I'm glad. So, I am for the military-industrial complex. Thank you. Presidential politics and personal animosity. There was an intense personal animosity between President Woodrow Wilson and Senator Henry Cabot Lodge. Lodge, a powerful Republican leader, desired amendments to the treaty, but Wilson was unwilling to compromise, creating a stalemate that prevented ratification. In theory, we see how it's going. Well, I mean, it's going fine. We haven't been in any major wars. You know, we don't even call what happened in Iraq a war. I don't even think it was technically deemed a war. Maybe I'm wrong. Senate ratification process. The U.S. Constitution requires the Senate to ratify treaties by 2/3 majority. Despite Wilson's efforts, the opposition was too strong and the treaty fell short for this requirement. So this guy, Henry Cabot Lodge, was MAGA before it was MAGA. Public opinion. While the League was a popular concept, public support was eroded by ongoing public desire to avoid future European conflicts. The rejection of the League was further solidified by the election of Warren Harding, who ran on anti-League platform. Come on, man. Come on, man. Without U.S. participation, the League of Nations was perceived as weaker, as the world's greatest economy power was not a member. We were already a member, like the greatest economy power? I didn't know that. I thought that grew in the 40s. America's status as of 1919. All right. In 1919, the United States was grappling with the aftermath of World War I, experienced a surge in social unrest, including racial violence, labor strikes, and widespread fear of radicalisms, the Red Scare, the accumulated in Attorney General Palmer's raids. At the time, the women's suffrage movement achieved a monumental victory with passages of the 19th Amendment. A national push for temperance led to prohibition. The U.S. also saw the return of soldiers from Europe, a continued debate over its role in the global affair, and sees a continuism and modernity that would define the coming interwar period. Social and political turmoil, the Red Summer, and racial violence. The summer of 1919 saw a series of race riots and lynchings. Jesus fuck. Particularly targeting black soldiers returning from the war in what became known as the Red Summer. Oh my God, bro. And we're over here worried about war across the seas when we're literally over here hanging our black Americans that fought for our country. Hell yeah, America, you evil fucks. Labor unrest. Following the war, a record number of strikes occurred as workers demanded better conditions, including a major strike in Seattle. Well, that one we want to dive into. Okay. I open that in a new tab. The first Red Scare. Oh, here we go. Radicals bombed Wall Street and workers went on strike in Seattle in February during 1919. A series of more than 20 riots and violent black-white race-related incidents occurred. These included Chicago, Omaha, and Elan race riots. A phenomenon, oh my god, dude, me in words, known as the Red Scare took place in 1918 and 1919 with the rise of violent communist revolutions in Europe. God damn it. Fucking wild communists. Leftist radicals were emboldened by the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. Oh my god, I hear Hassan talk so much about this shit. And were eager to respond to Lenin's call for the world revolution. God damn. On May 1st, so we were dealing with communists before we were dealing with Nazis? That's crazy, dude. On May 1st, 1919, a parade in Cleveland, Ohio, protesting the imprisonment. I would argue we could be in current Antifa scare, much like the Red Scare, or it could be leading up to something similar. Don't know. I don't know, man. I don't really like Antifa, so I'm not really going to defend Antifa members. I remember Antifa people being incredibly unhinged, exacerbating violence all around the world, including also demanding like college professors be hung for talking about eugenics and the differences between what's the word I'm looking for? Fuck, dude, I can't remember. IQs between races. Like, we can have conversations without trying to kill people, and Antifa was fucking insane. I'll never defend Antifa. I think Antifa is pretty much just the left version of a Nazi, so I'm not the guy that's going to jump to their defense. I don't think violence is ever good, and Antifa was incredibly violent. Ohio protesting the imprisonment of Socialist Party leader Eugene Debs erupted into a violent May Day riots, a series of bombings by the far left in 1919, and assassination attempts further inflamed the situation. Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer conducted the Palmer Raids, a series of raids and arrests of non-citizen socialists and anarchists and radical unionists and immigrants. They were charged with planning to overthrow the government. By 1920, over 10,000 arrests were made, and the immigrants caught up in the raids were deported back to Europe. Most notably, the anarchist Emma Goldman. Yeah, okay, I don't like any of these people. Who were years before had attempted to assassinate industrialist Henry Clay Frick. Yeah, that's not cool. Okay, so no wonder everyone in the 1920s were super fucking Republican and shit. Holy fuck, dude. We actually had massive Leninists. Like, we had fucking... Alright, dude, okay. Alright, women's suffrages. After a long period of agitation, U.S. women were able to, in 1920, obtain the necessary votes from a majority of men to obtain the right to vote. Fuck yeah, bro. Look at that. Men helped give women their rights. That's how we do. But women just still hate on men all the time. Hell yeah. Women participated in the 1920 presidential election. And that's the election that fucked everything up. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Politicians responded to the new electorate by emphasizing issues of special interest to women, especially prohibition, child health, public schools, and world peace. Women did respond to these issues, but in terms of general voting, they shared the same outlook as the same vote. Yeah, so exactly, dude. Women voted largely against their own interest in the 20s. Like, that's why they put that one president in who ran on against fortifying the fucking League of Nations, which would have stopped Nazi Germany. So all the people that try to say women or men are different, really, they're not. They are brainwashed as much as the men. Well, and Republicans' platform and ideas have switched places or broadly. Old politics is wild. Yeah, well, yeah, there was a switch in the 60s. But still, that's crazy. But also, not really. The left were still the ones backing the communists and shit like that. Like, that's still the party that does it today. Like, that's the argument I use when, like, a Republican will be like, well, wasn't the first Republican a liberal that ended slavery Abraham Lincoln? And it's like, okay, yeah, but he was a liberal, right? But, like, okay, if that's the argument you want to go, why is it that Republicans are the only ones that fly the Confederate flag? If it was the South and the South was all the Democrats, then why is it that Democrats don't run the American flag? We're like more likely to run the pride flag. Why is it that all of the Republicans that are supposed to be the ones that want to be against slavery are the ones that fly the Confederate flag? A little strange, right? It's a little. How do you tuck that away? Women did respond to the issues. Okay, as baby just men, the suffrage organization NAWSA became the League of Women Voters. Fuck yeah, girls. Alice Paul's National Women's Party became lobbying for full equality. Progressives for his time, yes, and yeah, I asked the same. Northern racists fly it too. I don't know any Democrats. I've never seen a Democrat rock the Confederate. You know what I mean? And it's not about South or North. It's about which party do they vote for. Someone flying a Confederate flag is going to vote MAGA. 100%. I would be surprised if there was even like 5 Democrats that fly that flag. I would be surprised. I would be. Party began lobbying for equality and the Equal Rights Amendment. Fuck yeah. Which would pass Congress during the second wave of the Women's March in 1972. It took them fucking years, bro. It took them 52 fucking years. But was not ratified and never took effect. What? The main surge of women voting came in 1928 when the big city machines realized they needed the support of women to elect Al Smith. While rural dry countries mobilized women to support prohibition and vote Republican, so Republicans were also the ones behind prohibition. And oh yeah, dude. Herbert Hoover, Catholic women were, for Republican Herbert Hoover, Catholic women were reluctant to vote in the early 1920s, but they registered in large numbers for the 1928 election. This is the first in which Catholicism was a major issue. A few women were elected to office, but none became especially prominent during this time period. Hell yeah. Overall, the women's rights movement was dominant in the 1920s since Susan B. Anthony, I recognize that fucking name, and other prominent activists had died, and apart from Alice Paul. I don't know who that bitch is. Was an American Quaker suffragist, feminist, and women's rights activist, and one of the foremost leaders in strategy of the campaign for the 19th Amendment of the United States. Well, man, I should probably know who you are. A few younger came along to replace them. The Roaring Twenties. In the U.S. presidential election of the 1920s, the Republican Party returned to the White House with a historic landslide of Warren G. Harding, who promised a return to normalcy after the years of war, ethnic hatred, and race riots, exhausting reforms. Harding used this new advertising technique to lead the GOP to a massive landslide, carrying the major cities as many Irish Catholics and Germans feeling betrayed temporarily deserted the Democrats. Hell yeah, dude. That's crazy how history is like literally repeating itself, because we're in the 20s and we saw even like black communities support Trump and Hispanic communities support Trump. And then it's ironic that now Hispanic communities are the ones being deported. Like, that's crazy, dude. People are so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. Prosperity. Except for a recession in 1920 to 21, the economy enjoyed a long period of prosperity. Good times were widespread for all sectors except agriculture and coal mining. New industries flourished, especially electric power, movies, automobiles, and gasoline. All right, so this is the era that fucking Trump is talking about. All right. The business of America is business, proclaimed President Coolidge. I can't say the word, I know what it means, but flourished and widely hailed. Business interests had captured control of the regulatory agencies established before 1915 and used progressive rhetoric. emphasizing technology efficiency and prosperity as key to social improvement. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is when we started taking off. William Allen White, a leading progressive spokesman, supported GOP candidate Herbert Hoover in 1928 as one who would spiritualize business prosperity and make it a serve progressive ends. Ah, man. The energy was key to the economy, especially electricity and oil. As electrification reached all the cities and towns, consumers demanded new products such as light bulbs, refrigerators, and toasters. Factories installed electric motors and saw productivity surge. Yes, I knew the oil boom in Texas. I've watched a lot on that. With the oil boom in Texas, Oklahoma, and California, the United States dominated the world petroleum production. Now even more important in the age of automobiles and trucks. Well, ha 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 ha. Alright, I don't think I need to keep reading all this shit. I just wanted to see where we were at. Alright. There was an intense personal... the Senate ratification process. The U.S. Constitution requires the Senate to ratify treaties by 2/3 majority. Despite Wilson's efforts... Oh, no, I already read all this. We need to do the outcome. Without the U.S... No, I already read this too. Ha 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 ha. All right, let's get back to the treaty. And that. All right. Humiliation and resentment. The harsh and dictated terms. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Were deeply unpopular in Germany, fueling resentment and contributing to political instability. So I guess if we go around telling people they're monsters, they might actually become them. The rise of Nazism. Fuck, dude, that's actually a point in MAGA's favor. That's so lame. Rise of Nazism. The economic distress and anger over the treaty provided fertile ground for Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party, who promised to revise the treaty and restore German power. The failure of peace. The treaty, rather than fostering lasting peace, ultimately failed to resolve the underlying cause of the war, instead creating the conditions that contributed to greater instability. Yeah, you can't really tell an entire people that they're at fault for every aspect that went wrong and then solely make them pay for all of the war. Like, what the fuck? Of course it's going to radicalize them. That's crazy. You don't even have to be a scientist to know that. Whoa. Alright. So, World War II, or the Second World War, was from 1939 to 1945. Battlefield 1942 was the greatest game of all time for that World War II game. It was a global conflict between coalitions, the Allies and the Axis powers. Yeah, everyone knows that. Nearly all of the world's countries participated, with many nations mobilizing all resources in pursuit of total war. That's so crazy. Like, people talk about the political tensions now, but nothing even comes close to this. Tanks and aircrafts played major roles, enabling the strategic bombing of cities and the delivery of the first only nuclear weapons ever used in war. World War II is the deadliest conflict in history, causing 70 to 85 million people, more than half of whom were civilians. So 40 million people died in World War II. Just saying. Like, we only have 20,000. You know, I'm not even gonna go there. Not even gonna go there. Millions died in genocides, including the Holocaust, and by massacres, starvation, and disease. After the Allied victory, Germany, Austria, and Japan and Korea were occupied. German and Japanese leaders were tried for war crimes. Hell yeah! The cause of World War II include unresolved tensions in the aftermath of World War I, the rise of fascism in Europe, and the militarism in Japan. Key events preceding the war included Japan's invasion of Manchuria, which is in that China, yeah. In 1931, the Spanish Civil War. I read about that one in school. The outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War, and in 1937, Germany's annexation of Austria and the... I'm not even trying to say that. World War II is generally considered to have begun on the 1st September on, why doesn't it have the YST on 1 September 1939? Hold on, man. There's a typo here. When Nazi Germany under Adolf Hitler invaded Poland, after which the United Kingdoms and France declared war on Germany, Poland was divided between Germany and the Soviet Union under the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Gross. In 1940, the Soviet Union annexed the Baltic states and parts of Finland and Romania. After the fall of France in June 1940, the war continued mainly between Germany and the British Empire. And with the fighting in the Balkans, Mediterranean, and the Middle East, the aerial battle of Britain and the Blitz, and the naval battle of the Atlantic, through campaigns and treaties, Germany gained control of the continental Europe and formed the Axis alliance with Italy, Japan, and other countries in 1941. Damn, bro. So wait, Italy was part of the bad guys? I don't remember that. Wait, what? Why does no one blame them for shit? That's crazy. Germany invaded the Soviet Union. Oh, that was stupid. Because isn't that what, I know that's exactly what ratified, we started working with the Soviet Union at that time. And initially marking large territorial gains. That's crazy, dude. In December of 1941, Japan attacked America and British territories in Africa and the Pacific, including Pearl Harbor and Hawaii. Leading the United States into the war against Japan and Germany, Japan conquered much of coastal China and Southeast Asia, but its advances in the Pacific were halted in June 1942 at the Battle of Midway. In early 1943, Axis forces were defeated in North Africa and at Stalingrad and the Soviet Union. And that year continued defeats on the Eastern Front and an Allied invasion of Italy. Oh no, okay, I remember. Yep, they weren't dope. An Allied offense in the Pacific forced them to retreat on all fronts. In 1944, the Western Allies invaded France at Normandy. Hell yeah, bro! That's only been that still looks dope. That's crazy. As the Soviet Union has recaptured its pre-war territory and the U.S. crippled Japan's navy and captured key Pacific islands, the war in Europe concluded with liberation of Germany-occupied territories, invasion of Germany by the Western Allies, and the Soviet Union, which accumulated in the fall of Berlin. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Oh, my headset's about to die. Ooh. It's gonna take 34 hours to charge this? What the fuck, bro? Oh, I should go back to playing music now that I'm not watching George W. Bush say what he was saying. Let's get a little light jazz going. Pre-war events, that's what I want. I want to know. Alright. The Italian invasion of Ethiopia. The Second Italo-Ethiopian War was a brief colonial war that began in October 1935 and ended in May 1936. The war began with the invasion of the Ethiopian Empire, also known as, I'm not even gonna, Abyssinia? What the fuck, dude? By the armed forces of the Kingdom of Italy, which was launched from Italian... Dude, what the fuck are the name of these countries, dude? This is fucking insane. English, motherfuckers! That's in a perspective American opinion. Which was launched into... The war resulted in the military occupation of Ethiopia and its annexation into the nearly created colony of the Italian East African. In addition, it exposed the weakness of the League of Nations as a force to preserve peace. Both Italy and Ethiopia were member nations, but the League did little when the former clearly violated Article X on the League's covenant. The The United Kingdom and France supported imposing sanctions on Italy for the invasion, but the sanctions were not fully enforced and failed to end the Italian. Oh my god, dude! This is why I should just read this in my head instead of reading it out loud, bro. Italy substantially dropped its objections to Germany's goal of absorbing Austria. The Spanish Civil War. When Civil War broke out in Spain, Hitler and Mussolini lent military support to the nationalist rebels led by General Francisco Franco. Italy supported the nationalists to a greater extent than the Nazis. Mussolini sent more than 70,000 groups. Yeah, okay, how did I forget about Italy involved in this? Like, high school is all coming back to me now. 70,000 group troops and 6,000 aviation personnel and 720 aircrafts to Spain. The Soviet Union supported the existing government of the Spanish Republic. More than 30,000 foreign volunteers known as the International Brigades also fought against the nationalists. Both Germany and Soviet Union used this proxy war as an opportunity to test and combat their most advanced weapons and tactics. The nationalists won the Civil War in April 1939. Franco, now dictator, remained officially neutral during World War II, but generally favored the Axis. His greatest collaboration with Germany was the sending of volunteers to fight the Eastern Front. Now this one I know a little bit about. In July of 1937, Japan captured the former Japanese imperial city of Peking after investigating the Marco Polo Bridge incident, which culminated in the Japanese campaign to invade all of China. How much different would the world would have been if Japan did that? The Soviets quickly signed a non-aggression pact with China to lend material support, effectively ending China's prior cooperation with Germany. Ooh. Oh, they were working with them, and then all of a sudden they were like, oh, no, dude, we need your help. From September to November, let me just lower the desktop audio so it's a little, yeah. Oh, all right, dude, all right. From September to November, the Japanese attacked, not trying to say that, and engaged in not going to try and say that, and fought the communist force, not going to say that, not going to say that, deployed his best army to defend Shanghai, but after 3 months of fighting, Shanghai fell. The Japanese continued to push Japanese forces back, capturing the capital of Nanking in December of 1937. After the fall of Nanking, tens of hundreds of thousands of Chinese civilians and disarmed combatants were murdered by the Japanese. We made them extra silly with those damn bombs. Exactly, dude. That's why they draw like fucking 5-year-olds having sex with tentacle monsters, man. They didn't like those bombs in their ass very much. I'm sorry. That is rude to the Japanese people. But like, come on, bro. You were imperialist warmongers that were trying to take over the world. Like, I mean, at some point, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, nukes are bad and all, but come on, bro. You literally attacked China, dude. They were just vibing in their huts, just vibing. Fucked up. And this like put China on the map, didn't it? Like people started taking notice of China after World War II. And they slowly started cultivating themselves as like a world power in like the next 30 years. And then by the 90s, well, during the 90s, I think everyone was scared of Japan taking over through like its economic growth. But then they started to stagnate, and then China was like, hold my beer, bro. We're gonna get revenge on you for fucking the bullshit that happened in World War II. And we're gonna become an economic juggernaut that might even end up rivaling the Americas. Like, Jesus Christ. You can't strike a motherfucker like that and expect him not to strike back. In March 1938, National Chinese forces won their first major victory at, I'm not Hazarhong, but the city of Zhuzhou was taken by the Japanese in May. Boo! In June 1938, Chinese forces stalled the Japanese advances by flooding the Yellow River. The Yellow Turban Rebellion has returned! Sorry. This maneuver bought time for the Chinese to prepare their defenses at Wuhan. Hell yeah, bro! Japan is a little chihuahua, but the buck's up to anyone bigger. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, dude. They're like that. What dog was that? I think you just said it. Like the little, the little Chihuahua type motherfuckers. Yeah, dude. Yeah. They got a little mean bite, but like, just get the fuck out of here, dog. Like, I'm trying to eat my Taco Bell. But the city was taken by October. Japanese military victories did not bring about the collapse of Chinese resistance that Japan had hoped to achieve. Instead, the Chinese government relocated to Chongqing and continued the war. What's up, bro? You can't make China surrender. That's scary, bro. If America and China ever go to war, bro, they're never giving up, man. They went up against the Japanese at their most prolific military might, and they said, nah, dog, take our lands. We'll just reform. We coming for that ass. That's what they said, bro. God damn, they wouldn't take a beating. All right. The Soviet and Japanese border conflicts. In the mid to late 1930s, Japanese forces in Manchukuo, whatever, bro, has a specific border clash with the Soviet Union at Mongolia. Ooh, these Japanese doctrines of Hokoshinran, which emphasizes Japan's expansion northward, was favored by the Imperial Army during the time. This policy would prove difficult to maintain in light of Japanese defeat. I'm not even trying that in 1939. The ongoing Second Sino-Japanese War and Allied Nazi Germany pursuing neutrality with the Soviets. Japan and the Soviet Union eventually signed a neutrality pact in April of 1941, and Japan adopted the doctrine of Nanshinoran, promoted by the Navy, which took its focus southward, eventually led to war with the United States and the Western Allies. Hell yeah, bro! They couldn't beat Russia, so they came knocking on our door and they got a fucking nuke in their ass. What's up, bro? Suck a fucking dick. Sorry. I should be ashamed of my ancestors. But, I mean, come on, bro. These guys had it coming. I love Japan, bro. My God, me and Japanese women, oh my God. Ooh, they're beautiful. Especially those Ganryu types, bro. I swear to Aisha, dude. Oh, they sing to me. Plus, there's something about a tan woman with blonde hair that just whispers softly into me and into the night. But also, they gave us hentai, bro. Like, I'm always gonna support people that give us hentai, but like, come on, bro. These people were fucking unhinged. There's still a terrible subsect of like the Japanese people that still think they're like these superior things. Like, you can go to Japan and you're gonna face actual racism as a white guy. You want to know what racism as a white guy is like? Go to Japan. Dude, go to China. Actually, these days, if you're American, just go to Europe, bro. You know how many times people stare at me weird when people find out I'm American in this little town? Jesus Christ. In Europe, in Europe, they were all whitening cream in Asian countries to look white. That's crazy, dude. They have such an amazing skin tone. Like, I don't know why they want to be like changing that shit up. It's crazy to me. That's crazy. Bro, I would love if I wasn't so white, because then maybe I want to be so fucking red. Like, bro, my complexion terrifies me. Every day I'm like, yo, am I turning into a fucking pimple or a fucking... What's wrong with my face? Why is it so fucking red, dude? Anyway, in Europe, Germany and Italy were becoming more aggressive in March of 1938. Germany annexed Austria. Everything you buy, lotion, sunblock, freaking everything. That's crazy. That's crazy. And yet, like they hate white people. It's so crazy. They want to look more white, but they hate white people? That's wild. Okay, but I want to know about the policies, not the actual war. That's very weird. That's very weird. Like, World War II... Oh, hold on, I was right here. The Treaty of Versailles, which ended the war, imposed harsh penalties. Yeah, that's when I looked that up. Yeah, the treaty humiliated Germany, feeling nostalgia and anger and economic hardship. Many Germans felt betrayed, calling it a Diktat, a dictated peace. Well, yeah, dude, you got your ass beat, dog. All right, I'm not vibing with this music anymore, dude. I'm not vibing with it. Ooh. 90s chill lo-fi. Oh, it doesn't say that it's not copyrighted though. You know what I mean? I don't want a playlist, dude. There's a bunch of ads and playlists. Get that ass out of here. All right. The economic instability. The reparations burden go to trip hop. Okay.
You take a sound, any sound, record it, and then change its nature by a multiplicity of operations. You record it at different speeds, you play it backwards, you add it to itself over...
Alright, the reparations burden combined with Germany's loss of industrial territories led to economic collapse in the 1920s. Hyperinflation. The German mark became worthless. A loaf of bread cost billions of marks, wiping out savings and impoverishing the middle class. The Great Depression hit Germany hard, with unemployment reaching 30% by 1932. This created desperation and distrust of the democratic Weimar Republic. Ooh. The Weimar Republic weaknesses. Established in 1919, the Weimar Republic faced constant political instability with frequent changes in government, violent uprisings from both communist and far-right groups. Oh man, dude, we're just getting fascist on both sides, always making issues. Many Germans associated democracy with weakness, economic failure, and the humiliation of Versailles, making extremist ideologies more appealing. That's wild. I mean, I can understand why they get like radicalized when they can't afford to like do anything and the government is letting them starve. I mean, that kind of tracks. If your government has failed you and you take matters into your own hands, you're going to. And to do that, you're going to do awful shit in the process. I should not have washed my face, bro. How bad is the camera if I just turn this off? All right, we'll do that until the sun goes up out there. Adolf Hitler and the National Security Germans worker Nazi Party capitalized on Germany's grievances. Here's how they rose to power. All right, Hitler's early life and ideology. Born in 1889. Oh, God. Trauma is a means of control. Government have figured out how to use it. Hell yeah. So he was born in 1889. That makes me sad. I was born 100 years after Hitler. I was born in 1989. God damn it. In Austria. Hitler moved to Germany and served in World War I. His experience, combined with anti-Semitic and national ideals circulating in Europe, shaped his worldview. Treaty of pronounced Versailles. Core beliefs as outlined in Mein Kampf. Oh my god. Landbruchsum, Germany needed a living space in Eastern Europe for its growing population, which justified territorial expansion. Okay, that's ridiculous. Aryan supremacy. Hitler believed the Aryan race was superior and destined to rule, while Jews, Slavs, and others were inferior. That's ridiculous. Anti-Semitism. He scapegoated Jews for Germany's economic and social problems, blending old prejudice with conspiracy theories. What's up, Trump? Jews is responsible for communism and capitalism. Yo, capitalism when it helps your country, bitch. Anti-communism. Hitler saw the Bolshevism as Jewish-led threat to Western civilization. Rejection of Versailles, whatever. He aimed to restore Germany's military power and reclaim lost territories. It's so good that, like, for the most part, a majority of the world is, like, trying to stop territory expansion, even though we still see it all the time. Like Russia, China, they do it all the time. China and India, bro. They're fighting for a reason to go to war, bro. They really are. Nazis Party's growth. Founded in the 1919, the Nazi Party was initially a small far-right group. Hitler joined in 1920 and became its leader by 1921, using his oratory skills to attract followers. The Beer Hall Putsch, I don't know how to say it. An attempted coup in Munich failed, landing Hitler in prison where he wrote Mein Kampf. However, it gave him national attention. The Great Depression boosted the Nazi popularity. By 1932, the Nazis were the largest party in German parliament, winning 37% of the vote. People are persuaded, like, so easily. Like Versailles, not Versailles. Versailles, I got you. Love you. Hitler's appointment as chancellor in 1933. Conservative elites hoping to control Hitler convinced President Paul von Hindenburg to appoint him chancellor. They underestimated his ruthlessness. That's crazy. Always have a scapegoat. That's the key. Yeah, dude. The Reichstag fire allowed Hitler to pass the Enabling Act, gave him dictatorial powers by superseding civil liberties and banning opposition parties. We see Trump again! Once in power, Hitler and the Nazis implemented policies that used propaganda to consolidate control, to rearm Germany, and set the stage for war. Whoa! The Nazis eliminated opposition by banning trade unions, dissolving other political parties, and controlling media and education. Bro, that's exactly where we're at right now. That's the stage we're in. They're trying to, like, completely dethrone the Democratic Party. They're trying to use the Aliens Enemy Act to say that Trump can do any law that he wants. Trump is already advocating for this in his own policies, in his own statements, by stating things that he who defends this country breaks no law. That's crazy. No, we have laws for all people, regardless of what your belief is. And also, we're banning, like, any kind of, like, freedom of the press that we can't report on the president. Stephen Miller, you're a smart little cookie. And the person we took out was fucking Charlie Kirk. What the fuck, dude? Stephen Miller should do more talk shows. I'm just saying. Or college talks. The Night of the Long Knives. Purged internal rivals. SA leaders Ernst Rops securing the loyalty of the German army. After the Hindenburg's death in 1934, Hitler declared himself Führer, combining the roles of chancellor and president. Propaganda and ideology. Joseph Goebbels, Minister of Propaganda, orchestrated a campaign to glorify Hitler and Nazi ideals. Radio films triumph of the will, and mass rallies promoted unity and nationalism. Ooh. There's another Trumpian. Trump is like 80% of this list already. Hitler's speeches emphasized restoring German pride. We are in the middle of the 1930s right about now. I'm starting to feel like it. Hitler's speeches emphasized restoring German pride, reversing Versailles. I'm on it, dude. I don't remember which one you said wasn't it. And uniting all of the ethnic Germans in Austria and Slovakia. I know what it is. I can't say it. I'm a little stupid person that didn't read well in school, who wanted to become a writer. Make that make fucking sense. That's crazy to me. Anti-Semitic propaganda blamed Jews for all societal ills, portraying them as existential threat. Ooh, I think we're there now, aren't we? Jews control the media. Jews control our government. Jews are terrible, disgusting people that don't deserve anything. Like, the biggest talking head for MAGA at this point is Trump. Well, besides Trump is fucking Hassan Piker. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. And like, our people are turning on him. Like, dude, the horseshoe is happening in real time. Like, in 1930, the communist and the far right joined together to create World War. And right now, the far right and the far left are making the same arguments against Jews yet again. What? What? This is only reaffirming my beliefs. My girlfriend told me I should study this in case it comes up in debates, because it might. And I said, fuck it. You know what I mean? I didn't have any big debates other than this one. This one's only 30 minutes, so fuck it. Hitler's speeches emphasis restoring German pride, reversing Versailles. I'm a good boy. And uniting all ethnic Germans. The Nazis glorified war as a means to achieve greatness, appealing to the population accumulated by the defeat in World War II, or World War I. How'd that work out for you, by the way? Y'all dead, motherfucker. Also, that's the same thing we're doing right now by renaming our Department of, I'm calling it the Department of War. Alright, dude. Okie dokie. Economic recovery. Hitler's government reduced unemployment through public works, the Autobahn construction, and rearmament programs? I don't know how to say that word. The fuck? Rearmament. The process of equipping. Oh, rearmament. God damn it, bro. I'm so stupid sometimes. By 1936, German economy appeared strong, boosting Hitler's popularity that was heavily geared towards war preparation, synthetic fuel, and weapons production. Which we use synthetic... Well, no, we use synthetic oil now. Arguably, we are heading towards another world war, but it depends on reactions. Although Russia flew bombers over Alaska the other day, so... Pucker factor 10. Hell, luckily I'm not in America. What's up? What's good? That sounds like Nujabes right here, dude. Okay. Anti-Semitic policies. The Nuremberg Laws, 1935, stripped Jews of citizenship, banned intermarriage with non-Jews, and defined Jewishness by blood. We're not doing that yet. A nationwide program destroyed Jewish businesses and synagogues, marking a shift towards violent persecution. We are stepping into that, but it's more about Indians right now than it is about Jews. Excuse me. These policies led to the groundwork for the Holocaust, driven by Hitler's obsession with racial purity. Like, this is like the one thing Trump doesn't really have. Now, Trump doesn't have it, but Stephen Miller does. But as long as Trump is in power, doesn't it sound bad, dude? And I don't like to say this because I don't like to defend Trump very often. But Trump is too fucking stupid to actually do the shit that Hitler's doing. Now, there's going to be a point where Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, who I think are like really dangerous people, are going to do something to get rid of Trump. I think that right now, Trump's ego and stupidity and desire to be liked is like the one thing. Yep, exactly. I think that Trump's desire to be liked is like the biggest safeguard right now we have. Like, Trump wants to leave behind a beautiful legacy. The problem is, as long as MAGA supports Trump, I think we're safe. Because right now, you know J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller want to take over from Trump. You just know they do. But in order to do that, they need to have Trump's people on their side. The problem is neither one of these people have the same command of MAGA that Trump does. Every time they try, they get a fraction of, like, you know, the likes and shit. Or a fraction of, like, the camaraderie. Once Trump is out of office, if they were to do something to get Trump out of office, I don't know if they would have the political power to, like, enact crazy change. Because MAGA probably wouldn't go along with it. Unless they somehow... I'm saying this as a hypothetical, were to take Trump out of the equation without it being like he's senile or he's not fit. Because if they do that, like, MAGA won't go with him. But if Trump were to not be alive anymore and they found someone to blame it on, that would be the lightning bell or the strike of lightning they would need to fuel MAGA to, like, back any play they wanted to make. I think the most dangerous thing right now, the most two dangerous individuals in our country are Stephen Miller and the fact that J.D. Vance can articulate himself very well. And we already know that J.D. Vance is an opportunist. And we already know that he said on national TV that he would back Trump regardless. He would have done the January 6th thing. He would have tried to do what Mike Pence stood on principles not to do. We also know that J.D. Vance is willing to lie to the American people. He's done it before with they're eating the cats and dogs bullshit. We are probably only being saved by Trump's inability to actually lead this country. And as long as his MAGA people support him, Trump will actually be our saving grace in office. Because Trump's not going to do any of the evil shit. He also said Trump was America's Hitler. Yeah, dude. Yes, he did. So we know he's willing to, like, change all of his opinions, like, based off of who's offering him power. Stephen Miller is the real villain. Everything we used to say about, like, Dick Cheney, bro, it is doubly true for Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller just comes out and says it. He'll be like, my white ancestry. It's going down. Russia said NATO is declaring war on them. World War III, baby! Maybe we should have supported Ukraine way back when, and we just would have directly took the fight to Russia while we still had the chance. But no, we played our games, we operated on inaction, and now Russia managed to build treaties and alliances with far more people, including China, North Korea, like all of the evil people in the world, you know what I mean? That don't believe in, like, individual rights. Those are the people back in Russia right now, so let's go NATO. Did you see Stephen Miller at Kirk's funeral? Yeah, it was like the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. Stephen Miller is a disgusting dog that should be, like, held for, like, treason against our country. He should only get 5 years in prison, but I guarantee you a part of me wishes for more. Anyway. And he's the one that's been leading Trump's campaign since the first time Trump came in office and rehired to do the second campaign when he was kind of floundering after the assassination attempt. Stephen Miller is the lightning rod that's using Nazi talking points and Nazi rhetoric and Nazi information and Nazi strategies in order to, like, propagandize people. Yeah, Miller is Trump's girl. Yep. Yeah, dude. It's fucking crazy, dude. Because I would even argue that, like, Hitler was, like, a conniving bastard. But I think Hitler might have just been, like, you know, just trying to get support and more power. He didn't realize how far it was gonna go, bro. He got kind of sucked into his own bullshit. But that's just a joke on my part. I mean, who knows? Um. Foreign policy and the road to war. Okay. Hitler's aggressive foreign policy sought to dismantle the Versailles, expanded German territory, and established dominance in Europe. His action exploited the weaknesses of other powers. And then the meth. Withdrawal from the League of Nations. Germany left the League, signaling its rejection of international cooperation. Of course they did. Didn't Trump do something similar? The problem that I have is if World War breaks out, what side is America really going to be on? Is it going to support Russia or is it going to support NATO? The Saar region, under Legion control since 1919, voted to rejoin Germany, boosting Hitler's prestige. Rearmament. Hitler's open defiance to Versailles was met with little resistance from Britain and France. Of course it was, these pussies. Yeah, so like these people, like so many people are responsible for World War II happening. Like, the British and French empires did nothing to quell it. America didn't join the League of Nations. Not the answer you want to hear, but I doubt it's NATO. I agree. Like, Trump has already been voting, like, in conjunction with Russia and other things through the UN. Like, when you see Trump agreeing with, like, all these dictators, you're like, what the fuck is happening? Yes, he has, dude. Trump wants out of NATO because he's buddies with Putin and he does a lot of his business dealings with China. Like, Trump is a fucking vile sack of shit. But he still loves fucking Israel. There's that little saving grace. He doesn't want to burn the Jews. Expansionist moves. Germany annexed Austria, uniting it with Germany in violation of Versailles. The move was popular among many Austrians, and the West did not intervene. The West is still at fault. Hitler demanded the Sudetenland land, a German-speaking region of Czechoslovakia. The Munich Agreement, September 1938, allowed Germany to annex it in exchange for Hitler's promise of peace. That was the big mistake I think that they did. The British PM, yeah, like they fucking just like gave him what he wanted, and it just made people think he was like untouchable. Called it a peace for our time, but Hitler was lying. Occupation of Czechoslovakia. Hitler seized the rest of Czechoslovakia, proving the appeasement had failed. They can't change. They can change. They can. Oh wait, he's been saying he wants to pull something that they can change any moment, homie. Remember, it's always the Jews. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yep. He'll come out and be like, Netanyahu played me like a dog. I'm a fucking like, he would never admit that. He would be like, under careful consideration, after talking to some people, I agree that, like you're gonna be like, what the fuck, Trump? How do you get dog walked every time? Like, why are we actually imposing these tariffs now? Is it because you couldn't make a deal, Mr. Deal Maker? Mr. I make the best deals, I wrote the art of the deal? When they say that's the globalists, that's what they mean? Yeah. 100%. So, alliances and pacts. The Rome-Berlin Axis. Alliance with Mussolini fascist Italy. Okay. Also, isn't it a bit of a self-report for, like, look, for the song Bella Ciao, that was on that bullet, right? It's always, I had the best people until they betrayed me. Right, yeah. At some point, like, you're responsible for hiring these people, right? But like, isn't it such a self-report that Fox and them and all these people come out and be like, well, there was a bullet that said Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao. So obviously it was a member of the left. It's like, okay. So are you saying that, like, the left was trying to stop actual fascists? And are you saying actual fascists are of the right? Is that what you're saying? Isn't it kind of like a self-report there? Like, you agree that, like, these people are racist? Or a fascist or whatever? Like, I feel like that's a self-report. Maybe I'm crazy. How do you defeat white people? A sunny day. Hell yeah, dude! Yes, Bertus. Ow. An agreement with Japan later joined by Italy to counter communism, aligning Germany with other authoritarian powers. Fuck, man. You seen any of these people saying, okay, it was actually hit in the back of his head and the neck is the exit wound? What? A military alliance with Italy. The Pact of Steel, 1939. The Nazi-Soviet Pact, a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union, including a secret protocol to divide Eastern Europe, Poland, between Germany and the USSR. This shocked the world as Hitler and Stalin were ideological enemies, but it gave Hitler a free hand to invade Poland. Invasion of Poland. This is like, I think, when technically World War II started. Hitler demanded the Polish corridor and Danzig, claiming they were rightfully German. Poland refused, backed by Britain and France. Germany invaded Poland using a blitzkrieg lightning war tactic. That one I definitely know. Britain and France declared war on September 3rd, 1939, marking the start of World War II in Europe. Why did Hitler do what he did? Hitler's actions were driven by a mix of personal ideology, opportunism, and historical context of Germany's grievances. Here are the key reasons. Wasn't a 30-60 for sure. I've seen the of a smoke in the position. I'd say closer to a 6.5 Creedmoor. And Danzig is where my dad was, and meth. What the fuck? Dude, you guys are crazy. Your dad was there? That's crazy! Okay, let's do this last piece of gum. Hitler's worldview, as outlined in Mein Kampf, was rooted in racial ideology, anti-Semitism, and nationalism. He believed in a struggle for survival between races, with the Aryans that destined to dominate. What the fuck? That's crazy. His anti-Semitism drove the persecution of Jews, which escalated into the Holocaust as a solution to the fabricated Jewish problem. Sorry, the HD88. Nah, dude, don't apologize. We vibing. It's Friday, dude. It's Friday up in here. God damn. Yeah, you had to speak German and join the Hitler Youth. God damn. Life would be so foreign if we were all the same color. Hell yeah, dude. That's why, even in my own story of Illa Men, I was like, fuck, dude, I need to add different people of different complexion in here. There's a lot of white bitches up in here. I will say, the first iteration of Illa Men, there were so many femboys, dude. My addiction was strong. I had to actively go out of my way to start writing women into it. Because, it's a necessity, bro. You can't just, like, who's gonna want to read a story of, like, a gay guy's obsession of femboys? You know what I mean? Like, I love early German industrial music. That's propaganda, bro. You can't do that. No, I'm joking. Alright. Restoring German pride, we already went over that. I'd rather be the only white person in the room than to be a room full of white people. Oh, bro. I don't like hanging out with white people, dude. Like, white people don't really have culture. And I love these, like, right-wing Republicans that are like, oh, what about the Sistine Chapel? Like, bro, the white people in America are not the same as the white people in Europe. And you can pretend that they are, but they're not. Like, in Europe, people read books. Like, they know things. Their school system works. Nah, homie. I mean, femboys are also a vibe. It's got a market, man. Yeah, dude. I mean, there's still femboys in the story, don't get me wrong, but not every female character is a femboy now. Like, I had to go through and, like, look, it's scary writing women. I was going to say, excuse me? No, look, it's scary. So what you want about those Nazis, but they were snazzy drip. Yeah, look, dude, they did have a drip. All right, they did have a drip. I will say, other than the hat, I didn't like the hat, bro, but the suit, the greenish suit, that shit was clean, bro. Armband was a little much, but there was a good contrast of color there. Actually, I think they were black. And sometimes green. Look, writing women, female characters is so hard from a male perspective, dude. It is just so fucking difficult. And I still feel like I failed. You know what I mean? Like, I could read you literally a chapter of the book today, and then you'd be like, that seems very male-coded. And I'd be like, fuck! It's actually easier to write trans characters for me than it is to write women. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I did a female to male character in chapter 20. Bro, I rewrote that chapter like 6 times. And then I even fed it to like one of my friends who is female to male. Melting pot and all, but could embrace different cultures, even if white, lost through time. Exactly. But I will say, the easiest one for me to write was like the male to female character. I don't know why that was so easy to write in contrast. But then again, I've met people that have read my book and were like, nah, dog, this ain't it. Or that, like, the second chapter, because the second chapter is like literally their perspective. But I've also met people that have gone through that same thing, like, this is completely it. You were very respectful of our transition and our struggle and our story. And I'm like, fuck yeah, bro! Fuck yeah! Man, people are just so malleable, man. There's just so many different... Anyway. More research on women needed. Bro. Factual. But to be fair, women have a hard time letting me know things. You know what I'm saying? Like, for years... women just be like, you're a man. And they'd be right. Men are stupid. You know what I mean? We think with our dicks. Like, bro. Men are such a letdown, bro. Men are such a letdown, bro. But I will say, women need to be better teachers, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Oh, let me get my fucking breast cancer awareness light back on. Boop. Hell yeah, brother. Alright. I've done enough reading today. My brain hurts. And I haven't even scratched the surface, bro. I hit up Wikipedia twice and then an AI search, but whatever. I gotta see this debate, bro. I gotta see this. So, I know this motherfucker Stevie Knight is a reactor, and I remember he blew up watching Tom McDonald and shit. And I saw one of his reactions. I was like, yo, this guy's a fucking moron. So I get to see a reactor get blown the fuck out. I hope. I like ABBA and Preach.
Do you agree that there's a lot of parents who neglect those children? Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that those kids should suffer because they have bad parents?
No.
Okay,
I
so
don't think they should, but bad shit happens.
on to the
You
next
know,
point.
and there's so many people that die from car accidents, bro. It's bad, up shit happens. Like, we can't save everybody. We can't save everybody, bro. Like, it is.
But just because we can't save everybody doesn't mean we don't try.
I'm advocating for kids to take advantage of the surplus of food available to them in different ways that it is.
Yeah.
It's not on somebody to do it, bro. Like, you know, you're shitty parents. I get it, dog. This life. Life is fucking hard, dog. And
What a fucking absolute. I can't say ape this time because unfortunately this gentleman is black, so I'm going to have to adjust my vernacular. What an absolute dipshit. So because kids get left behind, we should just let it happen? Isn't it the job of our society to, like, lift people up? Like, aren't you a Christian? Like, do you really want kids to go hungry? Like, just because bad shit happens doesn't mean we let it happen. We can, like, prevent bad things from happening. Like, what kind of logic is this? Fuck it, I don't like to spend money on poor people. Fucking sucks to suck. Get good, learn to code, bitch. Like, what are you saying, dude?
some children are born in fucked up circumstances, bro. It is what it is.
Yeah, but I had a debate with Stevie Knight from Night Talk. He reached out to me to have a discussion after he covered our Kirk video a while back. There's like two parts that really like threw me off.
He had a bad boxer, and there's a video of him getting KO'd. Oh my god. I might have to see this.
Off a lot.
There should be free school lunch for all children.
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Let's go get a job.
A child? You
No,
want child
the parents should go get the job. You are.
God, dude, the more I hear Charlie Kirk talk, the more I remember the crazy shit he said, the less I care about his death. I mean, I barely cared at all, but like that little shed of like, oh no, how dare someone do this to Charlie Kirk is more like, what did you expect was going to happen if you say disgusting shit? It sucks that he really loves. You should check out his Ren numbers. Well, did he really like Ren, or did he like Ren because Ren gets views? I mean, just look at this. This is crazy right here. Look at this, dude. I lost another subscriber. Let's go! Look at this, dude. Look at this. All right, we're gonna go to content right here. Jimmy Kimmel got blocked. Dirt Miller, 30 views. Victus, 20 views. Ren fucking around with Ruby, 182. Vaynard, fucking 30 views. Liv Sangster and Mossy, 24 views. Crazy Blue, 12. Our boys over Donna Rhymes only got 6. Like, Chris Webby got 80. Holy shit, that's huge. Token got 27. Like, iShine got 18. Ren, 489. Like, Gunship, 30. Like, Jesus Christ. At least Romaine got 84. Holy fuck. Like, Sleep Token got 108. That's crazy. Like, a song about Ren got 300 views. But, like, no one watches anything other than Ren. That's all they care about. Even Ren's own people that he goes and recommends and he says that you should watch, no one gives a shit. I have 1,000 people, and one of, like, Victus, a guy who shows up in Ren's shit all the time, 20 views. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm starting to think that a big swath of the Renegades are just fake as fuck. I just truly believe that. Because this was the test for me to see if any of the Renegades would watch anything other than Ren, and they don't. And it almost puts me on edge to not even do Ren content because I'm feeding into a system that's broken. The people that don't turn out for Ren as friends, and they say like all tides lift, like, no, this is all bullshit, dude. None of them actually give a fuck. That's crazy. Like, you get like 5% of the people that probably listen to Ren out of his 2 million subscribers that actually live the way that Ren suggests to live. And everyone else, it's a LARP. It's just some self-help bullshit that they use, and they don't apply any of it to their own life, and they just use it to feel better about themselves. Like, this is disgusting that, like, actual genuine artists that are almost as talented or as talented as Ren get no views. That's insane to me. That's disgusting. The Renegades should be fucking ashamed. And I honestly, I don't even want to be a part of the Renegades if this is how they treat all the other people in the environment. What the fuck is this? Why does this exist? Like, these people are supposed to like believe in the things Ren say, and they don't. They just do whatever they fucking, just whatever to make them feel better.
Damn, dude. Don't give me this stuff. First of all, this is really.
I want children to eat.
Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. It does not exist. We have a child obesity problem.
And I'm like, if you just Google it, what he said is a blatant.
In the U.S., around 13 to 14 million children experience food insecurities in recent years, with 1 in 5 children lacking consistent access to food. This condition, known as food insecurity, means families don't have reliable access to enough food. The number has seen significant increase, with the 2022 data showing the rise in children food insecurities, reversing previous declines. Some of it could be the algorithm, to be fair, feeding Ren out and less other stuff, although there is those people that don't hang around for channels past or react, which sucks. Yeah. Like, I've met a lot of good Renegades, but even in my own community of like the Lost Ones, like only Ren content gets played. It's crazy. Like, I'm like doing any other like music reaction is a detriment to my channel, and it shouldn't be that way. I'm gonna keep doing it. I don't give a fuck, but like, it shouldn't be that way. Like, the problem is eventually, like, people are gonna have to start thinking down the lines of like, oh, well, what do I do to grow as a channel? I need to go watch all the popular shit. I'm not doing that. I fucking refuse.
Lie. But the smugness with which he said that stuff, he's like, well, the parents should pay. Well, we all know there's bad parents out there. We all know there's like parents who neglect their kids, parents who go on drugs, whatever it could be. And
I don't even like the framing of this. Sometimes you're not a bad parent. Sometimes you're just poor, asshole. But I know what he's talking about. He wasn't very articulate with his words there.
We all know there's like parents who neglect their kids, parents who go on drugs, whatever it could be. And Stevie was like aggressively defending this stance. Go get food stamps. You can get food at churches. There's no reason to starve. Do you remember that?
Yeah, there's no reason to starve in America. It's like 1% of households have like I guess, technically a hunger issue, bro. But people are not starving to death.
And Ren's good, but only Ren gives no variation, and he can only record so much. Well, yeah, but eventually you hit a point when you've heard all of Ren's music, it's time to expand your palette. A lot of the criticisms I gave to the music industry can be applied to the fans that prop that music industry up. It's a beautiful message to lift all ships, and we should. A rising tide should lift all ships. But that doesn't mean we turn our back on the other artists. Like, the amount of pushback I've gotten by saying I want to do more Ren adjacent stuff is a little wild to me. Like, I might even take a break from Ren after this big one. I'm gonna just take a month off from doing anything Ren related and just chase Ren's people and see how many subscribers I lose, just to see like how much of them actually gave a fuck. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a good test to do, because I mean, I don't give a fuck what my subscribers are. I mean, I'm gonna lose a lot of people just by going to politics and shit, which I've been doing since day one. I lose subscribers with every video I do because I talk about my personal feelings and stuff, and people don't like that shit. They just want me to sit there and nod along to the music, and I will never do that. They say a lot of things until I say something they disagree with, and then all of a sudden, I think you came at this one in bad faith. It's like, I've done it the same for every single video. Nothing has changed. The only thing that changed is you don't like what I said this time. The problem here is you. Like, dog, I don't know what to tell you. I've changed nothing. This channel is perfect for my ass. Shit, I'm vibing. But I also can't watch your live streams, then rewatch every single video separately too. There aren't enough hours in the day, bearing in mind I also like to watch stuff. You are not, it's not the same thing. I'm not saying any of that. And that's like a weird, that's like a straw man of my argument. I'm not saying you have to watch every video. I have 1,000, almost 2,000 subscribers, or 1,600 subscribers. Like, a video getting 20 views, but then another video getting 700 or 1,000 shows a stark contrast. It's just not the handful of people, because only about 10 people make it into the live streams. Doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, it's not the same thing. And yeah, I make long content. And yeah, there's 100 things to watch, but they sure as hell make the time to show up for Ren, but they sure as hell don't make the time to show up for other people. Like, it's a different argument. Like, no, you're just justifying people not supporting other artists. People can go around and watch 100 reaction channels of High Ren, but they can't go check out Roman's new song? Or Romain's? Come on, man. As much as I require reaction channels and reaction channel viewers to like watch my content, because that's the majority of what I do these days, I would happily get 0 views on videos if it meant those views went to actual artists. Again, reaction channels, I noticed this on other channels as well. Yeah. And then reaction channels should never, like, I would have cried myself to sleep if I would have got more views than Vane did on the song he did, Drift Away, which he got 100. He got 112 views on a song that's a couple months old, and I got about 20. Like, I knew that it was like suicide for a channel to do that. You should never upload content that you know is not going to get views. But it's not about that. It's about the fact that real artists deserve to be seen and heard. And if that means I spend a majority of my time at 20 to 30 views, then I'll do that. I'm calling out the renegades that don't go watch other content. If that's you, then that's you. You know what I mean? Like, you could skip another High Ren reaction and go watch, like, you know, artists do art. Like, reaction content are echo chambers. Most people go into a reaction to go watch something they already agree with and hear nod along to, like, hell yeah, I like what he's saying, because you agree with it. Like, it is literally by definition an echo chamber. It is no different than reality TV. Like, I appreciate all the views I get and like the love I get, but I'm not going to deny what it is. Like, what? It's an echo chamber. It's designed for that. The only reactions I ever watched was when I liked a song a lot, I go find someone to do a reaction to it. And then I realized that I was perpetuating a terrible system that rewarded people that weren't doing actual fucking work. So I quit watching reaction content. I do not watch a single reactor whatsoever. I watch pundits and political people talk about news and stuff, which in a form is reaction content, but most of the time they end up going to debates and have to push their ideas in front of people, which is what my ultimate goal is. I was never going to be just a music react channel. That was my biggest fear, is to be just a music react channel. I don't want that. I bitched about that for years. That's why, like, when I see my reaction channel views getting a shit ton of views, and I go do a video that takes me a month to make that gets a fraction of the views, it's like, what's the point? Like, what's the point of putting effort in anything when it's never rewarded? But reaction shit where I can just turn on a camera and go, I like what he's saying, gets a shit ton of views. And I love Ren. I really like Victus and Romain, and I love the Skinner Brothers. I'm going to their tour, but I don't enjoy Liv. Do I have to watch her music just because she's friends with Ren? Well, no. Well, I mean, it depends on how much you want to live by the ideology that you put out there. If you quote A Rising Tide, then yes. If that's how you want to do it, we got to play nice with the algo. Yeah, well, that's... I can't stand the algorithm shit, man. It makes sense that because if one person liked it, it's another chance another person likes it. If 2 people like it, it's another chance that, you know what I mean? Like, doing stuff you don't like is part of, like, the point of, like, living by a code. Now, I don't live by the code that we need to lift all ships. I live by the code that artists should be recognized for their art. That's it. I'm not watching these other people because I believe in, like, Ren's We Lift All Ships. I think that's a ridiculous statement. Because a rising tide also drowns those that don't lift. Like, a rising tide is dangerous. But I believe that genuine artists that make genuine art need to be heard and listened to, because I love independent artists. I don't like big labels, and I don't like corporatized music. I don't like corporatized policies. I don't like a corporatized world. I like genuine art. So if someone wants to make something that, like, showcases their soul, I want to show up for it, because that's what I like. Even if it doesn't sound sonically good, I listened to 20 minutes of an opera just so I could show respect to the girl that was sticking it to the haters because I believe she's being genuine with what she does. I don't fucking like opera. That shit was trash. And she sang it very well. But I sat through 20 minutes of that shit just so I could help boost her numbers and say, hell yeah, girl, get you your bag. Fuck the haters. If I find an independent artist, I'm going to rock it. It's that simple.
In America, bro, motherfuckers are fat as hell.
But I remember just throwing me off because I'm like, what possesses an adult to look like a 70?
Trooper. Bro, I watch Hutch just because he's a liberal. I don't even like Hutch. That bald motherfucker's arguments typically suck ass. Now, I still like enjoy him in debates because like he's a liberal homie. But bro, sitting through an hour-long Hutch video, I have never finished a Hutch video to its end. Never. He gets like, I get 80% of the way before I want to blow my brains out because he has no personality. He's usually just kind of like, he just feels like he's depressed. I don't know what to say. It just, something about Hutch ain't hitting. But I share an ideology with him and he's a bigger content creator and typically he's got his thumb on the pulse correctly. Just his argumentation sucks.
Year-old. And like I said, there's 14 million kids suffer from food scarcity. That means they don't know where they're gonna get their next meal. I went to school with niggas like that. Y'all didn't go to school with nobody who just sometimes they would show up and they didn't have a lunch and the teacher would sometimes have to fill in if they would. But I remember some lunches, the kids didn't get shit. They used to have to eat out of other kids' boxes.
Where's the actual debate though?
People like, oh, what's wrong with skipping a meal? When you're in development, it's bad. It stunts your growth. They're academic.
Nah, dude, I just want to see the debate. ABBA preach. Okay. ABBA debate TV9. I feel like Al Bundy with debate is like reliving the glory days. Oh, okay, here we go. The actual debate.
So let's get started. So Stevie, you watched our video and you had some critiques for it. So yeah, let me know what you think we was getting wrong in regards to how we handled this Charlie Kirk situation.
No, that makes no sense. A rising tide applies to Ren's friends. The world is full of artists that deserve and get my recognition. I feel like I read that wrong. Are you saying that it does apply to Ren's friends, or are you saying that it doesn't? Because if it applies to Ren's friends, people like Liv Sangster is one of Ren's friends. I'm just saying that if you're going to use the quote that Ren puts out there, you should live through that quote. Not just on the stuff you like. Now, if you want to just say you're a person that's looking for music you like, that's the perfect argument you can make. And you don't have to listen to stuff you don't like. But if you're using the quote and applying it to your life as if you are doing something holier than thou, then you need to be expected to follow through with that. That's just logic. That's just morals. That's just principle at that point. If you use that quote, you should apply it to the artist in Ren's circle, because that's what he uses it for. Like, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I don't use that quote. I don't really like it.
Situation.
Well, I want to keep what I felt was wrong towards the end, but leading up to that, just think it's a differing in opinions, which is fine. That's what we're here for, man. But I think if I can recall correctly, the beginning of it, it was more like a you were talking about,
bro. I think I need to punt this up, dude, to like 1.25. Jesus Christ.
How the right wants to, or we need to tone it down. Or I don't want to say we, right? It was more like focusing on the right versus the left. You know what I mean? And you felt a way about, I'm assuming what your intent was, just focus on the right. Now we need to tone it down, and we're doing the same thing that the left was doing, bro. And where I differ in opinion with you as far as this whole situation is that I don't think anything should be toned down if we're focusing on the right people. You know what I'm saying? I think that the right versus left is being overhyped, which makes sense because we're divisive as hell in society, man. But, the demons are demoning. You know what I mean? And regardless if it's right or left, I feel like, these people need to be held accountable.
The demons are demoning. How do people take this guy seriously? I'm saying, why shouldn't it apply to more than Ren's friends than anybody else? That's not Ren's argument. That's complete. Yeah. No, okay, yeah, no, that's fine, yeah. It shouldn't need to apply just to Ren's friends. Ren is saying that we should lift all people up. I agree. That's also why I'm watching stuff outside of Ren's cycle that still doesn't get views. Like, even those ones got less views. Let's see here. Crazy Blue, a brand new band coming out of Japan. 12 views, baby. Literally a viewer band from a few, like when he was much younger, got 6 views. Hell yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think she's really in Ren's circle. I Shine, you know what I mean? Like, I'm about it regardless. But
we need to zero in on these individuals, and I don't think a toning down at all will work, given the climate.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna say I felt some type of way at the beginning when we're focusing on, like, the emphasis of your video was to highlight Charlie, and then you were trying to compare it to other things that may have happened that were similar.
Sure.
And I think that's taking attention away from, the elephant in the room, which is Charlie Kirk's situation, which we never had a situation like this happen ever, because of the.
We've had political assassinations for like the last 200 to 300 years. They've been a commonplace thing in the world at large for the past, I don't know, all of recorded history. What the fuck are you talking about? You absolute dipshit. 2 lawmakers just got blasted. He's saying when a person finds success, they can lift those up around them. I don't know what the weird reverse argument is you're making that people have to support according to some weird agenda. I'm not making a reverse argument. I'm saying that if people want to spend their time watching reaction content, they should use that time to lift up all of the independent artists. No independent artist should have less subscribers than a reaction guy. Reaction content is not content. It is just some guy talking about his opinions on music. Now, some reactioners, like, Knox Hill, who are actual rappers, I don't like that one, rappers, and then some people that like Waynard or Vaynard or whatever his name is, play music alongside what's happening, and then talk about the strings that are probably being used and stuff. I don't know, I don't watch his content. Like, reaction content is a dangerous circle to fall into, because by and large, you're just kind of going into echo chambers. My problem is that we see a lot of reaction content blow up over genuine artists that deserve that time instead. People like to put themselves in a little bubble of safety and an environment of hearing the things they want to hear. There's a reason why my most disliked videos on Renz are ones where I give him pushback on some of his music. It's because at the end of the day, people don't give a fuck about opinions. They want to hear what they want to hear. That's why they're looking for reaction content to begin with. It's an echo chamber. It is dangerous, and it is harmful for anyone's way of thinking. It's cool that we can lift up people that do those things, but we should probably start with artists first. That's my opinion. That's why I don't watch reaction content. But I'm not telling you how to live your life. I'm just saying, in a perfect world, those who create things should receive things for those that just use other people's creations. Like, there should never be an artist that actually can play an instrument, and singing off the top of his lungs and doing really well, getting less views than a fat fuck watching TV going like, oh man, can you believe he did that? No, that's wild. Like the fact that Stevie Knight is now a millionaire when he's offered nothing to the world other than stupid opinions and ideas because people fell into the echo chamber of liking what he has to say. Like, that's my problem. My problem is that reactors are treated better than they should be. Reactors are just that, reactionary people. I am included in this criticism because I'm willing to be critical to myself. Safety bubbles or echo chambers are boring. Either you hate the message or you get bored with everything that, yeah. I personally love to do things against the norm. I love that shit. Hey, William, do you know who Crypt is? I do know who Crypt is. I do like my boy Crypt, but I also like Crypt's music. I don't watch Crypt's reactions because I started feeling how dangerous reactions were. I started feeling myself getting entrenched into like pre-existing beliefs. It's the same thing that happened with MAGA. It's the same thing that happens with political movements. Like, reactions are just another mouthpiece of that same thing. I don't want to be a reactor. I want to be someone who can put ideas out there and put my book out there and eventually music out there. And reactions are a fun way to interact with my audience. But I never want to be just a reaction channel. I never was and I never will be. I want to get back to doing video game content, doing video essays and things that I think are genuine pieces of art that I'm making. That's my goal. Now, if some people don't like that, I can't do anything about that. But reactions are just something fun to do with the people that watch. I will never just be a reaction channel. I don't have it in me to be just some glorified fucking like thing to look at and laugh at while I'm fucking up on basic things. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not me, man. It's not me. I want to make things. That's why I'm not comfortable with people like, that's why I'm not comfortable with a Patreon or anything like that. Right now, I'm not offering much to the world. That's why these live streams are fun. Ain't a bunch of shit. Exactly, dude. I like to do politics. I like to do video game shit. Like, I want to do it all, not just sit here and talk about how important an artist is to my life. And I'll just say that I've been disappointed by many of the renegades in some small capacity because they are just so hell-bent on one thing. And I understand why a lot of the renegades come to Ren, not because of his music. I would argue they don't probably give a shit about his music at all. The majority of renegades resonate with his message, resonate with his story about him overcoming his disease and sickness and fighting through those things. He put out a video yesterday about reaction channels being what everyone hates about the mainstream. It's kind of a commercial for his gaming. You might enjoy it. Oh! I want to have debates with people. That's what I want. I want to be able to go out there and have an actual conversation. Like, every time Wick puts up a panel that I know anything about, you damn right I'm in his messages going like, put me on. Put me on. I don't give a fuck. You could put me on as the Alex Jones crazy person. I don't give a fuck. Put me on, dude. The whole internet can laugh at me. I just want to participate in this. I have opinions. I want to fucking, come on, get me in there. I don't give a fuck if I get bodied. I'll probably look like an unhinged dipshit. But I want to do it, dog. That shit seems fun as fuck. And this way, maybe I can use my debates on actual people that want to give me pushback instead of my friends that are trying to avoid the conversation, or dipshits on Twitter, or, you know, game facts fucking forums and shit.
Social media and the fact that everyone was able to see it. You know what I'm saying? And that makes the situation a whole lot different than anything that's happened in the past as far as a murder of this magnitude. And, you know, it seems that you were minimizing the impact of what happened to Charlie.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna keep rolling out. I'll let you.
No, go for it. If you're still on this one, I just didn't want to move from this topic.
Yeah,
but
I don't want to roll out like 10 things and have you.
Yeah. It's always better to go point by point. I think so.
Yeah, we should go one for one.
Yeah.
So, it felt like, from my end, it felt like it was a right versus left type of thing, and you know what I mean. From how you were describing it, you know, right's doing this, the left's doing this.
Basically, it's saying reactions are so oversaturated, they're boring. That's why he's going away from them. Yeah, dude. Personally, I think they are, dude. I got that feeling like 4 years ago. I started watching reaction content. I was like, the fuck am I doing? Why am I watching someone else like a song? I don't give a fuck what this person's opinion is on this song. I know what my opinion is on this song, and that's all that really matters. Yeah, it's all rage bait. Just, I don't know. And like, this is like kryptonite, right? Like, no reaction guy should talk about how reactors are kind of poisonous to society. I shouldn't say that. I'm a reactor. I react to content all the time. Even political pundits, by and large, are just reacting to the information on the ground level. That's it. Like, it's all just reactionary shit. But people, like, fall into, like, these things, man. And I don't know if I fuck with it, dude. I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing a pattern that just, I feel like it's like the same shit that's dangerous for people by and large. Now, I understand like how it could create a community. Like people that, it's hard to like go join another community. Like I tried to join DGG. Bro, I couldn't even get a word in edgewise to anybody. They already have like established inbred fuck Hell yeah, dude. I remember I tried to join DGG and I got called a troll immediately, or a contrarian, for disagreeing with a point. I'm like, well, hold on. I thought this is like what this is all about. We're supposed to be getting to like root causes instead of just like agreeing with one another. Like even in Destiny's community, it's a big circle jerk between a bunch of people that already agree with one another on a mass majority of things. And I'm not that guy. I don't want to be part of a community that just does that. DGG, yeah, it's Destiny's thing or whatever. I'm in their Discord, but I never post because what's the point? Everyone just sits in there and agrees with one another. It's disgustingly boring. Like, okay, I don't even know why I'm here. You know, and then, so I understand why, like, it's kind of cool to, like, go in to see a smaller reactor, start a community with them, because then you can get in and, like, you guys can actually build up a thing and then make up your own. That was a reference towards Die Antwoord. Antwoord. Word? I don't know.
And you're saying it's hypocritical of the right to be complaining about the same things that the left is doing, or what the right is implying that we're doing. And to me, it shouldn't be about that. It should be about, we isolate, you know, the evil, the degenerate shit that's going on. And when we try to minimize or just bring up the comparison between Charlie Kirk and everything else, it minimizes the tragedy that everyone just witnessed and like the impact it had on everyone, man. So I feel like it's deflecting from it, and it's like you know, Charlie Kirk, his tragedy was important, but other things has happened, and the right was doing the same thing. So it's kind of like, no, it is, to me, it's minimizing, you know, what happened.
Got you. So I think there's 2 points in there. One being the hyper focusing on right versus left. You felt like we did that too much. And the second part is minimizing Charlie Dess's murder. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to go to the first point, I did have that in my notes. I think in your video at around 2 minute mark, you said that I was minimizing Charlie Kirk's murder by comparing it to other political violences, or like contextualizing it in the way that I was doing.
How the fuck is comparing a political assassination with another political assassination minimizing the death? Unless you think less of those deaths. So if he's comparing it to the Minnesota lawmakers that got capped by MAGA people, if those deaths are less significant, then okay, maybe comparing it to a less significant thing would be like, what a terrible fucking, how is he like, nah.
Doing? I don't think I'm minimizing it. I disagree with that characterization for a few reasons. I think it's natural when someone dies that we try to understand why. That's why people love murder mystery. That's why people, you know, every time someone dies, they want to know who the perpetrator.
And well, also like we should determine why, so we can find out like the just punishment for that who commits the crime. Like we need to find motive. What? We need to find state of mind so that we can charge someone with like an actual crime, because it's all important in the process of determining guilt. What the absolute fuck?
Is they want to know who their motivations are, because murder is generally something that we see as incredibly heinous. And so understanding what led to that is always important. When I'm not comparing, this is not the right word. What I'm doing is that I'm explaining away how our society led to this moment and this man, because he wasn't murdered in a vacuum. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was an individual who's incredibly troubled, and he was.
Yep. No, we won't celebrate or collaborate or.
Wasn't a crime of passion. This was an individual who was incredibly troubled, and he decided to go out and murder somebody for their political opinions, their affiliation, maybe because they had mentally ill issues, who knows. But there's a landscape, and there's a lot of things that lead up to this murder. It's always important to examine these things, because if we don't understand how we got here, then we're going to be doomed to repeat it. It's never, in my opinion, a bad thing to contextualize any world event, provided you contextualize it fully, right? Or at least you try to, because without context, then all that happened was that someone was shot. Context is everything.
You came looking for booty. What's up, Ty? What's going on, my man? Oh, what's going on, son?
Well, to that point, that makes total sense what you're saying, but to me, it didn't come across that way when you voiced that in the video. It seemed like you were trying to, highlight the divide between the right and the left, or whoever.
He was trying to highlight the divide between the right and the left. How much are you doing? Bro, I'm always good, bro. It's Friday, dude. It's nice and cool in here. I took a shower this morning. What's up? Why are you staring at me? Come on, man. People always be looking at me through this window, bro. I can't wait till winter when I can actually close the thing and I'm not fucking sweating my balls off.
Whoever the instigators of it are. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't seem like you were trying to get to the root of the problem or how we trying to fix it. It's like, like I said before, I mean,
Nah, dog, I don't smoke in the house just out of kindness. And it's also the rule. But also, you ain't got no job, I'm gonna get you high today. Bro, I should start getting baked on stream before stream so that, like, I'm way more chilled out, bro, and I'm less sporadic when something crazy happens. Like, I'm less likely to blow a blood vessel or have a stroke when I'm baked. I feel like that's crazy. Oh shit, I got this Discord thing. What's going on here? She said, Pixie's in here, but when she types, she's invisible. Pixie, what did you do? Are you like I didn't ban you? Hold on. It doesn't even say you're in here, Pixie. It only shows it's just participants in chat. Never mind. If we take a step back and observe the bigger picture, who benefited the most? Yeah, dude. The fucking right did. They're milking the fuck out of this thing, dude. Is there a way that I can... Oh, you know what? Let's hit this button. Go to the live dashboard. Gotta mute this immediately. I do not like to hear me talk. Oh, yeah, cool. We have an excellent connection. Now what? Tell me who's in here? No. How do I do this? I can donate to myself? I can engage with the audience? What does this do? Oh my god, you can do polls and shit? Why are none of these options over here in Streamlabs? What the fuck, bro? Pixie, I can't. Hello again. Just saying that so I show up. Oh, by the way, Ty, we need to make you a moderator. Even though when I start talking politics, you're gonna run away. Hello again. I'm just saying. What's up, Sputnik? What's going on, baby? You beautiful son of a gun. I don't know why I can't see live chat. Here we go. That's crazy. Pixie, I did not ban anybody. Hold on. Community moderation. Let's go here. What is this? Content moderation, none. Blocked words, none. Post in your community, viewer post on. I don't know what that means, so I won't mess with that yet. Basic, none. Okay, what does that do? I'm losing my mind. Pixie, Pixie, what did you do? How did you get yourself put into invisible? This isn't the chat you're looking for. Yeah, I had to do that too. That's crazy. Whoa, nice vocal range. What's going on, dude? I don't know about all that. That is a very... Ooh. Okay. Pixie, I don't know, bro. I don't have anything blocked on my side. Like, at all. What's going on, Media Watch? I've never seen you in here. What's going on, baby? We're here having a good time. All right. Ty, what are you doing right now? Are you trying to get in some games, or are you actually going to watch this debate with dear old dad?
you're saying now, if you had voiced it that way in the video, I wouldn't have had the mindset that I have in regards to what you said. But in the video, it didn't come across to me like that at all. It felt like,
well, right now the pervasive narrative, and this is where it comes to the left versus right thing. The pervasive narrative that's
First time, I enjoy the small platforms. To be honest, me too, man. The bigger a platform gets, the harder it is to interact with the people that show up there. Hell yeah, brother. Well, thank you for stopping by. Hopefully you enjoy your stay.
online, and that's being espoused by some of the most important people in our political, stratosphere, is that violence of a political nature is.
I use that same word, political stratosphere. Bro, am I using the same vernacular that ABBA and Preach uses? That's not cool, man. That's not cool. I need to come up with my own words.
Solely left wing, okay? And I remember at about 3 minutes 29 seconds when Matt Walsh is talking in your video, you said that I was interpreting what he's saying when he's talking about good versus evil. It's time for the righteous to prevail over the forces of evil. You were saying that I was making a left versus right thing, right? But that's just not true.
hold on, let me make a correction, because you go further on in the video. I recognize that point. I said, hold up, if Matt Walsh is doing that, highlighting the left like this, that's unfair to do so. Then I went on to say,
Okay, well, at least that's a fair thing for him to say. I mean, but it's a little disingenuous at the same time. Obviously, when they're coming out and saying, this is one of, wait, I need to work out what it means. Chobolness? I don't understand. That's one of my words. Now I need to work out what it all right, man. But I feel like it's a little disingenuous, right? Because, like, obviously, when they're talking about the forces of good and evil, is Stevie Knight about to say that, like, he's only talking about those that are suffering from a mental disability? The violent people on both sides need to be stopped? Or is he going to just primarily agree with the Matt Walshes of the world? Despite calling it out, you still have to look at, like, the things people do. Like, calling something out is not nearly enough within itself. You have to look at the actions as well. Words are meaningless if they aren't backed by action.
saying this makes the left look bad, it makes the transgenders look bad, it makes everybody affiliated to this look bad, like guilty by association. That's not the right thing to do. It should be a good versus evil thing, right? But then I went on, because you had a couple other videos of people uttering or echoing the same sentiments as far as, righteous and good and evil. But I did highlight Matt Walsh in that video specifically saying, all right, I see that he is describing the left in this manner, and that should be the move.
Right.
Well, and it's not just Matt Walsh, it's also Steven Crowder, it's also Milo Yiannopoulos who's trying to do his comeback. It's also a handful of Alex Jones, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles. Like, they're all characterizing. Media Watch depends on the moment you listen as to what we are into with Will. We are the lost ones. Yeah, dude. Dude, sometimes it's like, by and large, it's usually music reacts, the occasional political video, and then a little bit of video games. Which maybe we should make it like 30 music reacts, 30% video games, and then, 40%. Yeah, you know what? I think that by saying you might stop doing rain reaction for a while, you turn Pixie invisible. We have to clap and say, I do believe in rain reactions. I do believe. All right, let's do it. I do believe in rain reactions. I do believe Pixie come back to us. Stop being lost in the void. Come on, girl, get out of there. But I mod 6 channels on YouTube, 4 on Rumble. I get it. Whoa! Hell yeah! I do believe in React. We try to summon Pixie back, bro. She's lost in the void. The darkness took her. Dude. I couldn't imagine actually moderating a channel. Like, holy fuck, dude. That's so rough. My one question is, when you're moderating a YouTube channel, like, I saw this recently in Destiny's community, where the moderator came out and spoke out against the channel direction that the channel was making. How many communities have you ever seen do that? Are you allowed to give pushback to, like, the people that you moderate for? Hell yeah. Pixie, come back to us. Ah! It's a fly! Be gone! Let's see. Do I have another message from her? No. None. You are there to be neutral. Ah, that's crazy. Was it a fly or Pixie? Did Pixie just leave? It's so crazy. Like, I can see, oh my God, there's 12 people in here? You guys are crazy. I usually don't have that on. I usually have that off at all times. So I can, like, dude, all right, look. I said this in a few of my reaction videos, but one of the really important things to do when you're, like, streaming, and I learned this very early on, is you cannot wait for that stream counter to go up. You have to, like, talk as if people are there anyway, which has had a positive effect on my YouTube channel, but a negative effect in my personal life, because I've unfortunately not learned how to shut the fuck up. 13 watching, 9 upvotes, we can do better. I don't know about that, man. This is my peak already, dude. This is my peak already. My usually highest is 10. You know what I mean? All right, come on, Stevie Knight. Just,
right, but again, at about like 6 to 7 minutes in the video, you kind of do it again where you say that, you know, that's how I'm interpreting a lot of this narrative of good versus evil. But it's not just Matt Walsh. Ben Shapiro said that most...
Look. I will have neutral moderators, but not neutral in the sense. My goal of neutral is to have a Republican moderator and then a liberal moderator. And the two of them can continually fight with each other on what moderation is appropriate. Tim Pool, Wings of Pegasus, Jeff Mack, a lot of indie music, most over 100K users. It's a thankless job. Holy fuck, bro. And the worst part is you guys get to see the worst shit, because, like, in a perfect world, the content creator like Tim Pool will never know, because, like, he's not moderating his content. He's not paying attention to it. He's just looking at his camera going, what's up, bro? You evil Democrats, you know? Excuse me. And then meanwhile, the moderators, moderator on moderator action. I like. Exactly, dude. Just like my politics, you got to keep the right and left constantly embroiled in conflict. I can't be trusted with any level of authority. Oh, look, dude, I used to tell my buddies that wanted to be like, because I have 2 buddies that are cops, and I'd be like, I don't know how you guys do it. I would be the worst cop on earth. I would give tickets to people that were just assholes. Like, if I heard a guy yell at his wife, ticket. I wouldn't give a shit. You know, I'd pull over every guy that speeds. Texas Republican, I bite my tongue a lot. Yeah. Well, hey, man, don't worry. Even though I'm pretty critical of Trump and MAGA, I'm still pretty peaceful with Republicans. You know? They're kind of my people still. I can see him screaming and turning red when people say things he wants to push back against. The only people who should have power are people who really don't want it. That's true. You know what I mean? Like, that's true. A Texas Republican. How did you find your way here, bro? Shit, I'm gonna scare you away. I'm so sorry. But you know what? I got mad respect for you, dude. You know, coming into random, like, chats and stuff, seeing some of the crazy unhinged shit you see people on the... It's about the conversation, not about the position. Exactly, bro. Exactly. I mean, like, dude, a majority of my 2 best friends, Republican. My son, probably going to become Republican if he's still here in the chat. Ty, I know you will be, bro. Charlie Kirk's death sparked something in my boy, dude. My parents, Republican. Media I can get with. Exactly, dude. I can get with that. Yeah, dude. I like the conversation. I love the debate, bro. Fuck, man. This shit's glorious. I ban him. Ricardo, there's a reason why you're not a moderator, dude. Ricardo's kind of a little crazy sometimes, though. Like, Ricardo, every time I'm, like, making a moderate take, Ricardo's like, no. He's like, nah, bro.
So the political violence today is flowing from left-wing movements and ideology. Elon Musk was on Twitter. He said, the left is the party of murder. If they won't let us live in peace, then our choice is to fight or die. Alex Jones said the right-wingers are in a war during a live stream. And he said that the left has been put a bullseye on Trump, and he put a bullseye on his supporters. President Trump himself, during...
Hell yeah. Get him, Abba.
Let's see here. Let me pull up the clip, because I think it's just important to me to get the exact words that he said. On Fox and Friends, he says, we have radicals on the right as well. And he says, I'll tell you how, I can see the clip you wanted. I'm going to just read it verbatim, his quote.
I believe you, though, bro.
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see more crime. The radicals on the left are the problem. So when I'm talking about right versus left, I'm not talking about someone in a vacuum or someone at home. I'm talking about the most important people in our political discourse framing most of this violence.
Holy fuck, I just realized Stevie is wearing a shirt that says I'm a masculinist. Bro, how can your hatred for feminism be so powerful that you do the exact same thing in reverse? Like you're becoming the very thing you're bitching about. I hate MGTOW and men's MRAs and MIG rights guy. Like, Jesus Christ. I refuse to identify political stuff because my anxiety can't deal with confrontation. So I just quiet stay here. Look. I will do your battles for you, Nikki. You just tell me who comes talking. I'll come argue with him. I'll be like, hey man, what's going on? My name is William Barry, and today I want to talk to you about whatever is like a thing you care about. You know, just insert that. Be like, and I'm here to fight for Nikki. Bring it on, assholes. Bring it on. Like, honestly, if you can't argue both sides of the political spectrum, maybe you should just not participate. Like, if you're so ideologically captured that you can't see the point that a Republican is trying to make when they say something, you might already be too far gone. It's pretty easy to understand the point. Now, my problem is I used to defend a lot of Republicans, especially on immigration and Trump and stuff like that. And then Trump got in office, and then he literally put his dick on my forehead and said, actually, all the things they accuse me of, I'll end up doing. And now don't you look like a dipshit for defending like our actual speak? And it's like, fuck. You know, many times I used to argue with people like Tucker Carlson isn't trying to ban all Muslims. Tucker Carlson doesn't want to shut down all immigration. He's talking about lawful immigration. And then Trump gets in office and we see mass deportations and civil rights being fucking completely eviscerated, and we don't give a shit. And like the constitutionalists are like the people that should defend the Constitution, but when Trump shits on it, you're just like, hell yeah. Exactly, 100%. I'm pro-abortion, gun-owning right-winger. Figure that one out. I said one thing about my trouble with my personal situation, about being confused, and about who should be sorting me, and you yelled at me. Whoa! I never yelled at you. I was yelling at someone else. You took it against you. I found a good source where the Americans living paycheck to paycheck digs into the data and incomes and cost of living rather than what people self-report. Hell yeah. Nikki, stay safe, stay secure. That is important. That said, alt accounts registered under alt information. Nikki, I was talking to that one person. I don't remember who it was. I think it was Petite Story Girl, who I believe is unfortunately unsubscribed now. We were talking about victim complex, and then you were like, no. And I was like, yo, wait, hold on. Because I'm like for helping those that are without, you know what I mean? And when I'm talking to someone that says like the whole system is like designed to destroy them, I'm a liberal selling oil in Texas. Well, it's just loud. He wouldn't be shouting. Exactly. Exactly, dude. And if I came off that way, Nikki, allow me to do this. I apologize. 100%. 100%. In fact, if I was there, I'd give you a big old hug to let you know. People, like, assume that I'm mad. Like, dude, my girlfriend does this to me all the time. She'd be like, you're getting angry with me. And I'm like, I'm just a loud moron. I'm not getting angry at you. Like, when I get angry... don't mind Ricardo, bro. He's like I said, he's a little far down the left spectrum. So Nikki, if you feel that way, seriously, no. Ricardo. Yeah, by the way, if you have that link, I'll happily read it right here on stream. I spent the early portion when angry, I get quiet while I'm plotting. Like, look, dude. When I'm angry, I get like nothing but red, and like you won't understand the words I'm saying. I turn into like a little demon boy. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? I don't mind him. My friend is a Cuban pothead. Down the spectrum, that's dark. I might steal that. I didn't mean it like that, bro. I just meant on the political spectrum. But if you want to go that route, bro, I'm not doing that. What was I about to say though? Fuck. Yeah, when I'm mad, dude, I don't even sound like a person, dude. One, I get incredibly apathetic, and then I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I turn into Alex Jones when he's ranting about babies. I'm honestly confused, so I don't know what I'm thinking about a lot of political stuff. I'm also confused about the change in my personal life for the last year and a half. Exactly. I mean, Nikki, you are undergoing a terrible situation. Like, the fact that the government is propping up ways to, like, stop you from getting money is fucking insane. And we do need a massive reform on how we take care of those that are let go. By the way, I love you, Will. I love you too, Nikki. We do need to do a massive reform on those that are left behind. I just think that it's dangerous when people get in their mindset that the entire system is bad, all politicians are corrupt. I don't like to attribute malice to people until I see evidence of malice. I know that a lot of people don't like that. It's the same reason why I don't attribute a lot of malice to, like, Charlie Kirk. I think Charlie Kirk said horrendous shit. I love you too, Will. What's up, dude? I love you too, Keegan. Weegan Keegan? Wait, Keegan. I recognize that name. There's no way that you're the chick I lived with in Alaska like 20-something years ago. It wasn't something I had to ever think about. Yeah. Like, dude, so many people get left behind in our system. Like, hell, we had lynchings all the way up until like the 1960s in our country. Like, it's fucking crazy. I'm 64, married, 39 years, landowner in Texas. Life started in public housing. Don't let current status define you. Exactly. What? I had a roommate. Oh, fuck, dude. For some reason, my recording quit, but the stream is still going. All right, cool. I'm going to have to download this video to upload content. Whatever. Works out better. I will always side with the underdog. Well, Ricardo, that's not true. There was a time when the left was the dominant powerhouse and corporatism was on different timeline, bro. Different timeline. The left had a lot of control, and I bet you were still on the left side. There was a time when, like, MAGA was like the underdog, and I don't think you sided with them at the time. Especially in the 2016 election. Like, everyone thought Hillary was going to win that shit, bro. I was going to say, my roommate back in Alaska, they had a dog named Keegan, and that dog was the most gangster dog of all time. It was like one of those... Not like that. I know, Ricardo, I know. Because I had a husband who earned income for us, so after 32 years of that situation, slowly becoming alone and completely destitute, I'm confused. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Is the oils in my face from that shower, like, gone enough to where, oh, God! It's gonna hit me again, guys. Don't worry. I'm gonna get it twice. I hate this light, bro. Elgato, fuck you for making it have the wrong gigahertz for Wi-Fi adapters, and I'm stuck with this thing being a billion fucking...
Only left. And what you did in the video, and I did appreciate, is that when we said, if you look at the numbers, you know, people got mad because I quoted the EDL, but there's all sorts of things from FBI statistics to different organizations who track terrorist attacks. Most of it comes from religious extremists and then right-wingers. Left-wingers at the bottom of that list, especially over the last 10 years. So I'm not trying to frame this as left versus right. That's the plate that's already been set. Since Charlie Kirk died, the right has not stopped politicizing his death. They haven't stopped using it for fuel for their attacks on the left. And so in that climate, you're asking people to not talk about left versus right, but if the left doesn't, then just right gets to make the narrative that they're the violent ones. And it's just not true.
Well, my opinion is that both just, it's not a left and right thing. It's an evil versus good thing. You know what I mean?
Ricardo, shut up. You're a gremlin. Nah, dude. We don't need to be talking bad about my boy Ricardo. It's got the power of a dying sun. Bro, this thing, I swear to God, not even Thor could lift this bitch. Bro, There's no way Stevie is not about to say the right is not trying to use Charlie Kirk as like an attack vector on the left. There's no way. There's no way he's about to say that.
And that's, I mean, and then it's me watching you, so I'm expecting that to be that should be the point. You know what I mean? It's like what you're doing is adding just, fuel to the fire to what you're saying everybody else is doing. Like you're highlighting the hypocrisy of people complaining about what the left does, seriously what the right is doing the same thing. You know what I mean? But, with that, like I said, with that the Matt Walsh clip, I specified I definitely could tell he was highlighting the left, but all that shit is fucking wrong. And I said that in the video.
I agree.
I said that in the video, right? I said that it's not a left versus right thing. It makes
Okay, but why are you only calling out Matt Walsh? Right uses Charlie Kirk like the left uses Kimmel. No different. Oh, I mean, it is a little different, right? Like, one of them is like the actions of a president trying to like strong arm the media into like capitulating to his agenda. And the other one was an insane person that shot someone in the throat when we still don't have the information about Charlie Kirk, like the actual assassination attempt. We don't have all the information yet. I'm not going to conflate the two things, but there is a massive difference between these two things. Stevie lost me a long time ago. King Dada clips Stevie White Knight in the hat saying white power. What? The whole bullet thing. It's not likely my husband died. He just announced that he's gay and moved 900 miles away and won't speak to me. We had what I thought was a great marriage for 32 years. I disagree. Kimmel was a business decision. 230 affiliate drive businesses. CK was a diff for spreading nothing like Kimmel. Yeah, media, I get that, but it feels like who's got the bigger martyr game? See, I disagree with both of those. One, Trump has already said that he's going to double down on his efforts to get Jimmy Kimmel fired. The FCC chair also openly admitted that he was trying to put pressure on Jimmy Kimmel for his political opinions. Now, we can talk about censorship and Twitter and like Donald Trump getting banned off of Twitter or whatever back when he was president. It's not going to go in the direction I think that we both wanted to. But it's not the same thing of an acting president going after political dissent within our media organizations. And there's a reason why. If it was just a disagreement on a business decision, then why is Trump so mad that he was reinstated after they lost $4 billion in market value? If it was just a business decision, it wouldn't matter. There's a reason why Trump got upset when they reversed the decision. It's because Trump wanted him gone. And he was using his FCC guy to do it. Jimmy Kimmel 2018, I understand Rosa Barrett getting booted. Hypocrisy? Well, there's a difference between Jimmy Kimmel talking about the things that, Charlie Kirk said and talking about it, and Roseanne Barr screaming the N-word. Like, these are different things. Trump is petty and vindictive. I think I dislike that so much because this is a personality failing I also have and I don't like in myself. Now that I can get behind. Right. And Nikki, you should be able to get all the help you need. I don't know why anyone in the government would give you a hard time. Dude, this guy's a fool. Boo. No. He's not a fool. He's got a different opinion and views things from a different perspective. And then hopefully we can bridge that difference and at least just come out and say, freedom of speech is all-inclusive. Well, yes, but a business deciding that you saying hate speech on a platform can be, like the FCC didn't come after Roseanne Barr, the corporation did. It was a personal decision by the corporation. So I just don't talk about stuff I'm confused about. I understand that, Nikki. But see, my problem is I talk about everything and I'm confused about it all. I openly admit that I'm a dipshit. But look, man, there's a difference here. They're not analogous. It's like an apple and an orange. We can talk about the zoomed out perspective that two people got canceled for statements, but if you dive into those statements and like the surrounding information around them, they are way different. And again, one of them is coming from the President of the United States. The other was an unhinged lunatic that shot someone in the throat. Now, okay, so 200 votes are still banning Kimmel. Either way, a business decision. Well, yeah, but can I be a moderator? Never. A business decision spurred by the FCC trying to like completely nullify someone's opinion that is against Trump. Like Jimmy Kimmel did say nothing that was disgusting. Like he didn't like stoke hatred. All he said was that the shooter could be on the right. Can I be a moderator? I don't know. I don't even know how many moderators I can assign. Please, just for a minute. No, dude, I like this media guy. We are allowed to have people we disagree with. Come on, Ricardo. This media guy is nice. He's being very, very respectful. Like, we can disagree on a particular thing. And we need to be having that again, bro. Even though I don't like Charlie Kirk, he at least had conversations with people. Now, typically they were young people that were unequipped to have conversations, but a conversation is still a conversation. Please don't ask me to moderate. I won't, dude. Luckily, my channel's small enough that I can still do the moderation myself, kind of. Maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty bad at reading.
Everybody look bad. We need to focus on the motherfuckers actually making things horrible for everybody. The extremists, the radicals, all that. You know what I mean? That's what my focus was. I feel like that's what the focus should be for everybody.
Yeah, and I did have that noted in some of the things that I like that you did. I did appreciate that you actually said that, because a lot of people are not saying that, or they're just avoiding the topic entirely. But you have to understand, when I'm watching this video, when I'm watching the discourse, I'm looking at things in its totality. So when I'm talking about...
What video are you talking about? When you say you're watching the video, what video?
I think I was looking at a lot of the political coverage in regards to...
Please don't hate me enough to be a moderator. That's exactly why Nikki should be a moderator. I do already have 3 moderators. One of them ended up being a flat earth person. Remember that there have been threats to review broadcast licenses if people show Kimmel. Is it really just a business decision? Nikki Bridge is truth. Fuck, dude. I had a thought in my crappy brain. Fuck, dude. My brain. All right, it went to mush. It is what it is.
I've been looking at the people who are responding, everyone who's been talking about this, and how the public is talking. If you spend time online, they're not talking about this as like both sides. That's not a lot of the discourse. A lot of the discourse, especially from the right, is that they're just saying essentially the left is the violent party. Go check out those comment sections. Go check out a lot of discourse from the
That's going to happen every time that happens. Every time someone from the left does something crazy, they're going to highlight the left. When the right does something, they're going to highlight the fucking right. It just that comes with the territory.
Right. But it should be noted.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen. Like, there's a difference here. When the left commits an atrocity, or one of its people do, almost every major person on the left side, Gavin Newsom, to Barack Obama, to Joe Biden, to Kamala Harris, to all of the political pundits, they all come out and go, we do not condone violence. This guy isn't one of ours. Fuck this dude. When the right does it, they make jokes and memes. Like actual leaders, like the President of the United States, jokes and memes. Matt Walsh, jokes and memes. Steven Crowder, jokes and memes. Like, these aren't analogous. Like, you can find unhinged lunatics on TikTok that are dancing and parading around that they're happy that Charlie Kirk is dead. But who the fuck are they? They're a nobody on the internet, much like myself. Like, if they have an audience, it's a very small audience, and they're usually young, mentally challenged people, like, that think that death is okay because they've been radicalized. It's not fair. It's not the same. People saying it are damaging society. Yeah, exactly. And we call out ours. The right never calls out theirs. I'm not on TikTok. I'm over 14 years old. Well, I mean, you can also just check Twitter. And Twitter, my God, man. My God. Twitter is basically 4chan. I stand by that. There's even the same amount of porn. Like,
that we should correct those narratives and say that these are not one-sided things. If you watched our video, we didn't say violence is only right-wing. We said there's plenty of people who've murdered people on the left, from the left, and we said that. But the dominant narrative right now is that left-wingers are the violent ones, and they're obviously, especially with the most recent murder, it makes sense that it's going to be the dominant narrative. But it's important to not let those lies be able to be spread, and to say, actually, guys, you're wrong. In fact, this year there's been other people who've been killed. You said we were minimizing his death by bringing up these other murders, but those deaths are part of this discussion. The same thing that led to those people being killed is the exact same thing that led to Charlie Kirk being killed. And it's important to know that, because if we don't understand that, then all this is just going to happen again. You said it was different.
Tread X is effed up? Yeah, bro. I mean, I love it. I love to go on Twitter because I get to be unhinged and I don't have to like choose the proper vernacular and think my way through it. I can just come out and be like, y'all fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I just get to be unhinged. But it's bad for the soul, bro. Like,
different in your video because Charlie Kirk died on camera and nobody was supposed to see that. You remember you saying that?
Yeah.
Right. To me, I understand that the fact that he died on camera makes it much more graphic, much more in your face. But at the end of the day, murder is murder. Dying is.
I will say, as fucked up as this statement is, it is a bit of irony that he died while talking about school shootings. Yeah, full of people like, exactly, bro. Also, Ricardo, we don't know anything about Media Watch. You know what I mean? Media Watch could be like a never Trumper. You know what I mean? Those exist. They're very rare, but they could be someone like Brad Pumblo or Connor, whatever. Also, just because someone supports Trump, like our party, doesn't mean they like back everything Trump does. You know what I mean? Like, we could just use like Nazi Germany as an example. You don't know? Girl. Nazi Germany, only 33% of them were like hardcore Nazis and shit. There were a bunch of people within Nazi Germany that tried to like help Jews and gypsies and all that shit. And pretty much YouTube and Discord only. I even hate Facebook with a passion. And also Instagram. Anything that gives me notifications about what other people say constantly can fuck off. Like, I'm not subscribed to your feed, bro. I don't need to know that Timmy fell at school today. What the fuck? If I click your page, I should be able to read what the fuck you're saying. Like, bring me back to MySpace, dog. God, I missed that.
Dying. Someone is
But
victimized.
it's the effect that it has on society. It's not the same. In a vacuum, it's the same. But if people were able to see that video until the end of time now,
Sure.
right, they're able to see that man go out the way that he did, and knowing up until this, I can't compare someone else that had the amount of influence Kirk had. You know what I mean? And to have, if he hadn't been murdered in front of everyone at once, your analogy, your comparison will be fair, man. But
Okay, can I ask you something?
You can't minimize
If Kirk was not killed on camera, if Kirk's not killed on camera, is this situation more or less tragic?
It's less tragic.
So dying on camera makes a murder worse?
No, not the murder worse, but the effect that has on the people is worse because everybody can see it.
It makes it different. It makes it different. But from a moral standpoint, it's the exact same. There's no difference in morality. It's just more shocking.
It's a different conversation. I'm just talking about tragedy. Morality is the same. I'm talking about the effects it's having on society.
Yeah, but if I'm talking about other murders, I'm talking about other murders, I'm talking about the moral.
The danger is loud. A violent minority can intimidate good people into staying quiet, especially silencing anyone critical of the leader. The good people feel like they're alone. Exactly, dude. You know, I'm pretty sure if I were to call my parents, I'm hopeful that if I called my parents, they wouldn't be buying into all of the Trump sycophantic shit. I like to believe that. But watching my mom run defense for January 6th pardons after she said Trump would never do that kind of broke my brain. Kind of broke my brain, to be honest.
Aspect of it. But that doesn't mean that we can't contextualize it with those other murders. You say it's not comparable, but I disagree. They died for the same reason. They died for the exact same reason.
If you had related that way, trying to bring up the similarities and how you conveyed it just now, it would make more sense. But that's not at all how you conveyed it in the video.
He didn't have to convey that in the video, you dipshit. It's implied. We're talking about political murders, assassinations. All political murders and assassinations fall into the same bucket. Just because this guy was white and liked by a bunch of people doesn't mean it's different. What the fuck? Just because this one happened on camera, like, dude, JFK was shot on camera, bro. What the fuck?
You know, it came from, you know, a leftist bias type of perspective from my end, that you were trying to minimize it by bringing up other similarities. You didn't bring up you didn't bring anything up about it being moral or same morally. You were just saying, to summarize it, you know, Kirk died, everybody else died, and this happens with political violence.
Yes, because what I'm getting at is not how he died, or like in front of who that he died. What I'm focused on is why was he killed. Okay, so let me say I agree with you. You know, let's do a different exercise.
Yeah, it's called root causes, bro. Like, this is something that Republicans used to say, that guns aren't the problem, that people are. And believe it or not, I largely agree. We can take guns out of someone's hands, they're going to find some other means to kill somebody. Now, guns give them a higher success of killing people and killing more people at a larger time, but guns are not inherently the problem. The problem is the ideologies that people believe into, the radicalization that people can fall into, especially in internet, you know, echo chambers. But also, more importantly, by dehumanizing one another. Like, it's the reason why Nazi Germany was so successful at what they did. They dehumanized the Jews and blamed the Jews for every major problem that they had. They used Jews as a scapegoat. Like, breaking news, Newsom just got his anti-mask ISET mandate overruled by the CA federal court. Damn. Anti-mask. Oh, so he was trying to ask him to unmask? I wonder why they... Okay, let's read into that real quick. Because that is my home state. Anti-masks overruled. California. California lawmakers exclude state law enforcement from mask ban. 9/6. No, this isn't today. Okay, then let's just do it here then, since odds are this is going to be done faster. Oh, we might release 20 minutes ago. Just copy your whole sentence. 3 days ago, 5 days ago, 4 days ago, 4 days ago, 6 days ago, 4 days ago, 1 day ago. Yahoo News, ew. In a rare rebuke, federal officials disciplined ICE officers for shoving a woman in. That's not it. Maybe I just gotta wait for more reporting to come out before it's part of like the fucking algorithm.
Let's say I agree with you. These are different to a degree. So what's your point? We shouldn't contextualize his murder?
Well, in your video, it didn't feel like you were contextualizing. If I felt personally that you contextualized it, trying to get to the root of a problem, then we wouldn't be here today. But I feel like your intent was to minimize Kirk's.
Look up. All right. Oh my god, getting news anymore is just difficult. You can get slop so easy. Two days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 2 days ago, 2 days ago, 4 days ago, 4 days ago. Maybe because I'm in Canada, they don't allow fucking.
Death by bringing up all these things that happen.
I would argue that you are minimizing his death by not contextualizing it properly. If you don't talk about why something happened and how we got here, then all you're doing is just describing a tragedy.
I'm not talking about why. I'm just focused on your video.
Yes, but if you're going to counter my narrative and say that I'm wrong for contextualizing it the way that I did, or you don't like the way I
No,
contextualized
you're saying you're contextualizing it now. When I watched it, I didn't think you were contextualizing. I just thought that you were minimizing it.
that's fair. I disagree with that. I think I talked about.
So much fake news online. I appreciate people who verify. You always got to try, bro. If LEOs can be masked, at least force them to wear their badge number. I mean, I kind of agree with that. Like, you shouldn't be afraid of the police in your country. Like, the police are supposed to represent justice and peace, not fear and, like, intimidation. Like, I don't really agree with police officers wearing masks. People should be identifiable. You should know who's coming to knock on your door. And the crazy thing is, if the roles were reversed and like they were coming for guns, Republicans would be up in arms over this. So, that one's I'm probably on the other side of that one.
How we got here, I definitely said that in the video. I talked about the fact that there's been a string of political violence over the last 10 years and that this is not a shocking outcome. Kirk being assassinated is not the craziest thing. There's a reason why he had security. There's a reason why I think he was wearing a bulletproof vest. There's been threats on these people. So we have to take that into consideration, understand that this is not something that happened that is out of this world. Even Kirk himself realizes this is a possibility. There's a reason why everyone who does these...
I get your point, but that's not at all my argument, bro.
But that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about in that video, for sure.
Well, I mean, I didn't receive that on mine. If I felt like you were contextualizing it, then, you know...
Yeah, because you were looking at it from a victim narrative, bro. You're on the right. One of your guys got taken out, and here you have someone trying to get to the root problem. In order to get to the root problem, you have to talk about the issues of both sides. When you start talking about the issues of both sides, no masks, dox them all, and I don't support doxing. I wouldn't say the dox them all, Ricardo. You're gonna be like my little extremist in my community. It's gonna be the greatest thing ever. Not fear police, agreed. Police are not there to punish, but to uphold the law. Courts can hand down the punitive measures. In the UK, I've never had to fear the police. Chinga la Miagra. I don't know what that is. Ricardo, you crazy, man. Ricardo, you crazy, man. In a good way. Maybe you'll slowly radicalize me over time.
We're on the same wave as far as, you know, this is what happens when, you know, politics get off the rails. But in the video, like I said, I thought that you were just minimizing it by comparing it to everything else. I didn't feel like there was any contextualizing there. So just got to agree to disagree.
Yeah,
and I've watched the video probably 3 more times because, you know, we're having this conversation today, man. And I didn't get it all that you were contextualizing it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say that. I was saying those words exactly, contextualizing it, but I think that is what I was doing. But again, we could agree to disagree. So those were, I think, your first 2 disagreements that you had with me. Yeah, you could definitely let me know some other ones that you had for sure.
And I mean, I just get to the meat and the potatoes now, man, because do you feel like you manufactured a narrative on Kirk by showing those snips of him in your video?
Yeah, okay, we can address that because I did have that in my notes as well. I think around like the 20-minute mark, you said I took him out of context, right?
I cannot stand this out of context bullshit this talking point that everyone uses all the time, including fucking bullshit Hassan Piker. My God, dude, my boy just dropped some Spanish in here. Hey, you gotta be careful, Ricardo. People in Texas speak Spanish very well. Like, I don't know what the fuck either one of you are saying. I'm about to Google Translate this to see what kind of shit you guys are talking. Hold on, bro. Google Translate, please save me. Combines an offensive verb with the term, a colloquial and often derogatory term for U.S. immigration authorities like ICE. Come on, man. Okay. Ricardo, you crazy. Oh, I told him I said it was to meet him. Yeah, bro. Translate. Don't make me come home and sport your you fucks. Sport you motherfucker.
Not even taking them out of context. You put your context on it because we let it play. I put the additional clips on it.
Okay, so just for the viewer, there's a clip that we played, maybe a 15 seconds of Kirk on a Jubilee panel. He's talking to somebody. This is a panel about Christians versus, or is it right wingers versus lefties? I don't remember what it was.
I don't know, but it was about abortion.
Okay, it was about abortion, right? And Kirk is a very Christian, self-proclaimed Christian. Everybody knows this about him. So in that clip, the woman is asking him a hypothetical where he says, if your 10-year-old daughter was raped, okay, would you force her to keep the child? Is that a fair assessment of the clip?
Yeah.
And then Kirk says yes.
He said yes. The baby, or my girl will have the.
Okay,
child.
and then you said that we were kind of dishonest with how we did that. That we clipped him out of context, and then we put our own context, right?
Please ask him what the fuck the context could possibly be. What other further context is there needed for that sentence? That sentence gives you all the context. If your child were to be sexually assaulted and gets pregnant, you would force them to carry the child. The other context would be, well, I'm a Catholic and I believe that abortion is murder. That doesn't add anything or subtract anything from the statement. The context isn't even required at that point. What are we talking about?
No, I'm not saying you put your own context. You didn't put the entire context.
Okay.
Like you said, you led into it by saying, I
feel like I can hardly speak English sometimes, so you guys lost me immediately. Bro, you should see me try to read words that I don't know how to say because I'm California kid, went to a public school that was for angry kids instead of learning. I disagree. The child would be aborted, so would the suspect. Hell yeah, dude. Take them both out. I say that while not agreeing with the death penalty, but I mean, rapists kind of deserve a special place in hell.
You said I think. I'm not going to speak. I'm going to recite you verbatim, but it was essentially, I think that Kirk has said some disgusting things as well.
Yes,
and
I played that clip.
Video.
Yeah, so let's just talk about that first clip because I remember you taking that first clip and being really shocked. I think, let me just see here, because I did have that in my notes here. Oh yeah, you said that. You said that was really surprising that you were shocked coming from me, and you called me the king of receipts.
Yeah.
But yes, so that is.
I rely, but I know when you giving somebody shit, you gonna have.
Okay, so how do you feel I took that clip out of context?
Because
please explain.
When I see that it's trying to paint Kirk as a monster because he's going to force his 10-year-old daughter to have a child.
Right, but as somebody who's anti-abortion, that's his stance. He will force his daughter to have the child because he feels as though life is precious or whatever it is, and he sees the fetus as a life, so he's like, my daughter will have that baby. That's his take.
Yeah, but if you let the rest of the video play, I mean, it's subjective. Everybody's going to feel differently watching that, but
it's not subjective. It's a clear, concise statement where he gave his opinion on that. He's saying that if his daughter were to be sexually assaulted and got pregnant, he would make her have the child, which honestly, some form of respect. You know what I mean? People usually only say the things they say and not believe it. But 9 out of 10 times, we all do some bullshit. I understand the human need for revenge, violence, justice for rape, but a state should not condone murder even if the state orders it. Yeah, I know. Sinclair bringing back Camille, so a business decision? Oscar, I have to go mod a channel. Love your channel, the way you run it. Respect, I'll be back. Hey, man, Media Watch, have a good time. Just, if you ever see some of my unhinged things about Republicans, just know they're only aimed at people that will not have conversations. Because sometimes you'll hear me say some wild shit. But be loved, man. Be loved. Be safe. Be good. So, yeah, dude. Like, cool. Sinclair's bringing back. But also, I have 2 grown daughters, so I say it's not even a decision I can have a say in. It's the decision they have to make. Exactly, dude. Well, I mean, always good to have different opinions. Exactly, dude. I respect any Republican that's willing to come in here and put up with my fucking rancid shit, because I say some stuff that's off the wall sometimes. I mean, I advocate for peace, I'm not Ricardo over here. Ricardo's like, fuck it, let's send in the tanks. Like, he's like, Viva la revolution. Anyway. Arg.
Have that short video, it makes it seem like he's a monster. I don't care. Anti-abortion. She having a baby. You know, it could be for anything because my way or the highway or whatever the case may be, bro. Everybody's not.
I was gonna show you guys this because, I shouldn't even defend Jimmy Kimmel anymore. His fucking media organization is cucking me so hard. Dude, my video isn't just blocked for like escrow. My video is blocked. It is blocked worldwide. Oh, now you're quoting Peacemaker. I cherish peace with all my heart. I don't care how many women and children I need to kill to get it. Jesus. But also facts. But like, dude, Jimmy Kimmel, I did my reaction. I tried to upload it. Brother, they sacrificed me to the gods. It wasn't a content strike, but holy fuck. They said, nah, man. Like, normally, when it's under, like, ineligible and you send it in, they'll let it put it in escrow. But, like, bro, it is straight up nuked. Jesus. Oh, man. But anyway, let's get back to this debate.
Informed on Kirk and his reasonings why. And I think that you let the video play and he gives you his reasonings why, people would understand it. They may not agree with it, but they'll understand it and they'll take a blow.
Oh my God, people won't understand shit. It's an unhinged thing to say about your daughter. All right, I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna keep my headphones on. I'm gonna go grab a drink.
Away from how they're initially feeling about him being a monster.
Well, they'll see him still as a monster because no matter how much you explain it from a religious standpoint.
That's your opinion.
But that was my whole point. Do you remember what the greater point of that whole section was? That section was about the fact that some people view him as a monster, including me. I don't like the guy. I didn't think his politics were good. That's my personal opinion. I think I'm free to say that. And I played clips that, to me, showcase his stances on things that I just don't agree with and I think are disgusting. Forcing your 10-year-old daughter to have a baby, okay, that after she was great, okay? You could say it's great for religious reasons. You could give whatever justification you want. There's nothing in there that took him out of context. His stance was...
It is because if you having that short snippet, people are not going to know why he's doing it. They're just going to know he's doing it. If he gives justification of why, and he gave very clear reasons of why, that's going to make some people look at it different. You're putting this. You know what I mean? Like, it's like showing a video of somebody shooting somebody in the head, but just randomly. But you
okay,
like killed my mom, and then it makes sense.
No, because
facts.
People who are following this, or people who are tuning into.
It might be with him being banned from some channels, but it could also be what Sputnik said. It also could just be because at the end of the day, Disney owns it, and Disney is not very kind with their copyright to anybody. So, I mean, it could be a myriad of things. Maybe watch not someone that will help this channel. Come on, Ricardo. We don't have to live in an echo chamber. Like, I don't mind a conservative being around. You know what I mean? Especially someone who moderates communities. Like, he's entitled to his opinion. I don't do the thought policing, my guy.
To this stuff. Know that Charlie is a political speaker who's incredibly Christian. So
I was just curious. I agree with you, Nikki. There's probably a huge chance that because of the FCC stuff coming out, that YouTube is probably not wanting to get involved very much. He mods for Tim Pool. That's good. Think about it this way. If he mods for Tim Pool and I run my mouth enough, what if I get invited to come on to Tim Pool and have a conversation? That would be awesome. Tim Pool has a massive audience. I used to be a member of that audience like 6 years ago when he was like waging his war against like political correctness, and now he's become political correctness. I would love to be able to go on to Tim Pool and like have a conversation and potentially own him in the battle of wits if I was so lucky, even though he has an entire research team, but I know he doesn't read a single thing. So like, I feel that would be awesome. Like, I would love for the opportunity to go on to Tim Pool's show and find he'd kick me off. I'd be like, yo man, what's it like to make $5 million from the Russian government? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy, dude. And I will also say I really like when it was co-host Ian. He did a debate with Destiny some time ago, and I think he's just adorable. But that's just me.
Because now, since Kirk has died, there are so many people that are just now learning about Kirk. There's so many people that didn't know before. There's so many people that didn't know before. You put that narrative out.
Can I ask you?
This is a big reason why so many people don't like Kirk, because they get so many these short reels taken out of context.
But they're not out of context. It's not out of context.
It is not,
no, it's not. It's not,
context.
Stevie.
It's not out of context. The context of him being Catholic changes nothing.
If someone says, I'm anti-abortion, I'm a Christian, we know why you don't want an abortion to happen.
In that clip you put, he didn't say he was Christian though. He just gave an example and he said no, you can have a baby. He didn't say he was Christian.
This guy was all over the world, all over the news, and he was constantly. No, I'm not making an assumption. Everybody who saw that clip of him getting murdered knew he was a political speaker who's Christian. There's not a person who didn't see that clip, who didn't see the news reports, who didn't know what he was. You're acting like I took an obscure person.
That's not true. That's not true. You can't speak for everybody in the world, dog.
That's not out of context, boss. That's not out of context.
Because I talk to people now that had no idea who the fuck Kirk was. Now they see him on the timeline going, and they don't know who the fuck he is. That's false, bro.
He has the very standard cookie cutter Christian view on it. There's nothing.
Regardless, you're making the assumption that people know, dog, and that's a dangerous game. You got to give them.
That's not an assumption. That's not an assumption, boss. I'm sorry. Anybody who's following this knows he's a Christian political speaker. I'm sorry, but I'm just not buying that. In fact, everyone's been introducing him as such, so we know why he does not like abortion. I don't need to see 5 minutes.
You know, and a lot of people do know.
Good afternoon.
You got to be fair and give the reason.
Get some J. What's going on, homie? I'm really curious if you also might watch the Crip video. It was interesting. I understand that it was kind of a commercial for his game stuff, but I think it made some very good points on it. You know what? I'll watch it from one reactor to another. Yo, Cosmic is back. What's going on, girl? Did you get banned? Did YouTube put you on timeout? Oh my god, dude. Peeling these eggs. Holy Jesus. Context. Okay, Stevie White Knight, what's the context? Exactly. Oh my god, I have no idea. Can we just take a moment to remember Pixie? Yo, Cosmic. Bro, these eggs? Fucking scary, bro. My fear is that one of these days I'm gonna bite into one and the eggshell is gonna take me off this mortal plane. Gonna get stuck in my throat. I summoned Pixie. You did, bro. Thank God we were needing her uplifting spirit while Stevie's argumentation was melting my brain. Like, I don't understand what the fuck this guy's saying. Like, why is it that we have to add the context that he's Christian to, like, justify his argument? Like, that's not a prerequisite in order to say what he said was morally reprehensible. And if you're defending what he said, you put them under water after boiling? Yeah, that's what my girlfriend does. Like, I don't know. She usually boils all these before I even wake up. I make sure I wake up to be with her before she leaves. But, yeah, they were in water for a while, bro. I just suck at a lot of stuff, dude. Like, that just needs to be up front. There's a reason why I was a manager and not a technician, you know. Hell yeah. We got Pixie back. Pixie, I'm starting to learn that, Ricardo. Yeah, I think Ricardo's going to give me the most trouble on this channel, bro. Fuck yeah.
Why? You gotta get this implication. Why? You just say
I love him.
This. Like, oh, he's a motherfucker because he's gonna force a 10-year-old to have a fucking daughter. But if you go let the shit play and he gives the fucking girl the business of why he made her look stupid. To me,
but that's because you're probably anti-abortion. Am I right?
No, I don't know. I could care less. I respect his stance. I'm not pro. I'm not anti. I respect his stance. I don't agree with it, of course, but I respect it because he's standing on the 10.
Okay. But my point still 100% stands. At the end of the day, if you were going to force a 10-year-old to have a baby because you believe abortion is wrong, it's okay for people to say you're a disgusting person, and other people can agree with your stance and say you're cool. My entire point was
that was my argument. My argument was you took about the context. People can say what they want to say. But
okay.
About the context, you're manufacturing.
What context, dude? How are you so dumb? Like, stop watching Hassan, for the love of God. Holy fuck.
I'm not manufacturing a narrative. The narrative was very clear. He's a Christian man. He's against abortion. Super basic.
You didn't have Christian in that clip, though.
I didn't have to because everyone knows who he is. But
everybody does not know. Look.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree. We'll agree to disagree. But I think that's not taking someone out of context. If someone says, I'm a Muslim.
Stevie is literally being disingenuous. That's not water. Well, I didn't say I was going to get water. It's Diet Coke. Caffeine free, bro.
Muslim, if someone says I'm a Muslim and I'm a,
But you smarter than
no,
that.
no, 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 I think you're reaching. I think you're definitely reaching, but it's okay.
How am I reaching?
Stevie is definitely reaching. Definitely reaching, bro. Context only matters if it changes the statement. If I make the statement, all lives matter, we can all agree with that statement. But then if you look at the context as to why I'm making that statement, and I'm saying it against Black Lives Matter, okay, well, that changes the statement. The context might as well be water. Nikki, hell yeah, girl. The question I would have had for Kirk and the hypothetical of his 10-year-old baby is, what if carrying the child to term would kill her? Would you then insist on it? Yeah, to see how far his ideology goes. Yeah, that's hell yeah, bro. That would have been the next to dive a little deeper. That soda is gross. It is not good. But I'm losing weight, I hope.
Reaching.
How am I reaching?
He's the most viral person right now.
Manufacturing the narrative, bro. He said, I'm going to force the 10-year-old to have a fucking baby. That's it.
No.
That's all everybody going to see. There's no more context. You didn't give a motherfucker the opportunity to explain why.
No. He's the most viral person in the world. People know he's a political commentator. They know he's Christian. I'm not buying that, but we'll agree to disagree. That's not taking someone out of context. If you're not an unknown person, we know where you're standing. We know what you're there for. But
Before I decide to watch What is a Woman, buddy, I'm not gonna play that game with you. What is a woman to you? And the next question is, what would it be if the baby was born trans? Holy fuck. You're doing great with it, Will. Don't lie to me. LYS, wrong room. Look, if you want an honest answer to that, I will attempt to give it to you. But if you're using it as a gotcha question, brother, adult human female is the only answer. Wrong. Wrong, buddy. Because what is a female? Not going to watch you. I want to make sure. No. Have a wonderful day. Go enjoy your echo chamber, buddy. They're calling to you. They need you. Go sit in your little warm circle in your little safe space and talk to each other about how offended you are about trans people. It's okay. The world will continue to spin. Have yourself a wonderful day. Now back to the video. It also just honestly answers questions so I can put it on the record. A woman is a complicated thing. We have multiple different understandings of what things are. Yo, damn Reddit snowflakes, I knew you were a Redditor. I'm a Redditor? Whoa! I don't even have a Reddit account, bro! I got Elon on the wall behind me. You have me confused with somebody, dog. YS define female, define adult. Yeah, if you want to play the word game and get into the weeds, you can. But like, what is a table? A table can have 2 legs, it can have 3 legs, it can have 4 legs, hell, it can have 6 legs. Sometimes they come in squares, sometimes they come in circles. Like, the words we use to define things are made up. None of them have any real bearing on anything. The thing with snowflakes is there is power when they combine into an avalanche. Like, it's a ridiculous argument. And I'm sorry, I think trans women are women, and I treat them as women. I have no problem with a trans woman existing in my world. My answer is no child is born trans. Trans is a result of poor parenting skills. Wrong. I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, my friend. I'm gonna have to disagree with you. Trans has nothing to do with parenting skills. Trans are people that are born and they feel like they are born in the wrong body, and they suffer from a medical condition called body dysmorphia. And so they spend a lot of their time trying to get into the correct body. And people, for some reason, care so much about these poor individuals that are already suffering from something they have no idea to understand. And they have no desire to understand it. They use this as a talking point to radicalize the right against the left. It's a crazy sentiment. They also believe in Legos as eating a meal. Give me a break. I don't know a single trans person that thinks eating Legos is a meal. Are you guys so caught into your delusional world that, like, you can't just consider them people? Like, isn't this like in your Bible and shit? Aren't you supposed to let bygones be bygones and let an individual live their life and leave the judgment up to, like, Jesus Christ himself? Like, what? Or God? Or... So no child is born cis too? Is that your claim? See, most people know their gender identity by a very young age, and twin studies show that it's not related to parenting. Try facts. Like, look, respect to you guys for coming out here, but I'm not a MAGA guy, and I'm not going to run defense for MAGA arguments. Why is the suicide rate high for trans people? I don't know. Maybe they live in a world and society that treats them like shit and calls them the wrong gender constantly. Maybe we've turned our society into a hit job piece that goes after every person that transitions when they just want to be left the fuck alone. I'm not going to sit here and tell you all trans people are sweethearts and that they aren't insane sometimes. All you have to do is go on Twitter and listen to any of the super crazy trans activists that come at you. But at the end of the day, a majority of trans people just want to be left the fuck alone. They just want to become the gender they feel that they are, and they want to exist comfortably in the world. But if we spin to it, or nature is curing the problem, no. How the fuck is nature curing the problem? All you have to do is stop being an asshole to people. It's not that complicated. I don't, like, why do you think all the white people got together and started soying out about white guys being left behind in our society? It's because they were being treated mean by the minor societies, and it was enough for them to start a movement and, like, jump onto MAGA. Like, people don't like being made fun of and treated like shit. Like, it's just that simple. So why would you want to... So what would you do to be... Wait, I'm sorry. So what would you do to meet a nice girl? Enjoy the company and get some pole? Pants down and then boom sausage? You eating? Fuck yeah, I'm eating. What the fuck? If she's pretty enough and we have enough in common, I'm gonna suck that dick, bro. I'm gonna eat that sausage. What the fuck? People get so triggered. How are we triggered? No one's triggered. Everyone's vibing. The only people that come off triggered right now are you guys, man. You're up here upset about trans people. Like, what the fuck are they doing, bro? They just existing. I'm not even friendly with, like, the hardcore trans movement. I'm like 50% in their camp. I just want them to have the right to exist and do their own thing, you know? But I mean, I'm not gonna be one of those guys that says if you don't trade a trans woman, they came here because of Media Watch, just saying, well, hell yeah, bro, let them come, bro. United we stand, divided we fall, and the government wants us divided. Who said I was upset? I'm about logic. Yeah, that's what a lot of people that don't know things say. I'm logic. I'm a common sense guy. Common sense is that we should treat each other, fellow Americans, with respect. That's common sense. We should stop looking for ways to divide ourselves and play farther into pre-existing narratives from both sides of the political divide. Why sounds like you're triggered, you're struggling with who you are and lashing out? Dismissive. I'm not dismissive. If you have a point, please make it. You want, I can give you an invite to my Discord and we can have a conversation right now on stream, buddy. Are there any conservatives in here? Christian? Like, what? I'm so down to have a conversation. Are any of the conservatives in here Christian? That's a good question. Like, hey, Sputnik, have a wonderful day. Evolution and trans don't add up. How would you make that claim? We have pre-existing information in our society. We have animals that have got, like, go through a trans, we have things that literally change their gender to give birth in evolution. Like, your argument of evolution doesn't make sense. And on top of that, wouldn't the evolution to eventually be trans, like, be the ultimate goal of evolution? To where we could not require another Homo sapien in order to, like, procreate? Like, wouldn't that be the ultimate, like, goal of evolution? And also, put 2 trans on an island and 2 hetero on an island, who survives? You understand that just because there's 2 hetero people on an island, and also, not true. Because you can have a trans woman and a trans man and they'll survive. What? Wait, what? Also, just because there's two hetero people on the island doesn't mean they're going to survive. You put two geeks on an island that know nothing about survival, and just because they're hetero doesn't mean they're going to make it. The likelihood is both of them would be wiped out. Logic. Like, what the fuck? Okay, put two gay guys and two heteros on an island. Again, the likelihood that one survives might go up. But that doesn't... Okay. What does this prove? Is this how all of our evolutionary stuff works? Like, aren't you guys, like, aren't MAGA the people that don't even believe in evolution and think that the world is only 6,000 years old? Like, what? Logic, my friend. How is it logic? That has no logical bearing on reality. Bible says, beloved, let us love one another, or love is God. He that loveth knoweth not know God, for God is love. Like, that's not a logical argument. The human understanding of gender is a combination of both biological and part social construct. Exactly, dude. What the fuck? I don't know who this Donald guy is. This is his first time talking, but mad respect, dude. Why does what kind of sex... What is... Yeah, dude. MAGA people are obsessed with gay sex. There is a reason why, you know, unfortunately, during, like, Republican rallies, Grinders gets, like, the most, you know, use it ever gets, ever. Like, all you have to do, if Grindr wants to maximize its profit from ad revenue, all they have to do is, like, let the RNC do another fucking event. Like, the amount of gay sex that happens at RNC events is actually through the roof. Like, it's crazy. Why is it that Republicans are so obsessed, excuse me, what other people do in the bedroom? Like, it's so crazy. Men and women, simple. No man in a skirt is going into a girl's bathroom because they have a mental illness. I disagree. I like it when the femboys come to into my stall, bro. Makes my job way easier to meet them. You know how hard it is to meet a femboy? Fuck, dude. That shit's dangerously hard, bro. And then on top of that, you're like, fuck, dude, if you talk to them on Discord, you're so scared that, like, are you even 18, bro? What the fuck? Nah, fuck that shit. That's wild, dog. I feel like we're back in, like, the early 2000s, like, having the debate on whether or not gays should have the right to get married. That's crazy. What happened to the Republican Party that where their whole thing was just like, let's be fiscally responsible. Now they're like, we can't let the transes be trans. Gay sex is happening. I'm like, come on, bro. You guys need to have better argumentation than this. Come on. Come on. What I'm saying is that, directive from God, I started following you after a higher interview. Actually, this is the first time I've been on YouTube while you're live. Hell yeah, Donald. I remember one guy said that he would love to have a conversation about psychology with me. No political party here. I'm not even American. You lefties are wild, though. I'm not a lefty, bro. I'm just a liberal. I am a center-left liberal. Republicans haven't been fiscally responsible in my life. Hell yeah. I remember there was a gentleman that wanted to have a conversation about philosophy, or not philosophy, but like diving into Freud's ideology. I understand your position is based on size, but I'm a big man that my choices are not as limited. 3.5 trillion added to the debt. Exactly, dude. Hey, man, if you're a player, hey, by all means. I don't play that game, mainly because I look like this, obviously. You know what I'm saying? I ain't ever about to sit here and be like, you know, don't do your thing, Kang. But at the same time, brother, that doesn't mean you don't have to be nice to people. You know, you can be mean to me. I can take it. I'm not someone who's going to be suicidal because of the words of Republicans. I don't give a shit. You know, swing away, daddy, swing away. You're going to find that, like, it has zero effect on me, dog. Like, yeah, dude, I'm 400 pounds, dog. I can barely see my dick, homie. Like, what the fuck? I got to use a mirror. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. I'm here because I feel love, not because I agree with everything Will says. He's willing to listen to me, and I'm willing to listen to him. The Republican Party is the evolution of the Whig Party that failed after the robber barons were run out of town. Hell yeah, dude. I kind of believe that. Though I don't have enough evidence for that one, buddy. The lion will always hunt and kill the gazelle. That will never change. It's evolution. Well, I mean, sometimes the lion doesn't succeed, right? Like, The success rate of lions is super, super low. Like, and also, which lion are we talking about? The female lion or the male lion? Because that male lion don't do shit. Like, I don't know why a Republican would use like a huntress's, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Well, no, I think the lion's success rate's in the 60s because cats are crazy. But still, okay, what does that mean? The lion, like, how is that analogous to where we're talking about gender? I don't know how that, like, correlates. The gazelle wants peace and equality as he dies. No, he doesn't. The gazelle just wants not to die. The gazelle doesn't have a single thought about peace and equality. If the gazelle had fangs, it would eat the lion back. What are you talking about? Why are you using Animal Kingdom references when they don't map onto our reality? Are you like one of those guys that think you're like a Spartan warrior? Please don't tell me you're one of the guys that have like a Spartan warrior complex. Come on, bro. Logic. What logic? What logic are you referring to? Have you ever like peered into the mind of a gazelle and heard it give speeches about utopias and peace and land? Like, hold on, what are you talking about? The gazelle wants all mammals to continue living in... Yeah, dude, what the fuck? The gazelle doesn't want peace. What the fuck? Come on, don't be a logic bro and then use unlogic or like a failure of logic. I can't say unlogic because it's not a logical word, but like a failure in logic to like dictate your argument, bro. That's not even a good one. What the fuck, man? I appreciate you defending your position though. Well, be careful. I don't think illogical is actually... I think there's a fallacy tied to that word. Like... I've been told to never say the word illogical because it's not a real word. My apologies if the analogy is above. You know what? You know, it could be that I'm just too dumb. But if you were really good at what you were explaining, you would be able to explain it to a 3-year-old. So, I mean, come on, buddy. Hit me with another. I want to learn. Teach me. I want to be part of your red pill movement. Give me the means to like shed my fat and get a 6-pack and get all the bitches. You know what I mean? Come on. I don't know. Pretty sure Spock used it. Fan on, mic up, something. Nah, the fucking wind above understanding. Come on, bro. I'm here for it. I have the window. You know, I'm just gonna close the window. That might help. Oh! Hell yeah! You're a smart guy, not into hurting insults. I'm not a smart guy, dude. I came from a California public school. You're gonna understand that I have zero ego. Like, I don't do my YouTube so people can, like, pat me on the back. Crypto and more crypto, that's the answer. Come on, hit me, dude. I'm waiting for a good argument. Like, I was too dumb for that one. You must have another one. You're a super logical guy. You got this. Compared to Ricardo, you're a smart guy. Whoa, man. Why are you going after people in the chat? I'm right here. This is my platform. Come on. You always hear about Ethereum and blockchain, bro. It is Look, at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with trans people existing. You don't have to go catching strays. You don't have to go out of your way to hate on trans people. Like, we can have a conversation about the left and the right without including the trans people. And I would happily do that. Because I'm not here advocating for trans people to, like, be a prolific part of every corner of our society. Because I just know that at the end of the day, they just want to be left the fuck alone and have the right to transition to whatever gender they feel is appropriate to them. Now, we might get a little agreement depending on age ranges, but, you know, at the end of the day, if you're a libertarian, you should believe in the NAP, the non-aggression principle. I'm a liberal. I believe in the autonomy of an individual. By the way, there are conservative trans people. Most beings want to be left the fuck. I don't hate trans. I don't hate midgets or retards either. They didn't ask for the position. Yeah, but then so why is like our conversation about what is a woman? I mean, hell, Brianna Wu is practically a conservative these days, and she's trans, which I did not know when I initially hated her back during Gamergate. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, but you chimed in on it. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? And it looks like that dude left. YS. He didn't want to hang around because I wouldn't give him the answer he was looking for. Like very echo chamberish. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude. I'm not here to fight with you, dude. But when you're using a logical argument, it needs to map on cleanly with what we're talking about. Most people want to be left alone. It's a shame that the loudest ones are the ones who don't want to be left alone, and they're the only ones anyone hear anymore. YS is a wimp then. I agree, dude. I'm willing to throw down about it. And hell yeah, dude. We got Unbearable in here. All those words and I get filtered for nothing. Yeah. Dude. Like at the end of the day, dude, trans people are just people. And we shouldn't hate on them any more than we hate on other people. You might disagree with their transition. You might think it goes against your religion. But showing people like a modicum of respect and treating them in the way that they want to be treated, as long as they're not being authoritative in their questioning or what they're asking is, I mean, I'll give them that. Now, if they change their gender every 5 minutes and like treat me like shit in the process, I'm just gonna not talk to that person. I don't know. Bro.
We'll agree to disagree. This is another point you made, and this is one I thought was crazy. You played the other clips of Kirk. You kind of said there's nothing bad about this when he said he wanted Biden to be executed or given the.
I would ask that just because I'm right, wrong. Don't assume I align with the profile. Oh hell yeah, dude! I never assumed that. I mean, my problem is only with individuals. I don't have anything against trans people. It's just the same as I don't have anything against religious people or anything of the sort. If they want to live their life, let them. Exactly, dude. You don't have to lose it. My problem isn't with Republicans. Like hell, my two best friends are Republicans. My parents are Republicans. My problem is with people that how do I say this without sounding super unhinged? When people make claims, you assumed I was MAGA and anti-trans. It's a label in a sense. Well, no, you were just defending a guy who was coming off as anti-trans. My apologies. And if I mischaracterized you, I apologize. The problem that I imagine most people with two brain cells can rub together is when people of those identities try and force their beliefs on me and anyone else or children. Well, there's a difference when we have to like talk about force their ideology or their identities. Because like I agree that if they're saying that like people should transition early, we need to like lower the barrier to entry and all that, that's probably not a good idea. But they're not forcing anything on you if they're just asking you to call them the gender they wish to be called. Like that to me is that's just the level of respect. Like if I see a pastor, I think pastors are evil. I think they push evil ideologies on people and they use it as a form of control. But I'm going to treat a pastor with respect when I see one, despite the fact that I have a personal belief that goes against what they're doing. If I see a trans person, even though they might be like a hardcore Marxist-Leninist person that hates like capitalism, I'm not going to be like, sir. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to call them what they want to be called. Rump said they were going to school a boy and coming home a girl. Exactly what I'm saying. People can make their own choices. Just because their choices don't align with your personal belief doesn't mean they should be villainized. I agree with your sentiment, Ariel, but the two brain cells comment hurts your argument, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, though, like the problem is that I have with that type of argumentation is that people use that as a justification to like misgender people and say that they're not going to buy into their ideology and that like all trans people are a problem. They use the idea that like we don't they use the idea that we don't just let bygones be bygones, but then they also say, but because that this bygones be bygones, I'm going to call you a man instead of a woman because I refuse to accept your reality. And then it just further creates the divide, and then the divide continues to grow. I support your position, but I still believe that Ricardo 420 spends many hours at the local glory hole making $5 a head. Look, man, that's a funny joke. Have a nice day. Be good. That's not cool though. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, bro, Ricardo's a little further left than I am, and little might be a stretch. But we all deserve respect, man. But Ricardo does say some stuff that makes me go, the fuck, man? Like, oh shit.
The death penalty. You don't think that people should hate somebody like that, or some people might hate somebody for that reason? For saying violent things like that?
Yeah, that's their opinion.
Another point that you made, I played a second clip, and this probably.
And also, like, that's a good price, dude. It's a glory hole. You know what I mean? Insults are not logical.
One of the wilder clips, a young man goes up to Charlie Kirk during that debate and he says to him, hey, what do you think about school lunches for kids? And Charlie laughs him. He says, there's no starvation in America. We have an obesity problem. Nobody here is going without food. And then you agreed with him. You said there's no starvation in America. Go get food stamps. You can get food at churches. There's no reason to starve. Do you remember that?
Yeah, there's no reason to starve in America. It's like 1% of households have like technically a hunger issue, bro.
Bro, it's 1 in 5. 1 in 5. Like, you're literally a black guy. The black community suffers by and large in these areas, and so does white trailer park people, man. The fuck? How are you gonna say that people aren't starving in America? Just because some motherfucking kids like myself are fat doesn't mean people aren't starving in America. What the fuck? I guess food deserters are a thing.
Percent of households have like technically a hunger issue, bro, but people are not starving to death in America, bro. Motherfuckers are fat as hell.
Okay.
It's a fact.
And see, this is the problem I have with like people who are pro-life, and not you specifically, but people like Charlie Kirk. They're so obsessed with keeping fetuses alive, they pretend it's like this big virtue. And then when a child is born, they're like, fuck you, your parents take care of you. It's actually probably one of the most...
Damn, I used to use that argument all the time. Republicans sure as fuck care when the kid is born. Like, they'll make you have that baby, but as soon as that baby's born, they're like, it's not our responsibility to help it. Good luck. Fuck off. Oh,
critical, and this is why I think Charlie Kirk is probably a shitty person to me, is that he spent all this time being anti-abortion, but when it comes to every government initiative that's meant to protect kids and keep them good, he was always against it. And to me, it's like, what's the fucking point of keeping this fetus alive if when it comes out, you're like, yo, fuck you, kid. And that's what he did. He said that guy was...
He said, fuck you, kid?
No, he didn't, but he might as well have when he's constantly championing everything that's anti-public sector, or sorry, government involved taking care of kids. Like, even you saying there's no starvation is like so disingenuous.
What do you mean by force their beliefs on you? Are people trying to turn you into trans, or just ask you to be accepting of the fact that trans people exist? Yeah, that was what I was trying to say. It's not forcing their beliefs on you, but just like acknowledge that they exist and that like we can be somewhat kind to them. You know what I mean? Now, if they're like showing up at your door and be like, hey man, have you thought of transitioning today? That's them forcing their beliefs. That's the same thing that religious people do. Definitely hungry people in this country. Yeah, bro.
You just Google it. There's like so many kids today here in America. You could look it up, the statistics, that have malnutrition, that have food scarcity, that have all these problems. It stunts their growth. It fucks them up in terms of their academic success. And for you guys to sit there and think that...
What's going on, Lisa?
Food lunches for kids is a crazy idea and parents should take care of them. Some parents are dog shit. Some parents don't take care of their kids. And so that's why these school lunches happen, so that kids who go to school get a meal. But people like Charlie Kirk, and then you did the same thing, are like, oh, the parents take care of it. That's fucking stupid. And I'm like, do you guys even Google this stuff? Do you guys even look into it? But you speak confidently against this stuff.
Yes! People that talk about shit they know nothing about. Fuck! Oh.
It's hurting hundreds and thousands of kids. And I'm like, I don't get it.
I'll ask you a question. Which one is higher, the amount of abortions in America or the amount of starving children in America?
Oh my God. That has nothing to do with what he just asked you, bro. What the fuck? Exactly, Donald. I'm right there with you, bro. That's exactly it. Let a woman make a choice, but we should also try not to have as many abortions as we have. Holy fuck, bro.
The amount of starving kids in America.
Oh, that's cap.
That's cap? Did you Google it? Did you Google it?
I don't need to Google it.
You don't need fact.
Hell yeah, Lisa. I've been saying that for years. You ever try to, like, we made her real again, bro. Bro, I've been saying that for years. Like, I've tried to go on diets for a long time, but, like, I've been a poor motherfucker for a long time, too. Most of my success came early in my life. Bro, if you want to lose weight, man, it's so much easier to live off of getting 99 at the time 99-cent cheeseburgers at McDonald's than it is to go to like the fresh market and buy fruits. God damn, boy. It breaks you to eat healthy. Yes, it does, dude. Holy fuck. Never real mythical, remember? She materialized after we summoned her.
But you know what? Facts don't care about how you feel about it. I need you to Google it.
Okay.
Go Google.
Somebody Google it in the chat.
Okay.
But I'm not. You. Let me figure out the best way to articulate this, because you have this anger towards Kirk and me and whomever else because we don't support government, not even support government assistance. We're saying the parents should do it, but in the reality of the problem, bro, there's so many different ways that people can eat outside of their parents. There's, bro, food stamps, churches.
Kids can't get food stamps, bro. And there's limitations on that. And kids can't go to church in the middle of school. You absolute... I can't say my normal insult. Because it would come off racist, and I don't want to do that. Dipshit. Fuck.
Charities, bro. Like, there's no reason for somebody to starve.
So do you want a 7-year-old or 8-year-old to go to get food stamps or go to church and get food?
Their parents should go.
What if the parent doesn't want to go? What if the parent doesn't want to go?
You saw in the video I said it, bro. I'll be jealous when I see the amount of money these people have on food.
What if a parent is working 2 goddamn jobs? ABBA is someone that's quite large, actually. Yeah, bro, we clapped for you, Pixie. It was gangster. And it clearly worked, because about 20 minutes later, you pop back into chat going, "What's up? Testing." New families get wick, too. Yeah. Like, there's nothing wrong with advocating for free public lunches, especially when a lot of these schools are funded through taxes. Like, we can pay like 5 cents more a year so that people that are in poorer communities can have food. Like, I don't know why this is so difficult for Republicans. I don't know why they're so afraid to like help out the kids they forced to be born.
Food stamps, bro. They be running these EBTs up $400, $500, $600, bro. Like there's no excuse for somebody to be broke or to be hungry unless they got like they're picky, they're bougie about what the fuck they want to put in their body, dog. But beggars can't.
Do you understand that kids can't do things, and sometimes parents are just shitty people, or they're busy, or they're working their ass off, and they're making like minimum wage? This is a guy who was completely detached from reality. This is a person that has no idea what it's like to be a wage slave anymore. Like, holy fuck, dude. Like, he must be so privileged with his million subscribers, or however many he's fucking got, to sit here and say such abysmal bullshit. Like, my God, bro.
He chooses, bro. Like, you can't have no filet mignon when you can't afford it, dog.
Okay,
we live in a capitalistic country, dog. It is what it is.
Let's take 2 steps back. All right, let's take 2 steps back. Do you agree there's a lot of bad parents out there?
Absolutely.
Do you know that there's a lot? Hold on. Do you agree that there's a lot of parents who neglect those children?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that those kids should suffer because they have bad parents?
No.
Okay,
I don't think they should, but bad shit happens.
So wait, you're just gonna let kids suffer when the?
No, I'm not gonna let them, bro, because there's other avenues. Like if they're going to school, this is a hypothetical.
Well, no, hold on. What did you say? If they're going to school, what? If they're going to school, they can get.
Yeah, like Stevie Knight, you're gonna be alone on that one, Lisa. Everything he said right now makes me question his intelligence. His high rent is almost at 800,000 views. Jesus fuck. If someone were in a vegetative state and would only live directly connected to you through an IV, requiring you to carry them on your back for them to live, should you be required to carry them? Well, no. Roughly 14 million children faced hunger in 2023. Now, if you're taking the to a logical extreme, no, but the amount of food stamps I can get per month is enough for ramen. But I've seen people in line at the grocery store with lobster, and I don't understand why I only get ramen. Sorry. Well, maybe because some of them have kids. I think that if you're alone, food stamps is like $90 a month. Like, which is like, what are you fucking buying off of $90 a month? That's fucking ridiculous. But no, if someone was a vegetative state and you were, yeah, you wouldn't carry them through. But like, what is the point of a government? Right? Like, what is the point of our society? I don't judge other shopping carts. I will have to watch this later. I didn't watch from the start. I'm with you all the way. He's a beast, not stop. Yeah, so far Stevie Knight. I mean, the guy's wearing a masculinist shirt. This guy is hardcore MAGA, dude. Nah, man. Look, the fact that this guy is so fucking rich that he can sit here and say it doesn't matter if poor people are suffering in our country, that we shouldn't offer them free lunches. Like, it's the same Republican argument that they make about why we don't have to put AC in schools. We know there's like studies that show that ACs in school help with productivity of children. And we know that education is incredibly important, especially for forward mobility. Like, we need more kids to pay attention in these classes. It's crazy that the Republicans are also the same ones that say you shouldn't send your kids to school. You shouldn't send your kids to college. You should send them to a trade school. Lost God has the very best high reaction video out there. I've watched it far too many times. I'd pay for Lost God to do his reaction. I'd love to hear the commentary on that. Free food for all kids. Who does it hurt? Stevie was a border patrol agent. I did not know that. At Lost to God has the very best high rent reaction video out there. I've watched so many of them, and I'd pay for Lost to God to do a reaction to his reaction. You want me to do a reaction to my own reaction? That might be dangerous. That we're getting to like crazy levels of meta. I should though, since it's like one of my most popular videos. And now like I've gone back and reread some of my initial information to see how many mistakes I actually made. That actually might be a funny video to do. Like,
Get a free lunch there?
If they're going to school, I'm assuming that teachers are aware they can see someone losing weight. Or
But that's what the program's for, Stevie. That's what I'm saying. The program is meant to give kids lunches at school.
No, that's not where I'm going with it.
yeah, that would be dope. Hell yeah. You know what? I'm going to do that, Donald. I'm going to do that on Monday. I'm going to do a reaction to my reaction, and then I'm going to upload it. Because my content be slowing down these days. I got to like play the algorithm. Especially because now I know more about Ren. That'd be a funny one. Let's do some like meta inception. You got a Patreon? No, I have a buy me a coffee, but don't worry about it. I'll do it for free. I never noticed before, Ricardo, but like I said, I'm currently confused about a lot of things right now. And I've been wanting to try and help. I can't get any help. I'm willing to. Yeah, man, I get on it.
I'm talking about like teachers making calls to get, you know, the correct parties involved to address a child, to find a potential food for them, so they can take advantage of the surplus of food that is available for people in these situations. Like the homeless don't go hungry, bro. They can go get a meal. They want to get a meal.
You're comparing children to homeless. Like, what are we talking about? See, I want y'all to just think about it. So you know there's shitty parents out there,
Yeah.
okay? And you want teachers to call the shitty parents to be like, hey, be better parents. Or you want to call child services?
they can call-
You want to call child services? You want to put them in foster care?
It may be better than having the shooty ass parents.
Have you looked at the foster care, Stevie? Have you Googled foster care?
Yeah, but you're
Dude, you keep pivoting to stuff you know nothing about, bro. Like, you were uninformed on the conversation. Like, dude.
describing these parents as ain't shit, bro. Like, it is bad shit happens.
I know. I cover them. I cover them every day. There's a lot of ain't shit parents. There's a lot of ain't shit. You cover them. How many videos have you done about baby mamas? How many videos have you done about baby mamas and dog shit parents? If I go to your channel right now, I'll find dozens, hundreds of videos. So you want to call those? You want teachers to call those parents and be like, hey, feed your.
Why do kids remember all the name of the dinosaurs and game characters, not states and presidents and whatnot? Some of that could just be attributed to like they're wanting to like if they have an actual interest in it. Like some of the problems that comes with our educational systems is also because dinosaurs are fucking awesome, but like some of it comes down to our education system. We need to find ways to interact with kids, especially in an attention span deficit. Like we live in a world where kids are being raised on tablets and cell phones and TikTok. Their attention span is very low. So we need to adjust on how we teach kids in our modern environment. Like we're seeing a rapid decline on the intelligence factors of younger and younger people coming up. We saw a bunch of them vote MAGA. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Respect to anyone who is conservative. Sorta. Kinda.
Kids.
You're saying that I'm telling kids to call the parents. I never said that. I said they can call parties that do this for a living.
And we got Boss. Just so you know, Boss, I'm saying teachers should make it more interesting. Exactly. That's the problem. We do need to make it more interesting for students while they're in the classroom. And maybe we need to lower the classroom sizes, excuse me, to be more interactive with children. Like we might have to do that. We might have to make smaller classrooms with more teachers. But again, that comes with more funding. Something that like we constantly get blocked from one side of the political aisle while they give tax cuts to the rich. It's crazy.
And to find children the resources that they need. Like teachers do this all the time. They'll see a child that may be neglected and they'll make the calls or alert people to, intervene. Right. But I mean, I feel like we're pushing it far out to like specifics of it, bro. At the end of the day, my point of view on it is that it's, abortion is a far larger problem than starving children. Children don't starve anymore. They're hungry, but they don't starve.
We need to make teaching more interactive and gamified for all those hate for AI. It's a damn good at teaching stuff. Hell yeah, bro. I'm an AI bro. I love AI, bro. I'm not like the only thing I don't like about AI is the damage it does to the climate. Because the amount of computers and the level of electricity it requires to like run the models and stuff. But like I love AI, bro. We need to find ways to like put Math Blaster back in school, bro, or in school. That shit was gangsta as a kid. I learned how to add off of that shit. I didn't learn shit in school. I still don't think I learned shit in school. Bro, I don't know my ABCs, homie. I know. That's embarrassing as fuck. A grown man that's 36 years old just said he doesn't know the ABCs. I don't measure shit in ABCs, bro. I do things in like the coolness factor. That's how a man like me organizes things. Alphabetical order. Get that shit out of here. Yeah, dude, if I get pulled over, I'm going down. That cop's gonna be like, are you drunk? I'll be like, no, I'm just stupid as fuck. 1, my mother lives in a caregiver, and 2, I'm suddenly in $0 income bracket. 3, I'm under the care of a psychiatrist who says I should not get a job at the present time due to my current mental state. Can you repeat the ABCs backwards? I can't even do it for exactly, bro. They need to be like, dude, I would love to play a character in a stoner movie because, dude, that would be me, bro. That scene, like, dude, I swear to God, I wish I had like a team of homies that we could do content with because we would do skits on this channel, bro. We go out and do a fucking skit of being pulled over and just doing that shit. That'd be fucking hilarious. Bro, fuck the alphabet. The alphabet is for the fucking intelligent, inclined people that read books and shit. What's reading? No, I'm joking.
Stop. This isn't fucking people. It's not a famine going on. People are not dying because
No, they're not dying. But do you understand?
like hypertension, obesity. There's
I think Lost to God is seriously underestimating the value of Good Reactors ad. I challenge him to watch Knox Hill's Fire in the Booth reaction and say it's not worthy content creation. Teachers are so much better at knowing their students' educational needs than teaching those needs the AI. Well, I agree with that too, Donald. Clara, I love you so much. And maybe I will watch Knox Hill's reaction. But again, I'm gonna be honest, I've never liked Knox Hill. I don't like the way he talks. Like, it's gonna be rough getting in today's song. It's gonna be Knox and Ren Fentanyl. I'm doing that at the end of the stream today. And that's gonna be a rough one for me. I do not like Knox Hill. I just don't. I've never liked him. I've never liked his music back in the day when he would show it off at the beginning of his reactions. I thought he did some of the worst reactions around. So, like, I'm not the guy. Like, you're not going to like what I have to say when I go watch his video. I'm going to have a lot of complaints. I guarantee it. You know what? But maybe I would be surprised. I didn't, like, out of the three of them rapping on that stage at Dead Wax, bro, Nox's bars were the worst, dude. Victor's blew him out. Fucking Ren blew him out. He did good, but come on. Let's see. Nikki Bridge, are you in the States? If you can you get paid for that? You should be able to get paid for taking care of your mom, though, can't you? Me neither particularly, but the breakdown is insane in that one. Same, it lost to God. I'm so happy that you're doing that song. Hell yeah, man. Like, dude, my girlfriend / manager, she picks out a lot of the stuff that I'm putting out there because she knows about the Renverse way more than I do. So for by and large, you know, nowadays I'm gonna have to watch. I've known the government used to at least pay family members for primary. No idea. Yeah, they used to, bro. Because I got a buddy that does that right now in California. Now he's in California. Well, I'm sorry, I misspoke. She's in California. Also, we're facing government shutdown in a few days, so rip. That's true. But I know she gets paid to take care of her grandma. And I know that California is different. They're a little more enlightened than most other states. I scrap metal for money? Fuck, dude. I mean, I make my YouTube content, and I'm not a Knoxville fan, but he impressed me with that one. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Just because I trust and love in Clara, and he has yet to lead me astray. But I will tell you, Knox Hill was the first reactor I dumped when I dumped him. I watched Charismatic Voice, Knox Hill, Joey Nato, the Third Ernest. I watched a lot of Third Ernest when he was first coming up. And I actually liked watching Third Ernest. I didn't like, dude, he started reacting to music where I didn't give a fuck about. But I used to watch his videos because I really liked him. But then, like, I got into Tom McDonald a little, and then, you know, he started doing his Tom McDonald videos, and some of his arguments against Tom McDonald was a little rough. Like, this is just corny. And, like, yeah, you should get paid for being a caregiver, Nikki. I don't know how that's going under the radar. I don't know. Like, we need to get you in contact with someone, like, well, hold on, actually. I think you're in a really red state, though, I think. That might be what the issue is. Oh, shit, we got another comment, bro. I don't know who this young lady is, but I think that's the first time I've seen her.
There's much more obese kids than there are.
Knox Hill's reaction to Eminem Alfred's theme is over 50 minutes. I don't know how to get anything for it. I'm in Alabama. Does your mom have a social worker on her case? Because it's a family member? Is that why you can't get paid for being a caregiver? I think they even did away with that up here in Canada, at least here in Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan!
Hungry kids, bro. I'm saying, like, and the world's not perfect, dog. It's not utopia, bro. So it's like, I get, and then I'm a capitalist, dog. I'm not in support of the government coming out taking care of everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna oppose it. Like,
but you want the government to get involved and stop abortions.
All right, dude, I'm done. Stevie Knight's a fucking moron. I can't do this anymore. Holy shit! I'll tell you what, dude. No, I got to be careful because. I just can't do it, dude. I can't do it. I can't do it. How? Oh, yeah, we're going to go watch the Crypt thing. Oh, whoops, I misspelled that. Hell yeah. Didn't he do a song against Dax at one point? Reaction channels are dying. Okay, let's see what it is.
Reaction channels are dying. There, I said it. It's been a glaring issue over the last few years. Sure, there have been some really large moments for the reaction community, i.e. Kendrick versus Drake. Everybody was on that. But if you've been keeping up with the hip-hop reaction scene, you've probably noticed a decline ever since COVID. The hype around reaction channels has just kind of fizzled out. Now I know what you're thinking.
I hate to say it, but good.
Reaction videos still get views, right? And yes, of course they do. But those views are largely concentrated to a smaller group of people and artists as to what they used to be. And if you look at the numbers, the interest just isn't there anymore. So today, we're going to dive into hip-hop reaction channels and why they aren't as popular as they used to be. Now, full transparency, this video is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. The video will mostly consist of my actual gameplay for you guys to watch and hopefully be interested enough in to download the game and come play it with me. I'll briefly interject some moments of this video to talk about my gameplay and why I think you should come play with me, because it is one of the few mobile games that I've actually stuck with over the years. Raid has played a massive part in my channel for the last 5, 6, 7 years, and it's honestly one of the main reasons I've even been able to continue YouTube full-time throughout.
Fuck, man. I hope I never get to the point where I gotta do this. I really hope I get to the point where I don't have to show myself out for Raid Shadow Legends. Like, I really hope. If I ever do this, please, en masse, unsubscribe from my channel. Like, holy fuck.
The downfall of reaction content, and I'll get more into that a little bit later in this video. First off, let's talk about how reaction videos even exploded in the first place. Hip-hop being such an emotional and dynamic genre has always sparked raw reactions from fans. So when YouTube hit its stride, it was a perfect storm. You had fans, you had viral moments, and you had people reacting in real time.
Also, like, fuck me, right? Like, I get into it when it's dying off. That sounds about right, baby. I'm always late to the party. I have no savings for hiring a lawyer. Bro, Nikki, I think we just need to start a GoFundMe to see if we can get you some like representation out there. I think we just need to do a video on it, bro. Blast it to your congressman. Become a hot dude. Oh my god, dude, I would rock a hot tub stream. Just lower down the shirt a little bit, push the girls together. Like, hey boys, I could so get into like the ASMR too. Be like, Hey, name's Will. My body's so wet right now. Some reaction channels add a lot more value than others. You can't tar with one bush. Similarly, bring their expertise. Yeah, dude. And those that bring expertise to the domain is dope. Always chance a rabbit hole could help. I don't know, man. I have a cynical view on reaction channels. But I also have a cynical view that people that just, like, back in the day when I used to play League of Legends, I used to have a very cynical view of, like, the content that was becoming normal then. Like, in the League of Legends heyday, we had a lot of, like, explosive, dynamic content, some of which was sponsored by Riot Games itself. People would do animations, they would do rap battles, they would do, you know, funny build videos and, like, dipshit fun things. But over time, it just became stream highlights and 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 the occasional how to grind and the same pro guide video that's come out 250 fucking times. And then over the course of the life of League of Legends, the thing that made League of Legends what it was, the reaction content, like not the reaction content, but like the content that was like fun and explosive that everyone was getting on board with, disappeared. Like the talent to make those videos just wasn't there, because like why would they? They made more money doing stream highlights, just playing the game, and then that's it. So over time, League of Legends content slowly fizzled off, and then like we lost all footing in the West. Like League of Legends is only big in China and Korea now. Like it might be one of the largest. Let's just go do this for reference. I don't really like this website anymore. Just Chatting has 464,000 people. League of Legends is at 181. Valorant 38,000, 40,000, 93,000. Like, you can clearly see that gaming is on a massive download. I think you bring your self-hatred down on the entire genre. That's not fair. Good content is good content. You shouldn't gatekeep what is worthy. Bet the top chatter is just a hot tub streamer. Let's find out, dude. That's fucking Hassan, bro. Kai Sent. Ray. Like, Jesus Christ. He's got 37. He's getting more popular. What the fuck, man? Hassan is unstoppable, man. How many like terrorists does he have to bring on stream? How much evil shit does he also have to do? I'm gonna need major help in the future at some point. I know for sure. Ugh. I'm also disabled. Currently waiting a decision from SSDI, but I can work at some substitute as a para-educator, which only requires an AA or a certificate to do. Hello all! Hey, it's Christy. It's been a while, girl. Just waiting for the inevitable at the moment. Dude, I'm right there with you. I'm currently living off of the money that I borrowed from my father to come up to Canada. Like, I have no idea how I'm going to sustain myself up here. And I just got denied for my passport. So, like, I have to, like, now get a passport while in a foreign country so I can get a job. So everything went to shit really quickly. Hell yeah, brother. But, like, look at this, dude. League of Legends used to be the biggest dog. And then over time, League of Legends fell the fuck off because the content around it just got really, really shitty. And people stopped watching. At least that's my own ridiculous take on it.
Time to some of the wildest, most unexpected bars and tracks ever.
I know y'all heard the sleeping bars. Hold on.
People loved seeing fresh reactions to new drops, whether it was Eminem dissing The Planet on Kamikaze, or Kendrick, or Drake, or whatever song was taking over the airwaves at the time. And let's be real, those first-time hearing reactions were addictive. You'd click on a video just to see somebody's face when they heard Kendrick's Control verse for the first time, or how they react to Eminem's most crazy, wildest bars. It was content gold. But here's where things started to shift. The introduction of short-form content. The evolution of the way we consume content has shifted drastically since 2020. Platforms like TikTok, Instagram Reels, and even YouTube Shorts have changed the game dramatically. People want that bite-sized, instantly engaging content. A long, drawn-out reaction video.
Sometimes when things are tough, I just shut down a little bit. Yeah, coming back to normality. Hey, we're just glad to have you back, my dear. He's kind of right that short-form content has destroyed so much of what YouTube was, but it's also birthed the opposite. A lot of people also want the reverse of long-form content. Now, more people want short-term, yes, because they can get a wide... The subtitles are so jarring. Sorry, I'll turn them off. Oh, no, you meant his. Yeah, dude. Like, it's crazy, because, like, Joe Rogan proved that long-form content can be super sustainable. You just have to have, like, a good conversation and have a lot of fun while doing it. So much less stress. Ha-ha!
Videos don't really fit with the attention spans nowadays. The way we consume content today is very different from just a few years ago in 2020.
But also, like, I disagree with this because a lot of the reactor content that's out there, again, let's just go do a quick cursory glance. Let's just go do this, okay? High Ren is what, how long is that song? It's like 9 minutes, right? High Ren reaction, here we go. Here we go. So even the charismatic voice, she was in there for 37 minutes. Hell yeah, I did watch hers. Crypt was in there for 19. Beth Roars, who I don't know anything about, she was in there for 13. Like, this to me is embarrassing. You got 5 minutes of content to talk about in a 9-minute song. What the fuck is that? This guy at least hit 16. This guy hit 22, so that's cool. This guy's was embarrassing. I watched his 20 minutes, so you had 9 minutes. 23, that's embarrassing. Poor Knox Hill, what the fuck? Like, this is embarrassing. Like, a lot of this is just theft. Like, at least some of them are getting up there. Like, why is it 14 minutes, bro? I know you run your mouth for a minute and a half. I watch this guy sometimes. Nah. Nah. That, I don't like that. Like, there are at least, I saw, like, okay, this one's at least somewhat decently long, so you could probably give an honest opinion about something. That's trash. That's dope. And see, he's a crisis counselor, so that makes sense. He has a lot to say about this. Who is that? Do we know who that is? Like 15 minutes. That's embarrassing. Okay, you know what?
Guys, today we got High Ren. Now, I have seen this song and video literally all over YouTube. Every single time I pull you.
So the first 50 seconds has nothing to do with the song. And and then maybe he gives his opinion on it at the end. Yeah, so, nah, bro. Nah. You can stand reaction content. This, I'm on board with. This is dope. This is okay. This is trash. This is okay. This is dope. This is okay. Like, nah, man. Even Knox Hill had a low number. Come on, bro.
People are more into that short form content rather than sitting down for a 10-minute reaction video. YouTube themselves has even lowered the monetization limit. It used to be 10 minutes to put multiple ads on a video, now it's just 8 minutes. And not to mention, the music itself has become far more accessible than it used to be. With TikTok pushing songs into the mainstream, we already kind of know which tracks are blowing up by the time they hit YouTube now. So the whole reaction element kind of feels delayed in a sense. Reaction videos are even clipped to the bite-sized moments to be posted on these short.
I've talked a lot about Charlie Kirk's shooting. And what I will say is political violence is not okay. But what I will say also is that Charlie Kirk said a lot of terrible shit. And until Republicans are willing to start calling out the political violence on their side, I'm not going to make it a habit of being the one that just keeps trying to turn down the rhetoric. Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, I avoid reactions that are, or yeah, I don't like them. Yeah,
short form platforms now. So instead of sitting down for 10 to 15 minutes to view a certain part of a song or a reaction that you want to look at, you can just go on TikTok or Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts and see that 30-second span that you want to listen to. Viewers don't have to watch an entire video to see somebody's reaction to Kendrick's A minor bar about Drake. They can just find 30-second clip montages now on TikTok of all of these creators doing it. And coming from somebody that's made long form videos for 8 years now, I'm the first to admit it's way easier just to sit down and watch a 30-second TikTok. These 15-minute long reaction videos can simply be condensed down to less than a minute and you can keep scrolling. Another glaring issue that reaction channels face is oversaturation. You see, reaction videos are a bit like trend cycles. They blow up and people love them, and then they're just super oversaturated and people forget about them. A few years ago, a new reaction video felt fresh and exciting. But once creators started seeing the success of those types of videos, everybody wanted a piece of that pie. Now we're seeing channels with similar content and it's just not as exciting.
Well, also it's because the barrier to entry for reaction content is abysmally low. Like, when I did, let me see what my first reaction of all time was. Don't even remember what my first reaction was. And I only did it because I really liked what I saw or something. I don't remember. My God, bro, it's gonna be way back here. I think my first, yeah, dude, my first reaction was a Tom McDonald reaction. This is what made me start reaction. And then I did a breakdown to Pantheon's theme where I talk about the musical instrumentation. And then I did a reaction to the Absolution cinematic. And then I'll Find a Way. And then I started asking questions, should you watch? Then a reaction to this one. This one did pretty well. It got a little bit of views. And then this one blew the fuck up and hit 9,000 views. So then after that, I was like, holy fuck, dude. I went from 100 subscribers to 1,000 overnight. So it's like, oh fuck, well I guess then I gotta start doing reactions and stuff. And then my next video did pretty well. And then I kept going through reaction content and mixing in some other content in between. But the reason why I started doing reaction content was because where is it? This one. This video broke my soul. Mastering the Rift episode 1. Bro, I thought this was gonna be my moment of greatness on YouTube. I was gonna make a video playing Rise, learn how to play him from start to finish. I even got a pentakill on the video. This took me a month to make, where I had to record the footage, learn the character, climb the ranks with the character, and do very well. I uploaded, and it bombed. It got less views than me bitching about Eternals in League of Legends. Like, what the fuck, man? This video tanked so hard, I fell into a massive state of depression after this. I was like, what's the point of trying? Like, all I have to do is stream and upload a stream highlight, people will watch that. I literally went and learned a brand new champion, read every fucking like strategy you could do on him, played him through 150 different matches, recorded me going from rank 0 to rank 7 on the champion, and no one gave a fuck. I had like, bro, I put so much effort into that video. And then like I do one reaction video to Tom McDonald and I doubled its length. Tom McDonald's reaction video took me fucking 20 minutes. And I was mean to Tom McDonald in that reaction video, because I thought the whole point of reactions was to be honest. I learned back in the day you're not supposed to be honest. So I said, fuck that, fuck reactions. And then I kept being honest, and eventually people started watching my content. But like, bro, the like to dislike ratio on this one was terrible. And these are my favorite videos right here to make. Look at this, the LGC Roundup. I love this video, 36 views. LGC 2 Roundup, like a highlight montage of my friends. You need to find unique things to hate, not common things to hate. Exactly, dude. Oh, dude, this Brainwash song, oh, it's the hate in that one was pretty bad. But this video right here is probably my favorite video I've made with the homies, and no one watched it. But me talking about the lore and Thresh Unbound and Night at the End blew the fuck up. It still has more views than Ren does. And then, of course, fuck Tom. I just sit here for a bit to have a smoke while I go out to the dogs, then it's back to nap time. Hell yeah. The LGC Roundup 3, at least this one got 190 views. That was probably my most successful League of Legends video outside of reactions. Like, the reason why reactions are popping up everywhere is because they take no effort to make. This is why I'm so critical of reacting content, because it's like, bro, half the time people don't even edit their stuff. They don't even go in and like change things around. Half the time they have a paid editor. The reason why content is starting to feel gross and like fake is because the majority of the time it is. A reactor comes on, gives an opinion for about a fraction of the runtime of the song, and then they'll send the video off to some asshole who I wish I had. You know what I mean? They're assholes because they don't work for me, because I don't have the money to pay them. And then they just splice the video, they zoom in a little bit, and they just got to make sure they ham it up for the camera. And it's fucking, I hate every aspect of it, bro.
When you know exactly how the reaction's gonna go. The market became flooded and originality really took a hit. It's almost as if you've heard the song before you even watch a reaction. And after a while, it kind of gets predictable. If you're not bringing something new to the table or adding a unique twist to your reactions, it's easy for people to click off and move on to something else. A lot of these reaction channels just started feeling the same, almost as if you could predict the next move. A big track drops, it's the exact same format, exact same excitement level, saying, yo, that was crazy.
Yeah, because they're always just chasing the fucking market, dude. They're chasing the most views. Like, it's...
and then it's just on to the next video. I get it, the hype can't always be maintained, but there's no real personality or fresh perspective behind the reactions now. And in turn, the content becomes very stale, which leads me on to the next point.
Would you be interested in watching a Tom McDonald diss track by Math Legal called Tom McDonald is a Nazi? Oh, so he made another one? I watched his first one. When they were beefing back and forth, did Mac Lethal actually make another one? I'm down to watch it.
The algorithm changes. YouTube has always been an algorithmically based platform, but the key difference is in what they show you now versus what they did in 2020. In 2020, if you were to watch an entire video of somebody reacting to, let's say, a Lil Wayne song, YouTube would see that you stayed on that individual's channel for some 10 to 15 minutes and would proceed to recommend you other videos from that specific creator. Now,
here's something fun for you. Mr. Doc to Ren's reacting to Disco Doc reacting to Power.
algorithm will see that you've watched a decent amount of minutes of a reaction to a Lil Wayne song, and it will recommend you more Lil Wayne reaction, which in turn drives people away from the creator and more towards the actual content, attributing to that oversaturation of that content. Another thing that reaction channels face is their audience. Reaction channels can be very niche to certain groups and fan bases, and one wrong move can completely alienate you as a channel from an entire fan base.
Facts, bro! Bro, the amount of pushback I get on my channel when I'm like, I don't agree with Ren on this one particular line, holy fuck, dude. I remember I watched that Vineyard show, his song Healing or whatever. And I remember Codex is my favorite guy to bully in my own personal life because the man usually says just really mean shit. But like, Actually, he got me one of them was pretty funny. I actually did like one of them. But Codex 777 or whatever his name is infamous for just coming into my channel and just being an asshole. But I respect his opinion because even those that are assholes have the right to voice their opinion. And you know, if you watch my content, you know, by all means use your comment section however you want, bro. And I'm gonna eventually read it and I'm gonna try and respond to it. You know, that's my goal. If you watch my content, it's only fair that I listen to your opinion, even if your opinion is usually sometimes, you know, misguided. But for the first time ever, like he was like, this reaction was incredibly bitter, and I'm like, bro, that's rich coming from someone like you. I have yet to see you leave a positive comment out of almost 100 videos. We're like at 80 or 60 now. Like every time you comment, you have never said a positive thing ever. Maybe you're just projecting your own negativity into the world and you're seeing it everywhere. Like, get the fuck out of here. But yes, like, bro, all you have to do is say something mean against like the artist that you're watching or give an honest opinion about something. And bro, the amount of like people like unsubscribe, bro. Like I said, all of the videos that have my highest dislike ratio for Ren are the ones where I was arguing against the point he was making, like Genesis or Money Ties or Money Games, because I'm willing to look at past, you know, greed as not just a universal evil, because I don't believe in universal evils. I believe that everything is kind of on a scale, and we have to look at outcomes to be determinative of whether something is evil or not. You know, but you know, if you say that, the amount of people that soy out in the comments is like, Jesus. I remember I actually, you know, most Ren videos get me like 1 subscriber, if not a handful more. But, bro, I lost subscribers on Money Games too. And then it's really crazy because then I'll put up a vote and then like my girlfriend be like, that one's a little political. Hopefully they don't pick that one right away. And they'll pick it right away just so they can get mad at me. And I'm like, fuck, bro. That's crazy.
You could like 99% of an artist's catalog, but if you have a negative reaction to just 1% of their catalog, you will inevitably lose a large chunk of that fan base based on that negative reaction. And in turn...
Holy fuck, Crypt. Yes, bro. I refuse to be pigeonholed.
Percent of their catalog, you will inevitably lose a large chunk of that fan base based on that negative reaction. And in turn, you'll lose a chunk of viewership for the next time you react to that artist, which in turn again leads you to subconsciously trying to like every single song and find...
Night, Matt. Night. What's up, pussy? What's up? Fly on me again. Fly on me again. What? Ah! It's winning!
The positives in it for that artist, which in turn essentially makes every single reaction the exact same, like I talked about earlier. Everything becomes...
Yeah, fuck that, dude. Fuck that, dude.
Very predictable, and that further pushes the staleness that exists in the reaction content. And also, people...
Again, so sometimes the people that watch reaction content further reinforce that. Like, I told you had a few good points. Yeah, bro, Nikki, damn! Nikki, damn! Go fly, go kidding.
People aren't stupid. It's very easy to spot and identify a non-genuine reaction. It's all just one big compounding negative factor. Sure, there are still thousands of people who consume this content that appreciate the authenticity of a negative review, but either way you spin it, you're in a lose-lose battle. If you try to like every song, you're going to lose a lot of the genuine people. If you give your actual thoughts and dislike a song, you're going to lose a lot of the diehards of that fan base. Because reaction channels have a terrible problem of viewers watching them for their favorite artists, not watching them for their reactions. So when Kendrick...
Yep. Again. Again. Ah! The fly's back! Bro, chill! I will kung fu you! I think the reason you might have difficulty with speaking to morality in the way that you have is that many believe in absolute morality, and it seems that you are more in line with relative morality. Well, yeah. Well, because once you start diving into philosophy, you realize that no one knows anything. Like, it's all just made up conjecture, like, composed of your own ego. Like, we have some small universal truths by and large, but not universal is the wrong word. We have some truths by and large that, like, across multiple, like, civilizations and countries that believe in a lot of the same concepts and ideas, but that doesn't make them a universal truth, because that means universally under all circumstances that is true, and that doesn't exist in our world. There is no such thing as a universal truth, other than maybe gravity. But what he's saying here is true, because even when I make content like that has nothing to do with Ren or music, it gets poor reactions. Now, obviously, politics are going to get poor reactions because they're already, you know, like, look at this one: 9 dislikes, 1 like. You know, I'm surprised this one did as well as it did, honestly. But, excuse me, I apologize. Why? Fuck off, bro. It's just crazy how, like, you'll get comments like, I'm subscribing for more Ren, and you're like, then don't. Like, what if I never do another Ren song? Like, well, all you're telling me is you're looking me for to go down one rabbit hole, and you're further reinforcing the problem that exists within reaction content. I think that some people understand across culture, one I know of is taking from others is wrong, and for society to work, that view must be adhered to. I agree. Yeah, we have a few ideas that conceptually... Oh, wait, you believe in gravity? Conceptually, we believe that there are some universals, but as a pastafarian, I don't believe in gravity. I also enjoy the reactor and the interactions with the reactor. Ramen. Yeah. It was just a bummer. Like, I don't want to come to the defense of reaction content creators. I really don't. Reed would fall into that camp. Yeah, but sometimes there's reasons to be greedy, right? Like, there's a reason why one country that demands to have more resources would attack another country to get those resources. It is impossible to agree with everyone. Gravity is created by Satanists to trick you into global Earth. Exactly, bro. We want a global power. Like, greed as a root to me means different things. Like, there are days when my girlfriend gets home from work, I could stay editing videos. It would be better for my channel. I'd get more content out. I can even set things to upload while I'm not here. But sometimes greedily, I'll get off my ass and go out there and hang out with my girlfriend. Countries are too big for humans to grasp. I agree with that. But again, like, we don't have, some people want someone to watch their favorite artist and like seeing the surprise or emotional reaction someone has for the first time they experience. As simple as that. The flying spaghetti monster holds us against the earth with his noodle appendages. Raw men. Yeah.
Eminem or Travis Scott doesn't put out an album.
But the shorter you are, the more they love you. Some people, like, so I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. So that is greed either way. Yeah, but greed is not necessarily evil. Like, Faker became the best player in all of League of Legends, and he's won more tournaments than anybody. In order to do that, he had to be incredibly greedy with his time. He refused to serve in the military, part of the South Korean military. It was greedy of him not to serve his country, which is a requirement for young men. He spent time playing video games rather than spending time with loved ones or chasing down girls or doing other things. He dedicated his life to something. And though that life made him very rich, didn't help anybody. Other than people enjoyed his art and craft of watching him play League of Legends. Like, that was very greedy of him to do that, but it made him the best player in the world. I argue Dopa's better, but he got banned for boosting accounts. Sorry, Dopa, you don't get to have your moment because there's no way to verify it anymore. I agree with Carla. I like to see someone's experience a song, but I like to enjoy it even more. We're just going to have to disagree on this one then, guys. I just think that reactors are generally pawn scum. Well, that's what I believe.
Or a song in a few months or years, a large chunk of those typical audience views will not watch them react to other content. It's very difficult to mesh and blend other fan bases to other videos, which is why you will see some.
That is different. It's more the greed of money and the use of money for evil. I did a reaction yesterday about a young man, Akala, where I went into some of these topics, but I don't think money is inherently bad at all. I think money is probably the perfect system that we have. I would venture that he did not see that as greed in the same way that you characterize his choices, everyone as a hero of their story. Yeah, but that line of logic is greedy. You aren't the hero of your story. You're just a hero. You're not a hero. You're just a person. Like, he might disagree that it was greedy, but that's also my point. Is that one man's greed is another man's fortune. Like, we don't have a way to articulate the differences, and we don't have quantifiable cutoff points when greed is greed and when, like, pursuit and ambition aren't. Like, ambition has killed more people around the world than anything, and most of that ambition is greedy. Like, Nobunaga nearly conquered Japan for his ambition, his greed. Not sure I'm a hero in anyone's story. You're a hero in mine, making all the Republicans fucking cringe. It's a fucking beautiful sight to see. That was weird. Kimmel? I don't think he's a hero. I really don't like Jimmy Kimmel. I stand with Jimmy Kimmel, but I don't really like him. He did good in his, like, return episode, but I mean, like, he's a little too far left for me, you know? Personally. Like, well, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I've been a Jimmy Kimmel stan for a long time. I liked him in The Man Show, and that was it. I'm not saying money is evil. It's that evil people do with and for money. Yeah, but we all do it. Like, again, my problem comes down to people. And, like, no one will know what the value of their belief is until that value is tested. So, like, 3/4 ass jeans. Like, at some point, like, you say enough things, you'll never really know what you believe. Girls jumping on a trampoline. Yes, dude. I was a young man growing up watching The Man Show. That shit mattered to me. So me and Jimmy Kimmel aren't, like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I was some big Kimmel fan just because, like, he like, you know, the left got behind him. I'm not gonna do that. That's some fake ass shit. I ain't about to do that shit. But I stand with him in that particular situation. Next week, when he says something unhinged, I'll be like, Jimmy Kimmel's a moron.
Them react to other content. It's very difficult to mesh and blend other fan bases to other videos, which is why you will see somebody with 1 million subscribers have a 500,000 view video reacting to Eminem, but only get about 5,000 views reacting to an independent artist, coming from personal experience, of course. Plus, the younger audience, who is the core demographic for reaction channels, eventually grow older and move on to different things. A 15-year-old freshman in high school during COVID is now a 20 to 21-year-old sophomore in college.
Bro, that's fucking wild when you think about it. He should not have been removed from the air the way he was, but that's as far as I believe. I feel the idea of canceling to be abhorrent. Use better arguments to prove them wrong. Exactly, dude. I stand with him for what happened, but I don't watch it. Exactly, dude. Exactly. I missed Norm Macdonald. Fuck yeah, dude. Norm Macdonald
Vastly
was
different
awesome.
interests. It is very difficult to create lifelong fans out of a reaction channel. And note, I say very difficult. It definitely does happen. But generally, you're only going to be able to convert roughly 5% of your viewers if you're lucky. Now, before we continue on in the video, obviously you guys have been watching me play Raid Shadow Legends, and hopefully I've hypnotized you enough to at least give it a shot. All right, give it a chance for your boy. But if I'm not enough, Teenage freaking Mutant Ninja Turtles should be. It's your childhood wrapped up in the game. They got all of them. They got Michelangelo, but you can collect Oculus, limited time events. Honestly, they give you so many chances to get new starter pack with the Epic Champion Yugo, and once you reach level 15 in the game, you'll get just for freely one of the promo codes that I have on the screen within 48 hours of downloading the game, and you.
I do miss George Carlin, bro.
can get another legendary champion. Trust me, it's extremely worth it. And again, all this is totally free to play, it's free to download, and free to support me. I've been trying to show you different game modes that I'm playing. There's been campaigns, dungeons, boss fights. I've shown me opening up some shards, getting some new champions, getting all the daily rewards that you get for free in this game. There's literally is so much that you can do, and you can.
I wish we could have his take on the insanity happening today. He would call out the radicalization of both sides, but I feel like he'd be a little harder on MAGA.
can just find yourself playing this game for hours without even realizing it. I know there's been several times my wife has made me put my phone down while we're laying in bed because I've just been on it for 45 minutes doing stuff. But anyway, now back to kicking some tail in arenas while I dive deeper into the death of reaction channels. Because the biggest thing that reaction channels face are the creators themselves. A lot of reaction channels start off super genuine and very authentic fans who just want to share their thoughts and feelings about the music that they love. And hip-hop fans, especially the diehard ones, want more than just a reaction. They want engagement, discussion, and a real connection. Back in the day, reaction channels often had that familial vibe. They built community. They would break down tracks, have in-depth conversations, and really dive into the music and the culture of it. It wasn't just about, oh, this beat's fire, and then they would move on. It was about why that beat hit so hard or what made that verse stand out in larger context. But now, some channels have just kind of lost that sense of community with the
What makes you say that? Like, what makes me say that, like, George Carlin would probably be a little meaner to MAGA? Well, because, like, they don't typically deal in facts. No, yeah. That's why I said he would, like, make fun of both. But I feel like, at the end of the day, he kind of liked people being somewhat logical. And people that deny reality and studies and science. Like, I feel like he'd be a little harder on them than the people that are at least trying to uphold those, you know, those sanctums. Because they're ridiculous. Hell yeah, Ricardo. I always got my back up. Like, sarcasm. I know. I'm just using that as an opportunity to just jump on my soapbox. You know what I'm saying? I hear what he's saying, man. I feel like my reactions have gotten worse to music. I feel like even I am. How do I say this? Because, like, subconsciously, I run a YouTube channel, right? Like, my goal is to, like, you know, afford groceries with this so I don't have to go get a job. You know what I mean? Like, I'd happily work, but I was unable to find one for 6 months. So subconsciously, it makes you like, well, I can't come off unhinged in this video. You know? Now, I'm very bad at listening to my subconscious, so I do come off unhinged as fuck all the time. It's oh my god, it's fucking Frank. What's up, baby? How you doing, dog? What's going on, bro? You guys need an assistant manager down there? Actually, I can't even come back to America. I'm in Canada right now, dog. Holy shit. I understand sarcasm, but fell for a YouTube short because I thought it was going to be sarcastic when the title said UK drivers are very considerate. I at least thought I have to, but no. Oh, sarcastic. I'm so slow. Holy fuck. Draxon, what's up, man?
Sheer amount of reaction channels in existence now, they're just cranking out reaction videos as quickly as possible, trying to be the first one and catch that algorithm without really connecting with the audience on a deeper level. So when that personal connection fades, so does the appeal. And when that appeal fades, along comes a burnout for the creator. They simply don't want to make those types of videos anymore because it feels like the same mundane thing over and over again. It becomes less of that super authentic fan-like behavior that they first started the channel with and becomes more of that day-to-day job. And last but not least, of course, we have to talk about the money. The constant muddy waters of YouTube's fair use system has been nothing short of that. Muddy and completely unclear. For those of you that don't know, about 99% of reaction videos do not earn money from monetization of that video. Granted, there are exceptions. A select few may have reached a status where labels will let them react to videos without that worry, but even I, as a 1 million subscriber channel, do not have that luxury. In fact, of my near 1,300 videos, almost 900 of them are reactions, and 750 of those are demonetized, meaning that I do not make money from that reaction, but the label of the creator of the song that I'm reacting to does. They make every cent of it, which has become increasingly frustrating over the years because YouTube...
Okay, he's being really disingenuous here. Also, though, like, maybe not, because, like, I try to react to smaller content creators who are just happy to have their music out in the world. If you're reacting to big name hip hop, that's crazy, bro. Getting ready for work? Damn. I miss that feeling, bro. I don't work no more, dude. I couldn't find a job in Trump's America, so I got the fuck out. But you know me, I'm an opinionated asshole. So I stand by all my firings. I deserved it.
YouTube itself even lists reaction videos.
Oh, what I was saying was, though, if you're reacting to big mainstream artists, yeah, you're gonna like look. Like I said, like I literally, my Jimmy Kimmel video is blocked worldwide, bro. I don't even know why I thought that like that was gonna work. For some reason, I just figured like Disney wasn't evil, but then I just remembered like, you know. But I mean, I make about 30 cents a video, which is not a lot, man. 30 cents a video is crazy. But you do what you gotta do, dog, you know? But if you react to the bigger guys, yeah, dude, there's a huge chance that, like, you know, these people have massive market media people. They have an entire teams and, like, lawyers. And, dude, they'll just deny every claim the second it goes through. And then if you, like, send another claim, you could lose your entire channel. You would get more money if you did a hot tub, just saying, yeah, but then I have to buy a hot tub, bro. You know how expensive them motherfuckers are? And how am I going to put that in the house? This is Canada, bro. It is cold as fuck outside, which I like. But, you know what? You're right. Let's do a hot tub stream, dude. I'm going to bring my setup into the bathroom, dude. We're going to do bath time with Will. They're like 200 inflatable ones? Okay, well, I might be able to afford that. Excuse me, by the way.
As an acceptable form of fair use when appealing a copyright claim, but nonetheless, 90% of the time a creator will lose that copyright claim case. And in the 10% that they actually win it, it's because the label didn't get to the claim in time. They have 30 days.
Yeah, they do have 30 days to get to it. However, he's not talking about disputes. All corporations must do everything in their power, at least in the US, to increase profits. That's what's decided by SCOTUS and Dodge versus Ford. Fuck you talking about? You're working right now. Bro, I love you so much, but this is, bro, there's a difference here, man. I'm in my room. I'm in my basketball shorts vibing. So the people who want the companionship for their abetting interest and maybe don't have in real life shouldn't be allowed because you've judged it unworthy pursuit? I've never said that. William and Kia is in a hot tub. OnlyFans might be a good source of income. Bro, I already told Kia to start taking feet pics of mine, bro. Like, dude, I'll upload these motherfuckers, these ugly ass motherfuckers, bro. The diabetes, I need to take those feet pics before I lose them, you know?
Didn't get to the claim in time. They have 30 days to review it, and if they don't give you an answer within 30 days, you win the case. Now, I've always been a breakdown reaction channel with lots of pauses, lots of over-explaining of bars and metaphors to really try to be transformative. And up until 2020, I was always allowed to monetize those reactions and those breakdowns, or at the very least qualify for shared revenue with the artist. But something happened in 2020 where those rules seemingly went out the window, because now I can lose monetization on a video just by showing screenshots of Genius lyrics on the screen without even playing.
Yeah, bro, that's so true. I get fucking demonetized from the ad that I watch. I'll pay you not to do fix. Where's the anti-OnlyFans? Hell yeah, dude. Look, I agree. Look, no one wants to see these titties.
Playing the song. And because the copyright system has gotten so bad and all this money has been taken, it leads to a massive increase in sponsorships and the promotion of those sponsorships to supplement that income. And Lord knows people love nothing more than to click off a
I'm only watching if it's a moose milk bath. Hell yeah, dude. At least I think that water is like super milky, so you wouldn't see nothing, but you will see the nips.
sponsored video, which in turn hurts the watch time for a creator and hurts the algorithmic favor that that person could have had without that sponsored video. It is a lose-lose situation all around. Thankfully, there are still some artists out there that will allow reaction videos to be monetized. Chris Webby is one of those. I am one of those. You might not get a lot of views because of me, but there are still artists out there allowing this to happen. But if an artist is signed to a label, you can pretty much forget about it. There are several artists that I used to react to that I was able to monetize that I no longer can do that with. Joyner Lucas being one of the main ones. As of recently, I've even had old videos.
I don't want to see any feet, and I don't care how pretty they are. Exactly, bro. Also, he was in a Joyner Lucas video. Like, our boy was in I'm Not Racist video. I bet you he couldn't even react to it. I heard that butt kisses can fetch $50 each, but look, step on your leather rosebud and press it on a piece of paper. Yeah. Butt kisses, huh? Nikki's way more in the thick of it than I thought. Damn, girl, what's you buying?
That I reacted to Joyner back in 2020, 2019 get re-copyright claimed, even though they told me that I could react to those videos without the worry of those claims. KSI is another one as well. Dax is one now. A lot of those artists that I spent so many years reacting to their songs and breaking them down and explaining the metaphors and everything, I no longer can do that while making money while doing that, unless I have a sponsor for it, which becomes a catch-22. Nobody really wants to work for free. And labels have been cracking down harder now than they ever have. A lot of us deal with the copyright blocks now, especially with an album. You guys may have noticed that I haven't reacted to an album on this channel in a very long time, because I will sit here for 2 to 3 hours and break down these songs, and then I will post a video and it will get taken down. It's happened for the last 3 albums that I've done. And again, my time is super valuable, whether it comes to making my own music or making YouTube videos or doing other business ventures outside of YouTube. So it just becomes increasingly frustrating to make those reaction type videos for that to happen. I know Nox Hill has dealt with some very similar situations. People are getting strikes now for doing what they've done for 10 years. We have always...
Yeah, dude. Well, and on top of that, like the reaction content is going to go away. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Everyone, this is way too bright. The reaction content is about to go out the window. There's 4 major lawsuits right now about YouTube's responsibility in reaction content, from the Ethan Klein lawsuits from his content nuke. At the end of the day, like, you guys will have to say goodbye to reaction content eventually. Now, what terms you go out on that are, like, they might change, but YouTube is already like running the idea that they're going to demonetize reaction content. Like, they're already in that ballpark because of this ongoing lawsuit that Ethan Klein has going on right now. Mainly because he's a major content creator that's fighting against reaction communities right now. That's why my videos are as long as they are. That's why I pause so frequently. That's why I want to be able to, when I go in to send my report to YouTube, I'm like, bro, I watched a 3-minute song and it took me 40 minutes to get through it. I like 5x the runtime. This is nothing about that song. I'm using this song as a vehicle to talk about the stuff that's in the back of my head. Like, that's it. That's what, like, that's just all it boils down to. This way, they can never say that I'm breaching fair use. I am not just uploading the song and trying to replace the original product. And I never will. But eventually, we might have to go back to the way it was before reaction content blew up. Where the part of the video would show, cut away, boom, my face would pop up on the camera and be like, what he just said here means that's how YouTube used to react. Like, that's, even that took more time, because at least that required editing skills. You know what I mean? Like, YouTube wants to remove away from reaction content as well.
Always been able to do this without the fear of strikes. There's been a lawsuit with the YouTube fair use system, and it's just increasingly been forgotten about. So if you start to see less and less reaction videos for some of your favorite creators, this is why. But there you have it. Hip-hop channels aren't as popular anymore because of that oversaturation, the evolution of the genre, the shifts in how we consume content, creators evolving, the crazy fair use system, the demonetization. A lot of factors have gone into it over the last few years. But what do you think? Are reaction channels actually done for? Is there a hope for a comeback? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And if you're still about that reaction life, just make sure you're keeping it fresh and real, because people can definitely tell when it's forced. And shout out to those independent artists that still let people react to their music and make money off of it. Now, obviously, guys, you gotta take this video with a grain of salt, okay? Because there are still some reaction channels that are absolutely killing it out there. Shout out to my guy No Life Shack, on top of the game right now. Nox Hill still doing really well. This isn't just an overall blanket statement that every single reaction channel out there is dying. And maybe I'm the only one. Maybe this is just one big long diary video. But I do like making videos more like this, and I'm just very burnt out on the reaction style stuff, especially with all the stuff that I talked about in this. So you might start.
And this is what I like about your reaction videos. Until watching yours, I thought reaction videos were almost universally hot garbage. Thunderstorms incoming, Wi-Fi might glitch me, and Spectrum sucks ass. Hell yeah, I agree with that. I mean, yeah, dude, I mean, I personally do not like a majority of reaction content. But I mean, like, I found a few videos out there every once in a while. I was like, fuck yeah, dude. But I appreciate that, Donald. Damn, homie. Like, thank you for putting respect on my name. I don't know if I deserve it, but, like, thank you.
Seeing a change in content on my channel to some more of these commentary style videos. Thank you so much to my Patreon for always supporting me. They got this.
And see, that's also something that I do when I do my run through. I don't market mine as reaction content. Mine, I mark it as commentary. I'm commentating on stuff. I don't consider what I do a reaction because I talk way too much for it to be a reaction. Which is why ultimately, here, I'll show you guys my cheat sheet here that I use to, my buddy, who was actually in the chat earlier, who I think we made mad because we were saying what we said, he made me this one because he's, like, a lot of the art you see on this channel is typically done by Unbearable. He's the one that helped me make The Witch of the North, all the backgrounds, like, all the stuff. Like, he's been one of the biggest contributor to our channel. He even is the one that helped me do this thing over here. I have 2 of them here. Like, he helped me put this together. He's even the one that cropped this initially for my stream overlay. You know, that's why he's #1 in my supporters. He's been supporting me longer than anybody around. And he's my boy, and I love him with all my heart, even though sometimes we disagree on politics. Like, the next time I do one of these, I'm going to remove the word reacts. Yeah, one of these days, me and Steve, you know, whenever I have some time with him and he's not working insane hours, I'm going to see if he can put, like, a commentary or something there. Because I don't like the reacts word at all. But, yeah, dude, like, this man has helped me so many times. So typically I just get the thumbnail and I just put it in the box. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have the capability to do all these things. Like, anytime you see one that looks really shitty, that's one that I did in Paint. You know what I'm saying? I still use Paint, dog. Yeah.
This video early, and it's edited completely different for them to omit any interruptions or sponsors. Plus, you'll get a shout out at the end of every single video.
We had something real to content, which is why I loved your high-rate reaction so much. It provided so much additional context to an already credible video. Yeah, I think you're giving me more credit than I deserve. I think that High Ren makes people super retrospective or introspective. The song is such a great duality between your internal monologue. It forces you to like analyze, like, have I ever had this conversation with myself? And if so, how often does the other guy win? At least to me, that's what the music really was. Really, it is a genius song, though. Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm a man that does everything in his power to do everything I can to not feed my ego. You can go listen to other. I did listen to 2 people, and yeah, some of them didn't like. The Charismatic Voice talked about some cool stuff. But, like, if Draxon is still here, you can just ask him. He knows egotistical Will. He knows Will who thinks he knows all. You know what I'm saying? That guy, that version of Will, is a fucking asshole. And I don't ever want to be that guy again. So I appreciate the kind words, and I love you guys for it. But I can never feed that ego again. If I feed that ego, I'm an asshole. You know, I'd rather just be an asshole during a debate versus a guy who thinks he's got his shit together. I don't want to drink my own Kool-Aid. I think it's safer to assume that you know nothing. This way you can surprise the world when you do, versus thinking you know everything and the world is looking for the opportunity that you know nothing. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm a little different. Maybe, I don't know, dude. I'm just scared to feed that guy because I see, like, the negative outcomes all the time. Like, even today, like, me and my girlfriend were arguing something where I was clearly wrong. Because, like, my opinion on it is outdated. I was going off of information from 2019, and, you know, no one will ever know everything, period. That's true. But you know what I used to say about that? Like, no, I don't know everything, but I know a little bit about everything. I was that egotistical, bro. This is me modulating that guy down. Fucking flies. I swear to God, I'm gonna box you, bro. I took a shower. I smell fresh and clean. Unless we get special powers in the future. Bro, we have AI, bro. We are the future.
video like this right here on the screen. You can do
Bring
it for as
it.
little as $1 a month or as much as $10 a month if you really want to support me. You get my music early and just a lot of the behind the scenes stuff of my
Well, we
life.
weren't
And again,
arguing.
massive shout out to Raid Shadow Legends for bringing
But like, bro, I was operating off of wrong information. What? What's up, dog? We doing this? Judo chop. All right, I didn't get it. I'm bad.
you this video. Please download the game. Give it a chance. Every single download helps me out a ton. I genuinely enjoy the game. I play this a lot on my channel, and I hope to continue to be able to play it for you guys and work with them in partnership. Scan that QR code and join my clan, the Crypt Keepers, to come play along with. And of course, remember all those amazing rewards that you'll get for trying out the game. You get the Epic Champion Yugo just for trying it out, and the pack that comes with
Your breakdown of Hyren had so many facets. That's why I like your music reaction. They include intellectual, philosophical, and musical critiques. Well, yeah, yeah, that's just because I love that shit, bro. Like, the philosophical nature of Ren's Hyren is a very interesting thing to, like, think about. There are a handful of songs that play with, like, the Dance with the Devil. Not saying everything was perfect, but that part was part of the show. I got you, yeah. Well, dude, honestly, I will go back and react to that on Monday, just so, you know, for you. Also, just so I can correct some of the things that I know I got wrong. But yeah, dude, a lot of my videos I have not seen. I have no idea what you guys have seen. I don't even usually remember what I say in a video. That's my biggest fear, is that I'm gonna like just start repeating myself in every video because I'm not aware that I've already made that claim, you know? I know a handful of things I say because I get enough pushback in the comments where I'm like, fuck, all right, let me go rewatch what they're like, the timestamp they're putting out there.
with him. Once you play it a little bit and reach level 15, you get the Epic Champion Drake and the pack that comes with him, and then all those promo codes that you gotta pick from. I recommend following Foulbeard with promo code Demon Slayer because I'm a big bearded dude myself and I like big beards. Pause. But that's available into the new year. Then of course you got my boy Michelangelo that you get for free just by logging in 7 days. A lot of stuff, alright? Just scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Help your boy out by helping yourself out. But that's it for this one, guys. This is my last song. If you want to check it out, it's streaming very well right now. I appreciate everybody giving it a chance. Crypt out. What they talking about? What they talking about?
I guess I can react to Crypt's music too. All right, we're at 2:31. Whoops, I didn't mean to close that one. God damn it. All right. So I think that gives us the perfect amount of time. Well, I guess Kate Nash, Death Proof, since the other one is in limbo. Bro, I have to go re-download that one. I deleted the actual master file. Like, I already have the thumbnail made, and I was gonna have my girlfriend watch it, but fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna release it. Because eventually, if I have a debate, I'll probably say some of that crazy shit anyway, and I'll lose the subscribers anyway. I don't do reaction videos, but there are a bunch of YouTube videos I'm in as an elected official, and I've never watched myself. It makes me cringe beyond belief. Bro, I want to react to some of your stuff, bro. But, yeah, let me do this real quick before. Fuck, no, I was just on that one. I got hit home. Ridiculous! Oh, about the invisible thing that happened to me earlier. If you make me mod, it won't happen. I should make you a mod, Pixie. I should. But I feel like you're already a moderator in so many communities, bro. You might be drunk on pout. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Ah, fly! Oh, wow. Wow. I can't believe... Don't do it. I can't take it. I'm joking, Pixie. I'm joking. Dude, I can't believe this video got no views. I can't believe that this video just died. Like, this song was so good. Crazy Blue was like, dude, it's like one of the best jams I've ever heard in like the last 5 years, and no one's watching it. Like, this is a small band of like 8,000. Well, this is the ad for a video game. But like, that reminds me of like Lily Pichu and shit. Oh, okay. Well, there's actual lyrics for it now. Humans who have continued to develop have lost sight of the value of happiness and in the rush of passing days have abandoned things. All right, I'm rewatching this video, bro. Now that I know the fucking lyrics, Jesus Christ, dude, this song is so gangster. That's like, this song is so adorable and so reminiscent of like the early 2000s and late 90s. And like the lyrics are so dope. Humans who have controlled, develop, or continue to develop have lost sight of the value of happiness. And in the rush of passing days have abandoned thinking. Holy fuck! What am I living for? Turning to me, who is lost in thought. Those who've accomplished something again today. What I said so grandly, it doesn't resonate. Well, you can tell there's a difference in languages. I wanted to run away. I couldn't forgive it anymore, but I wanted to be forgiven. I wanted to be forgiven. Everything is a losing ticket. Even the days I can think of, everything wasn't a waste. You'll be able to think that someday, won't you? So that's why you pray, right? Someone cried today. Someone laughed. No one is always happy, but that's why happiness exists. Like, yo, this song is way deep, bro. What the fuck? Japan still got it going on, guys. But that's not what I was here for. I just saw that little thing because that song's adorable, and I wish more people in the world would listen to that little band. Anyway, Knox Hill. Knox Hill and fentanyl. All right, Knox Hill, please don't copyright strike my channel. Sorry I said I don't like you. I mean, Ren's in the song still, Pixie. If you love Ren, he'll be here, right?
Conscious rapper.
All right, for those of you that don't know, I'm on a kick to like raise up all of Ren's people. And that means we're going to be checking out all of the surrounding people. And that means we're going to check out Knox Hill, a channel that I one time wrote off long ago. Let's see what our boys got.
Conscious rappers vibing, but they said it wasn't selling. So instead of tribe, the question was for highs. I guess I get it. But we sold our de la souls and reassigned the proper metrics. Violent rap survived and Darwinized the prophet zealots. Survival of the fittest. Trade your bars for gems and you'll be shining. That's the realest. In this climate of addiction style, Big Pharma is the realest. Now as long as pills are filling, you ain't really gotta feel the sound.
Never have an issue with people criticizing me. I invite it openly. I just have a hard time watching myself. The reaction would by definition require me to listen to myself. If you're listening to Knox, you gotta listen to Stan, which is a diss track towards King Dada. Hey, what's up, Tracy? All right, he had a lot of bars in there already. Let's go back and.
For gems and you'll be shining, that's the realest. In this climate of addiction style, Big Pharma is the realest. Now as long as pills are filling, you ain't really gotta feel the sound.
He's already blaming Big Pharma. Come on, bro. People need to get off this shit. Anyway, let's try it again.
Metrics, violent rap survived and Darwinized the prophet zealots. Survival of the fittest. Trade your bars for gems and you'll be shining. That's the realest. In this climate of addiction style, Big Pharma is the realest. Now as long as pills are filling, you ain't really gotta feel the sound.
Come on, dude. Like, there's a reason why they hand out these pills. They do universally help people. There are people that like fall into like crazy circles, but. And also, like, the whole trade your bosses for gems. I don't... Hold on, let's try this again.
We sold a de la...
I'm a school board member of Kent School District in Washington State. Damn, bro. Like, so, like... Wait, hold on, Donald. Are you the one that told me you wanted to have a conversation about philosophy? Because someone said that in the High Ren video, and I said I was definitely down. And then they just kind of disappeared. They never, like, responded again or something.
our souls and reassign the proper metrics. Violent rap survived and Darwinized the prophet zealots. Survival of the fittest. Trade your bars for gems and you'll be shining, that's the realest. In this climate of addiction style, Big Pharma is the realest. Now as long as pills are filling, you ain't really gotta feel the sound. The world is full of juice, and while you floating, you been finna drown. How many rappers out here missing out? But they sell you with this vision and this fear of missing out. The industry will fuck us, so we follow what is trending. Brag about these hollow tips.
I certainly could have. I like his message, but I don't like the way that he's like. Well, first of all, his bars are dope. The songs is gangster. Like, he's got a good rhyme scheme. He ain't missing nothing. He's got the, like, his voice is sounding clean for the rap that he's doing. So respect for what he's doing well. But, like, I often get distracted by things in every direction regularly. It wasn't intentional. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, if so, man, we could have that conversation, homie. Rip me apart, daddy. Come on, damn. But, all right, let's try this again, bro.
De La souls and reassign the proper metrics. Violent rap survived and Darwinized the prophet zealots. Survival of the fittest. Trade your bars for gems and you'll be shining, that's the realest. In this climate of addiction style, Big Pharma is the realest. Now as long as pills are filling, you ain't really gotta feel the sound. The world is full of juice, and while you floating, you been finna drown. How many rappers out here missing out? But they sell you with this vision and this fear of missing out. The industry will fuck us, so we follow what is trending. Brag about.
Yeah, I'm not. The message of this song, I'm not fucking with. I hate victim mentality, bro. Hopefully it changes up.
Drown how many rappers out here missing out, but they sell you with this.
Knox lost his cousin to fentanyl. Okay.
Vision and this fear of missing out. The industry will fuck us, so we follow what is trending. Brag about these hollow tips, but it's all hollow tip dependent. I lace my verse with fentanyl and lean into attention. Toe tags for the mentions, body bags for what they spending. While they bragging, we descended from the ground, we all descendants now.
I mean, like, it's all gooch, and if you don't know, then don't criticize. No, that's just stupid. No. You don't have to know someone's entire life story to criticize a bar. Like, you could just criticize a bar and what the overall message of that bar represents. Like, you don't have to know the entire life story of a person to issue a criticism. I'm sorry, I disagree with that phrasing. Like, if what a bar is representing goes against, like, the message I want to put into the world, I'm going to criticize it. The idea that, like, the whole system is rigged against people is ridiculous. Like, the reason why a majority of the time they hand out certain painkillers for people is because, one, people are in pain. Like, natural remedies don't cure pain. There's only so much, like, we can do with the pain relief that we have. Like, if you, again, it's up to the individual to take it. You know what I mean? Like, we need a more informed people that go into these situations. You don't trust a doctor blindly. You trust a doctor based off the information you have, but people should be aware of the possible side effects of the drugs they take. Well, in order to know what the message of the song is, you got to hear the whole thing. But that's not what reaction content does. We're talking about the lines and what it represents.
Body bags for what they spending while they bragging. We descended from the ground, we all descendants now.
Sinners don't sleep in this broken town, trading their souls for some golden brown. Feel the release, come back down. But when I'm coming up, killers on the city streets bagging it up. Crooks and addicts with habits get rushed.
Doctors got in trouble for some of the prescriptions done in the past, more regulated now. Sorry, I'm moody because I'm ill. You don't have to be moody. There's nothing. No, it's all good. You can give me pushback, Tracy. It's cool. People don't have to agree with what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the point of what I'm doing. I'm not saying so people nod along and agree with me. Happily push back. Yeah, doctors did hand out a lot more stuff than they needed to. But some of that comes on the individuals going to doctors. Like, they're only giving you a medicine because you're in pain. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to choose to take the medicine, you know?
Killers on the city streets bagging it up.
cousin was a pitcher. On that curve, he got that scholarship. On campus, he's the man. Throwing heat as he was hot as shit, but then he hurt his arm. Senior year's time to prove it. Started taking painkillers so he could play and keep it moving.
Okay, so then he killed himself. What the fuck? He took painkillers so he could keep playing. Like, that isn't the fault of Big Pharma. That's the fault of the individual. What the fuck? Yeah, regulated to the point where he's not in the dosage anymore. That was helping him. Shaking a hand to do it. It sucks. I live with chronic pain. There's no empirical test for pain. Exactly, dude. Like, we have no way of checking pain. Like, different cultures experience pain differently. Different religious people experience pain differently. Like, people have different tolerances of pain. You know, I love you, William. Don't agree with your opinion on this one, though. Hey, man. I'm not here for people to agree with. I'm here to voice my opinion. And if that means I'm the only one screaming in the void, I will. I hold people accountable for their actions. I'm not going to sit here and say it's the fault of the entire medical industry because this guy took painkillers so he could compete. Like, sorry, dude, if you hurt your arm and you're in so much pain, you're done playing football, like baseball. It's over. Like, you break a finger and you may not be able to play guitar again. Like, your dreams sometimes die. I don't know what to tell you. So to say that doctors only prescribe it to people that need it, how would they know that patient needs it? Well, exactly. That's one of the problems, right? We have a huge swath of people in our world that go in and fake pain injuries for pain from pain prescriptions. Red hats have a different tolerance for pain. Yeah, they'll happily like induce pain on themselves to make daddy happy. 3 perspectives in a song.
Curve, he got that scholarship. On campus, he's the man. Throwing heat as he was hot as shit, but then he hurt his arm. Senior year's time to prove it. Started taking painkillers so he could play and keep it moving. Scouts watching, couldn't lose him, so he took more and he kept using. For he knew it, he's abusing. Fastballs and 2 seams. Too clean, but now he's losing weight. Drug test, he failed, so they kicked him off the team. He tried to kick the habit, but he's mad that he had lost his dreams. He's sad,
It's not about his actions. It's about being put in that position and told, well, you'll just need to keep taking these pills if you want to continue to be good, because you will not. And the fact that doctors kick kickbacks in the form of speaking fees, such goes against your argument? Not really. A speaking fee, they're going to a place and doing a job. That's not a kickback. Like, I'm sorry if I'm like YouTuber and someone comes to me, asks me to come to a college campus. I'm like, yo, are you at least going to pay for me to get there, bro? No. I don't buy that at all. Sorry, dude. I'm on the side of Big Pharma, dude. Always have been, always will be. Always have been, always will be.
Mad that he had lost his dreams. He's sad, but he got off the lane. But all it takes is one reminder. In his mind, he couldn't help it. He was trying to finally settle. Midnight, he went outside. He was fighting with his devils. One hit, he told himself, it'll help me through this hell. I know I'm sick and I need help, but one hit, man, what the hell? So he lit it, then he took it to the face. But as the story goes, you know that fentanyl is lace.
You know what I mean? Like, again, dope bars, dope song. This song is clearly not meant for me. Because I would look at the personal decisions this man made that led him in the life that he's in. You know what I mean? Like, no one forced this man to compete. No one forced this man to take them drugs. He did it to himself. It's a bummer that it cost him his life.
Outside, he was fighting with his devils. One hit, he told himself, it'll help me through this hell. I know I'm sick and I need help, but one hit, man, what the hell? So he lit it, then he took it to the face. But as the story goes, you know that fentanyl is lace.
Sinners don't sleep in this broken town, trading their souls for some golden brown. Feel the release, come back down. But when I'm coming up, killers on the city streets, buying it up. Crooks and addicts with happy escape roads. We living in vain just to end it all, and I spend it all.
You're saying they get to speaking fees to give a talk to pharma companies are all because those Primate care doctors have something to share with the pharma doctors that made the meds in the first place. No, I'm saying that if you go to a place and speak about a thing, you should get, yeah, I always take the unpopular opinion. It's so easy to hit on Big Pharma. No, it's so fucking ridiculous that we spend all this time hating on medicines that save thousands of millions of lives every single day. Sometimes they get things wrong. Sometimes they work their ass off to try to make the world a better place, and sometimes they mess up. Like doctors and pharmaceutical companies and all these people, like they have the unfortunate side effect that their job, when they get something wrong, people die. A teacher, when they go to work, when they get something wrong, someone's going to be fine. They're just going to get a reprimand. Like, we're playing with God's fucking will every time we use medicine. We're counteracting something that is meant to happen. Natural death. Medicine is a spit in the face of God. And when we do that, we're challenging the gods. People will make mistakes. People will die. That is a cold reality of science. It's a cold reality of medicine. But how many people have we saved through medicine? Yes. Do we need heavier regulations on Big Pharma? Yes, because I believe most companies need heavy regulation. Big Pharma is not unique in that regard. Now, the content of what Big Pharma has to do, which is try to save lives, has a harder bar to pass, so there should be even more regulations. But like, I'm not going to be against Big Pharma just because some bad things happen to some people. That's an idiotic take across the board. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You look for reforms. What Big Pharma done to earn your huge amount of benefit? The doubt. I guess I can't speak to that as I'm in the UK, but wow, Big Pharma is just another version of big banks. I'm a fan of big banks. And I'm like, what the fuck? They fund a majority of the middle class. The investment they do is huge. Like, people are so brain broken on so many issues. Like, bad things happen sometimes, but by and large, good things happen more. It's crazy. Do you know how cheap they could have helped people, yet they make it so expensive? Why? I'm not against medicine. I'm against for-profit medicine. How else would you get medicine? Why is it that America has the most successful medicine in the world typically? Because it's done for profit. Because they can make money off of it. Like, what? Profit has to exist or else no one would make it. What, are you going to ask the government to make medicine? Like, what? If every other country could go do it, they just would. GD created chemists develop meds. NIH. Nah, dude. I'm okay with Big Pharma. We need to put more regulations on them. We need to make their medicine more affordable. But, nah, dude. I'm on the side of Big Pharma, dude. Because the problem is people go from Big Pharma to naturalized medicine and more people die going down that rabbit hole. Sorry, I'm not going to fall into the Joe Rogan argument. America doesn't. Pills shouldn't be so expensive. Other countries found a way, we can too. Efficiency in America is about the same as in the UK. National Institute of Health does more for the empowerment of the medical quality than any company. Like, one thing that haunts me is ignoring some really illegal stuff just because it was profitable. Like deep illegal stuff. That's a straw man argument there, bud. I totally disagree. Like, at the end of the day, like, Big Pharma and the medicine that they've created has helped more people by and large. Like, I will stand on this battlefield until my dying breath. I'm not going to be someone that just hates on something because it's universally easy to hate on something. Like, again, with greed, people universally hate on greed because it's easy to do so. Try being the guy that defends aspects of greed in a Ren React. You know what I mean? Fuck.
Took my heart, you took my fucking life. Took my pride, you took my mind. Took who I am and turned to vice. Took my fam, I burned the price. And now I stand on murdered time. And all my plans have turned to ice. I burn in fire, build this pyre higher.
That's not true. Like, there's a reason why people come around the world to America for our medical advances. Ren is alive because of American medical advances. Like, come on, bro.
I'm I'm wired and this dopamine get higher. Still a broken fiend, supplier of the hopeless dreams. When it's all smoke, the only rope's the one that chokes. Will they remember me? Take all my memories and light them on this fire. Fire for the crooked dealer, he who packaged hate. Fire for that greedy villain, he who had it laced. Fire for my future, that look on my father's face. My mother's still in tears, my cousin, he's too far away. When they told me to get help, and yes, I tried again. But in the end, we're all just veins. And in the end, it came to veins. And in the end, I died in vain. And in the end, I tried to, fuck it.
Now, the treatment was also in Germany, and a lot of development that was not in America. Yeah, initially. Meds with the side effects that are worse than the issues we have. Yes, that's how it works. You're putting medicine into your body that is going to have a negative effect on you, but it might cure the thing you're looking for. Look up where medicine is almost universally done with government money. There is no profit motive in creating medicine. They would just charge $1,000 per ounce for diabetes and eating meds. Be done. I'll take your word on it. I really don't give a shit about the medical industry, dude. This is where I'm at.
Help. Oh, God.
What is a woman? Are you guys coming back in here? Did Tim Pool send you? What's up? Here's another one, bro. If you like wasting money, then America's health system is great. We're back to that. I'd like to see a pill with side effects. Yeah, it sucks. Look, I don't know if I have to give you what is your woman answer again. Another one of your homies was in here. I appreciate. Thank you for boosting the view count on my channel, though. Thank you. That's very kind of you. You're very sweet. I'll happily have a conversation with you after this reaction, buddy. But first I need to talk about Knox Hill because this was his reaction, you know? It's a cool story that he's making this for people that are suffering through fentanyl. I'm a bit of a different person to where me and addicts have a hard time with one another. It's that I'm a person that believes in individual responsibility above all else. I will never look to another person and point the finger at them for the situation I'm in. But, awesome track. I'd say a woman is whatever a person decides. For instance, there's an XXY and an XY chromosome. People that externally appear to be a woman would be considered a woman 100 years ago. For me, a woman is someone who calls themselves a woman. Someone who chooses to identify as a woman. Why? What is a woman to you, my friend? I assume Nathaniel's probably already, I don't think metal companies are the devil, but no corporation gets a pass for the good they do without looking at the bad. Again, all corporations must only look for profits or they can't be sued. I agree with you, actually. Like when a corporation has been proven to do bad things, we should fine the living fuck out of them. Like Johnson & Johnson, which we've done twice or more than a handful of times. I think some of the biggest, I think a big answer or a big bounty of like, what was it, like $5 billion is what we charged like Johnson & Johnson when they did something. You described a woman as a woman. I can't accept that answer. Well, how about you give us what your answer to a woman is? I know, and I said that was a beautiful message. Tracy, I agree that it's awesome that he's bringing awareness to people that are suffering through addiction. But they use their profits to change policies and laws to make it harder to punish them. Then we need to be better at voting. You know what I mean? If you and Nathan, if you say what is a female, what is a female? Exactly. What is an adult, by the way? I feel like that should also be answered because I want to know. Ricardo a troll? They live under bridges, according to the books I've read. No, Ricardo's not actually a troll. Tracy, I disagree. Every person chooses the route they're on, regardless. No clue what an adult is. There's also an XX genetic people with male genitalia, so there's a decent amount of people who are men that are genetically woman. Hell yeah, boss, hit him with it, dude. I mean, Nathaniel, you still haven't given us your answer, bro. Like, so what is a woman, bro? Okay, so do you consider an 18-year-old man an adult? Because by your own definition, they might have passed puberty, but their brain hasn't fully developed. It's not fully developed until the age of 25. Okay, so do you think that 18-year-old men should be allowed to have sex? Should they be able to fight in wars? I do love that that's how always someone comes in with their thing. What is a woman? That's the Charlie Kirkism. He used to do that all the time. I think it's around 5% of people have swapped sex chromosomes versus biological. Well, very unlucky. Let's face it, a man's brain is never fully developed. Facts, bro! I think I'm the dumbest guy in any room I walk into, bro. Oh! Oh! Nathaniel, but by your definition, they're not adults. Seems weird to me. Yeah. See, like, isn't it easy to poke holes in people's statements? Isn't it kind of a bummer when people poke holes in statements instead of like having a genuine conversation? If there's a conversation you want to have, let's have it. What do you want to talk about? If you want it to be a universal truth, dude, it has to apply universally. Okay, they still paid $10 billion, homie. Like, that's $10 billion. That's still $10 billion. Like, what is a human life worth? You know what I mean? Like, $10 billion is a lot of money, bro. Like, are you saying we should completely shut them down? Who cares if it's not a lot to them? Still $10 billion to our economy, bro. Yep, Nathaniel, in general, your definition doesn't always apply. So why not accept a woman as someone who considers themselves a woman? That applies 100% of the time. Exactly, dude! Oh my God! Let the bodies hit the block! Like, holy fuck, dude! Jesus, someone get a stretcher in here. Woo! Woo! I need to take a page from Sputnik, bro. Teach me your ways, daddy. Where does it end? Can I say I'm black even if I'm white and people have to accept it? What do you mean? It ends at gender. It's say that you can decide money, but if you don't take into consideration the scale of, I get what you're saying, bro. But like, what would you have them do? Like, How many genders are there? I don't know. Isn't the spectrum say that there's like 30 some or some shit? I'm not sure I buy into all of that myself, but what does it matter to you? Why? Why does it matter? Why are you so concerned about someone's gender? There's at least 3 genders: male, female, intersex. Intersex individuals are biologically occurring, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, like, it's an interesting topic. Why? Why are you so interested in what people do in their own bedroom or with their own body? Like, have you ever heard the saying that, like, intelligent people talk about things and, like, unintelligent people talk about people? You know what I mean? Like, why are you so concerned about the inner workings of, like, what happens with someone's anatomy and what gender they want to call themselves? I can't wait until, like, Republicans start just flying off the handle and calling all people that look somewhat male-ish men, and then they were actually born women, and there are women, but, like, they just have a different, like, aesthetic to them. I'll put guys big love night. Be night Tracy. Why does you get angry if I raise questions? I'm not angry. I'm so much more impressed by a person who gives 20% of their wealth to a charity than, yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I've said that in my own reactions. Like, people that give that have nothing is more impressive than those that don't. Has someone done something bad to you, any gender? Boss speaking facts, but the biology, the word woman also relates to gender identity. Getting stuck on only how it applies to biology has multiple uses. Yeah. Like, gender identity is a thing within itself. You could say a person might have been born biologically male, but they identify as a woman, and we should respect how they choose to identify. How does your argument not apply for punishment for crimes? Well, I mean, we don't have to, like, it does. Like, we can always have a conversation about, like, how much should they pay? But, like, that's not the conversation people have. People have the conversation that Johnson & Johnson should no longer be a company. Like, think about how many people lose their job if that happens. What kind of damage are we doing to our society if that happens? Again, like, you would have to, like, prove, like, malicious intent and stuff like that, which maybe that wasn't found in, like, the actual casing. And they found them because we can put a monetary value on human lives. I'm not again, I'm for reforming pre-existing things. This is an interesting topic. I care because I do like truth and fairness. I'm not sure it's fair for biological men. Oh, there we go. That was most upsetting. Unalives a person gets the death penalty. Well, one, we don't hand out the death penalty anymore, and we shouldn't. People get like 20 years in jail. I don't disagree with you, said just the gender identity is even more complex and nuanced than biology. Biology is complex. Pull the charter, give them the death penalty. Like, who are we blaming though? The CEO? Like it gets muddied. Give them 20 years of no profits. Okay, then they would just shut down and then we wouldn't have a business. And again, thousands of people lose their jobs. And then less medicine is then further distributed to people, and then more people die. Like, I don't know. Corporations are people, and they can be held accountable as people. That's why we can sue corporations. We want corporations to have the rights as people, so that we can hold a corporation accountable. If there is no head of the corporation, or the corporation as a person's, we can't sue them. Like, this debate's already been had, bro. How do you think we sue companies? Like, you know this? Come on, bro. That crap who decides he was a woman and won all the swimming competition? Thousands of people will move to other work and do the same thing, hopefully for better purposes. Are you saying that the purpose of now Johnson & Johnson was incredibly malicious and they had no intent to do good? Like, do you not see how you're falling into the same trap that I complain about all the time, bro? Like, we're attributing malice where malice may not be, just off of a perceived notion of what happened. Like, hindsight is like 20/20, dude. Like, you have to think about it from the perspective of the people doing these things. And also, Nathaniel, I have a hard time getting behind what you're saying because, one, I agree that there are some sports that it might be unfair for a biologically born male to compete with a biologically born female. But that's a different conversation on whether or not people should be able to transition and what is a woman. But you're saying, I do agree that they have the same punishment. But you can't be saying that you care about fairness because you don't. If I were to ask you some questions about the current political climate that we're in, I guarantee you wouldn't give a fuck about fairness. Either you care about fairness across the board or you don't care about it at all. And this one is just like a fucking stint to prove a point. Like, if this is just what you believe in for the sake of this argument, then it's not a belief and it's something that you're LARPing as to prove a point. But you're saying corporate, yeah. The guy gets a manslaughter for crime. Manslaughter for a crime will spend years unable to make money, but the corporation doesn't. That's because you have to look at the fucking, we have to go look at the actual case, look at the actual facts of the matter, and all you have to do is come up with like intent. You know what I mean? Like, a corporation trying to save lives that makes a miscalculation that can end up killing people is different than someone going out for a drunk drive and running someone over. I'm trying to come up with a way to solve the issue. Paraplegics have their own supporting events. Perhaps the answer is a trans event. With manslaughter, there's no intent to hurt someone. Okay, well then if you're backing out of your car and you run someone over, you're still gonna, you could face up to some time in prison, right? But a corporation that's trying to save lives, and then unfortunately they can't do that, or there's some negative consequences of their medication that kills people, is gonna have a different type of finding in a law setting. So Nathaniel says, I'm trying to come up with a way to solve the issue, which is all bullshit. He's not. The more worried about parents going into debt because their child has cancer, not swimming. True. The bigger the unfair things to worry about is the women's swimming team. Yeah, just one example, Bose. Nathan, oh, so close. Paraplegics have lots of events for many different groups, so we can do sports in many categories, like boxing with weight classes. Should be productive with your life instead of worrying about genitals. Yeah. Man. Yeah, dude. Doctors can get punishment for denying their livelihood for their mistakes. Companies are still people, though. The argument for whether or not a company is a person is that this way we can sue them if they make a mistake with someone that we love, or if they've had some kind of improper fucking behavior. Or else we can't sue them. You can't sue a business otherwise. It's unfair. Why don't you start the transport leagues and fix it? Trans are also worried about genitals, though. Yeah, their own, dude. What do you mean? They're worried about their own genitals. That's what trans people are worried about. We get to decide laws. We don't have to make them people to allow for suing them. Okay, I agree with you, but how do you get people to vote? How do you get people to go out and do these things? We can decide laws. You don't have to put your efforts and energies into that, Nathaniel. Yeah, problem fixed. Now you can stop talking about genitals much. You're welcome. Why bully them? Cosmic, I could. Nathan, being frank, I find it weird that you obsess over other people's genitals. Weird. They can't be put in jail. Well, why do they have to be put in jail? Why would we put a business in jail? A business does a lot of good things in our company. We should find the business and then put more regulatory actions on the business. But I'm not saying that we should shut down the business because some people got hurt. What the fuck? Or died. That's crazy. Like, what? Like, at some point, like, there's a reason why why make them people? Why should they have the same rights? Sput, are you trans? No, he's not trans, bro. What the fuck? He's just a person that's willing to be good and honest with other people and respectful. Citizens United made them people and allowed for them to spend money as speech. I stand by that. I'm okay with a business putting money like that. You're not going to find me complaining about money in politics. Someone is really concerned about genitals. Ricardo, I'm not sure. If there were people, they wouldn't have that right. I want them to have that right. Am I being disrespectful? No. You're just asking questions in a way that's disingenuous. Want to check my gonads? God damn. Nathaniel, what's the point of being here, man? What you got? I'm willing to have a conversation with you. Let's do it. What do you want to talk about? In fact, if you like, you can jump on chat. We can have this conversation right now. I'll put the Discord link in the channel. And if you want to, you can hop in and we'll talk this out right now. I'm blown away about that stance. What happened to all people created equal? In what way did I refute all people are created equal? I can choose a topic? Yeah, what do you want to talk about? The birth of a corporation by definition comes with some amount of wealth. Okay. You understand that, like, at the end of the day, we vote in these things, right? I don't give a fuck if someone with money wants to, like, I don't care about Elon Musk giving $230 million to Trump. Well, Nathaniel, I'm going to tell you communism is bad, and I think communism shouldn't be around. I mean, I don't know if you're going to get a gotcha on me there. I'm not a communist. I'm a liberal. I believe in liberal ideas and a free market. How about the crack baby? What is that? Wealth? Who gives a shit how much wealth someone has? Your vote counts the same regardless of your wealth. Oh, are you going to argue in favor of communism? If money equals speech, money doesn't equal speech. What are you talking about? I'm okay with a corporation donating to a business. Which is fine with me. I don't mind a corporation doing that. Oh man, me and Sputnik might finally disagree on something. I think it would resolve a lot of issues while also killing innovation. It sounds like we don't disagree here then, buddy. Like, I have a stereo, like, you could probably just call me a contrarian. I'm not against big businesses donating to funds. I don't really give a fuck if they do that. But why do you want to kill innovation? I don't think he's saying that. He's saying that communism would be able to help people, but in the end it would kill innovation in the free market. Because the free market, I don't think, can thrive in communist. Anything that's state controlled or classless would have a negative impact on the ability of people wanting to create. Money does equal speech, according to SCOTUS. The issue isn't oppressive dictatorships are bad. Communism isn't tested, but my instincts, it would fail. I'm a democratic socialist. See, I'm almost there. I'm a social democrat. Citizens United decided that money equals speech, which is why they can spend money on politics. Before they changed that, they couldn't. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense that money could be speech, because it's your spending habit, right? Like on paper, that kind of tracks. But money isn't speech. Okay, here's a question. AI could take a lot of jobs, making a lot of people redundant. Now, let's say companies have to pay a big tax for using AI that goes against the public as a universal benefit. You could probably argue that we would just need to... I don't think money in politics has resulted in a lot more corruption. Politicians chasing the big sponsors. I don't know. And speech are interchangeable. I don't necessarily agree with that characterization that they might have put forward, but I don't give a shit if a company wants to fund a political party, because I don't think that people are going to go chase a sponsorship. I think that by and large, that corporations are going to fund those that already agree with what they're saying. Well, Donald, you're talking about stuff I don't know a lot about, dude. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm some deep thinker on these topics. I just personally don't give a shit if a company wants to do that. If a company wants to spend its wealth on a political campaign, I don't care. Now, Nathaniel, yes, AI and automation could liberate us from the need to work. How reinvent society is a challenge, but capitalism is probably not it. Not chase a sponsorship. Sorry, extra negative there. No, I don't think that these people chase sponsorships. Look, I just don't. I don't think Tim Pool automatically, I don't think Tim Pool wanted to be sponsored by Russia when he was making the comments that he did. I don't think he went out of his way to join in with like Russia. You know, he was considered a victim in the indictments that came out. I think that Russia liked what Tim Pool was already saying and then came to him and paid him money. I think that Elon Musk liked what Trump was saying and he was so mad at the left that he went and gave Trump money. Trump did not play into Elon's hand. Elon played into Trump's hands. And that's usually how it works. Like someone like Ted Cruz makes a lot of money from Israel because Ted Cruz defends Israel. Look at how much wealth each and every one of them before they became national elected official, then look at them after. I don't like that form of argumentation. Plus, companies will fail if society can't afford its products. Yeah, dude, like at the end of the day, the companies will match the demand of their customers. Why do you think they're still good in resources that are just as cheap as they were 20 years ago? The quality of those goods and resources might go down, but they're going to find a way to market their stuff to everybody. I think Ricardo, says politicians should wear patches like NASCAR. I mean, I guess if you want, I don't care where they get their money from. I just care whether or not, you know, they can make good argumentation. At the end of the day, I believe in the power of the people to stand up and vote for things, which maybe is foolhardy because at the end of the day, we saw how little effective it was at the end of the day. Like we saw MAGA get into office despite the fact that he led an insurrection against America. But by and large, I like to believe that as long as we put forth good arguments, it doesn't matter where the money goes to, because as long as we can argue against the bullshit that they're saying, you should be relatively fine. Kaplan was based on a scarcity of human effort and other resources. With AI and automation, human time becomes unnecessary. May need something like Star Trek imagined. The more we move into AI, the more I believe that we need a universal basic income. How could they possibly know what to vote for when the bad guys outspend 100 to 1? Well, be careful. You're falling into a MAGA talking point. Because at the end of the day, Donald Trump got elected with spending almost virtually no money in 2016. The bad guys did spend a lot of money, and they spent it on Hillary Clinton. Like, grassroots movements are a thing. Like, Bernie Sanders was almost president. Like, come on. I would cap political spending on campaigns funding from tax as long as I could get X% of people indicated support. Any other money is going to ban. That's my problem. Yeah, UBI will be needed. Otherwise, it's basically just first market wins with advanced AI robots. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I believe that a UBI is going to be required. No, because the corporations spend it on issues, not him directly. Otherwise, they would have gone astray of the law. I think that a majority of the time, Hillary Clinton's campaign spent money on propping Donald Trump up, thinking that he was such a buffoon that he wouldn't become president. They can still only donate the same amount as every other person directly. Look, man, all I know is I don't trust the Young Turks, and every time all they ever do is talk about the money in politics, my brain goes white. It's literally a topic I just don't give a shit about. Trump didn't spend so much in 2016, but what he spent was strategic in the few counties he needed, plus all the support he got from others. Hillary was not my candidate. She was not my candidate either. I hated that bitch. Without UBI, 100 generations from now, we'll only have dynasty of people with absolute wealth because of their ancestors created first. Yeah, dude. UBI, I believe, it's going to happen. It has to happen, dude. There's no other way, dude. Andrew Yang was right about this fucking in 2020. Now, you know, Andrew Yang had a really soft UBI where he still expected people to work and he only would send out $1,000. But, like, when people can't find work, like, what are we going to do? You know what I mean? Like, how are you supposed to, like, feed an entire group of people? Like, Hillary was not my candidate either, but Trump, I couldn't vote from being a UK citizen. Yeah. I didn't get to participate, I believe, in that election because I was working a double at TA. And for some reason, America doesn't make it a national holiday on voting day. Like, no one should be working. We should all be out voting. It's crazy to me. Oh, shit, it's almost 3:30. My baby's almost home. I imagine she's going to yell at me for my opinion on fentanyl. That's going to be a rough song to upload. What? GOP is against voting day being a holiday? I know, it's ridiculous. Would you still continue to work while receiving a UBI if your job requires a human eye? Not all jobs will be at risk. Having a comfort blanket will improve so many lives. I support some UBI. Yang sucks, but the problem is bored humans tend to cause problems. That's true. It would allow younger voters to easily vote. They want old retired boomers to vote. That also makes sense. But the will of people might have to be listened to. Given America sets itself up as a global leader, I think all of us around the world should get up to vote. I agree, actually, dude. Then Republicans would lose every time. I personally would keep working with UBI. Like, the things I'm doing here on YouTube, I would do whether I had UBI or not. Like, I mean, I don't make a lot of money off of YouTube anyway. You know what I mean? Like, this might be my job now, but, bro, I get paid way below minimum wage. But that being said, it's a comfortable job where I'm not doing anything too hard, bro. I'm not out breaking my back, lifting rocks, boulders. But the will of the people might have to be listened to. That's true. 100%. Why did my headset die? What the fuck? Republicans would lose every time if we had a popular vote over time. I think UBI there still would be a need for some human labor, and it would be extra money. Exactly, dude. UBI could be amazing for the arts, people free to create without worrying how to eat. Fuck, that would be so awesome. Like, and think about, like, what kind of culture we could build if we were, like, back into the arts instead of just pursuing TikTok and trying to be YouTube famous and shit. Like, Brother. But anyway, it is Friday. Thank you guys all for hanging out. Sorry I made a few people mad with my fentanyl stuff. I just have a different perspective when it comes to people. I don't know why. I'm not somebody who wants to destroy the entire medical industry or the, burn
down the American system.
Yeah, I don't want to do any of that stuff either. But I'm gonna head out. I love you guys. I hope to see you guys in the next video. And David, one of these days, or Donald, David, goddammit, Donald, No Hard Feelings, love the discussion. Donald, hold on, bro, before you go. I would love for you to teach me more about these topics that I'm so ignorant on. And maybe one day you could change my mind. I'm open to it. It's just, maybe I'll even start reading over it on the weekend in case you pop in on Monday and we can have a better conversation. You know what I'm saying? I've subscribed. Hell yeah, Nathaniel. I'm glad you didn't hate your time here. I love you, buddy. I'd love to hear more from you. Hell yeah. I'm going to read up on it this weekend. I'll have my girlfriend drill me a little on it so that I can know a little bit. Tell her I said hi. Yo, dude. Can you they say hi? What's up, girl? Hit 14 viewers?
I will.
Yeah, dude. She's going to beat me up when I get off this call because she's totally against the medical industry, too. But anyway, I love you guys. Be safe. We hit our highest viewer today. We had a good time doing it. And I'll upload the videos. Make sure they're up there. Say hi to your beautiful girlfriend. Hell yeah. I told you people love you. She thinks that people don't like her, bro. I don't hate anyone, even if we disagree. I live debate and respectful dialogue. Hell yeah, dude. Tell her to keep up the good fight. She's laughing about that one. All right, guys. Nathaniel, I hope to see you again very soon, buddy. I'm always about conversation, and I'll tell you what, man. We can always jump in Discord and actually have it like we can have a debate, bro. As long as you're respectful, I guarantee you I will be respectful. All right. Peace the fuck out, motherfuckers. Enjoy your weekend. Stay safe out there. Shit's dangerous. Shit's crazy. Be safe, man. And love your friends. Love your